Prologue to the Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Cori Samuel. The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. Volume 1. Prologue. Between the 10th and 13th centuries, civilization withdrew from Egypt and Syria, rested for a little space at Constantinople, and then passed sway to the western climes of Europe. From that period, these climes have been the grand laboratory in which civilization has wrought out refinement in every art and every science, and whence it has diffused its benefits over the earth. It has taught commerce to plough the waves of every sea with the adventurous keel. It has enabled handfuls of disciplined warriors to subdue the mighty armaments of Oriental princes, and its daring sons have planted its banners amidst the eternal ice of the poles. It has cut down the primitive forests of America, carried trade into the interior of Africa, annihilated time and distance by the aid of steam, and now contemplates how to force a passage through Suez and Panama. The bounties of civilization are at present almost everywhere recognized. Nevertheless, for centuries has civilization established, and for centuries will it maintain, its headquarters in the great cities of Western Europe, and with civilization does vice go hand in hand. Amongst these cities there is one in which contrasts of a strange nature exist. The most unbounded wealth is the neighbour of the most hideous poverty. The most gorgeous pomp is placed in strong relief by the most deplorable squalor. The most seducing luxury is only separated by a narrow wall from the most appalling misery. The crumbs which fall from the tables of the rich would appear delicious viands to starving millions, and yet those millions obtain them not. In that city there are in all districts 5 prominent buildings: the church in which the pious pray, the gin palace to which the wretched poor resort to drown their sorrows, the pawnbrokers where miserable creatures pledge their raiment and their children's raiment, even unto the last rag, to obtain the means of purchasing food, and alas, too often, intoxicating drink. The prison, where the victims of a vitiated condition of society expiate the crimes to which they have been driven by starvation and despair, and the workhouse, to which the destitute, the aged, and the friendless hasten to lay down their aching heads and die. And, congregated together in one district of this city, is an assemblage of palaces, whence emanate by night the delicious sounds of music, within whose walls the foot treads upon rich carpets, whose sideboards are covered with plate, whose cellars contain the choicest nectar of the temperate and torrid zones, and whose inmates recline beneath velvet canopies, feast at each meal upon the collated produce of 4 worlds, and scarcely have to breathe a wish before they find it gratified. Alas, how appalling are these contrasts! And, as if to hide its infamy from the face of heaven, this city wears upon its brow an everlasting cloud, which even the fresh fan of the morning fails to disperse for a single hour each day. And in one delicious spot of that mighty city, whose 1,000 towers point upwards from horizon to horizon as an index of its boundless magnitude, stands the dwelling of one before whom all knees bow, and towards whose royal footstool none dares approach save with downcast eyes and subdued voice. The entire world showers its bounties upon the head of that favoured mortal. A nation of millions does homage to the throne whereon that being is exalted. The dominion of this personage, so supremely blessed, extends over an empire on which the sun never sets, an empire greater than Genghis Khan achieved or Mohammed conquered. This is the parent of a mighty nation. And yet, around that parent's seat, the children crave for bread. Women press their little ones to their dried-up breasts in the agonies of despair. Young, delicate creatures waste their energies in toil, from the dawn of day till long past the hour of midnight, perpetuating their unavailing labour from the hour of the brilliant sun to that when the dim candle sheds its light around the attic's naked walls. And even the very pavement groans beneath the weight of grief which the poor are doomed to drag over the rough places of this city of sad contrasts. For in this city the daughter of the peer is nursed in enjoyments, and passes through an uninterrupted avenue of felicity from the cradle to the tomb, while the daughter of poverty opens her eyes at her birth upon destitution in all its most appalling shapes, and at length sells her virtue for a loaf of bread. There are but 2 words known in the moral alphabet of this great city, for all virtues are summed up in the one, and all vices in the other, and those words are wealth, poverty. Crime is abundant in this city. The lazar house, the prison, the brothel, and the dark alley are rife with all kinds of enormity, in the same way as the palace, the mansion, the club-house, the parliament, and the parsonage are each and all characterized by their different degrees and shades of vice. But wherefore specify crime and vice by their real names, since in this city of which we speak they are absorbed in the multi-significant words wealth and poverty? Crimes borrow their comparative shade of enormity from the people who perpetrate them. Thus is it that the wealthy may commit all social offences with impunity, while the poor are cast into dungeons and coerced with chains for only following at a humble distance in the pathway of their lordly precedents. From this city of strange contrasts branch off 2 roads, leading to 2 points totally distinct the one from the other. One winds its tortuous way through all the noisome dens of crime, chicanery, dissipation, and voluptuousness. The other meanders amidst rugged rocks and wearisome acclivities, it is true, but on the wayside are the resting places of rectitude and virtue. Along those 2 roads 2 youths are journeying. They have started from the same point, but one pursues the former path, and one the latter. Both come from the city of fearful contrasts, and both follow the wheels of fortune in different directions. Where is that city of fearful contrasts? Who are those youths who have thus entered upon paths so opposite the one to the other? And to what destinies do those separate roads conduct them? End of prologue. Chapter 1 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Cori Samuel. The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. Volume 1, Chapter 1. The Old House in Smithfield. Our narrative opens at the commencement of July 1831. The night was dark and stormy. The sun had set behind huge piles of dingy purple clouds, which, after losing the golden hue with which they were for a while tinged, became sombre and menacing. The blue portions of the sky that here and there had appeared before the sunset were now rapidly covered over with those murky clouds which are the hiding-places of the storm, and which seemed to roll themselves together in dense and compact masses, ere they commenced the elemental war. In the same manner do the earthly squadrons of cavalry and mighty columns of infantry form themselves into one collected armament, that the power of their onslaught may be the more terrific and irresistible. That canopy of dark and threatening clouds was formed over London, and a stifling heat, which there was not a breath of wind to allay or mitigate, pervaded the streets of the great metropolis. Everything portended an awful storm. In the palace of the peer and the hovel of the artisan, the windows were thrown up, and at many both men and women stood to contemplate the scene, timid children crowding behind them. The heat became more and more oppressive. At length, large drops of rain fell, at intervals of 2 or 3 inches apart, upon the pavement. And then a flash of lightning, like the forked tongue of one of those fiery serpents of which we read in Oriental tales of magic and enchantment, darted forth from the black clouds overhead. At an interval of a few seconds, the roar of the thunder, reverberating through the arches of heaven, now sinking, now exalting its fearful tone, like the iron wheels of a chariot, rolled over a road with patches of uneven pavement here and there, stunned every ear, and struck terror into many a heart, the innocent as well as the guilty. It died away, like the chariot, in the distance, and then all was solemnly still. The interval of silence which succeeds the protracted thunderclap is appalling in the extreme. A little while, and again the lightning illuminated the entire vault above, and again the thunder, in unequal tames, amongst which was one resembling the rattling of many vast iron bars together, awoke every echo of the metropolis from north to south and from east to west. This time the dread interval of silence was suddenly interrupted by the torrents of rain that now deluged the streets. There was not a breath of air, and the rain fell as perpendicularly straight as a line. But with it came a sense of freshness and of a pure atmosphere, which formed an agreeable and cheering contrast to the previously suffocating heat. It was like the spring of the oasis to the wanderer in the burning desert. But still the lightning played and the thunder rolled above. At the first explosion of the storm, amidst the thousands of men and women and children who were seen hastening hither and thither in all directions as if they were flying from the plague, was one person on whose exterior none could gaze without being inspired by a mingled sentiment of admiration and interest. He was a youth, apparently not more than 16 years of age, although taller than boys usually are at that period of life. But the tenderness of his years was divined by the extreme effeminacy and juvenile loveliness of his countenance, which was as fair and delicate as that of a young girl. His long luxuriant hair, of a beautiful light chestnut colour, here and there borrowing dark shades from the frequent undulations in which it rolled, flowed not only over the collar of his closely buttoned blue frock coat, but also upon his shoulders. Its extreme profusion, and the singular manner in which he wore it, were, however, partially concealed by the breadth of the brim of his hat, that was placed, as it were, entirely upon the back of his head, and, being thus thrown off his countenance, revealed the high, intelligent, and polished forehead, above which that rich hair was carefully parted. His frock coat, which was single-breasted, and buttoned up to the throat, set off his symmetrical and elegant figure to the greatest advantage. His shoulders were broad, but were characterized by that fine fall or slope which is so much admired in the opposite sex. He wore spurs upon the heels of his diminutive polished boots, and in his hand he carried a light riding whip. But he was on foot, and alone, and, when the first flash of lightning dazzled his expressive hazel eyes, He was hastily traversing the foul and filthy arena of Smithfield Market. An imagination poetically inspired would suppose a similitude of a beautiful flower upon a fetid manure heap. He cast a glance, which may almost be termed one of affright, around, and his cheek became flushed. He had evidently lost his way, and was uncertain where to obtain an asylum against the coming storm. The thunder burst above his head, and a momentary shudder passed over his frame. He accosted a man to inquire his way, but the answer he received was rude, and associated with a ribald joke. He had not courage to demand a second time the information he sought, but, with a species of haughty disdain at the threatening storm, and a proud reliance upon himself, proceeded onwards at random. He even slackened his pace. A contemptuous smile curled his lips, and the glittering white teeth appeared as it were between two rose leaves. His chest, which was very prominent, rose up and down almost convulsively, for it was evident that he endeavoured to master conflicting feelings of vexation, alarm, and disgust, all produced by the position in which he found himself. To one so young, so delicate, and so frank in appearance, the mere fact of losing his way by night in a disgusting neighbourhood during an impending storm, and insulted by a low-life ruffian, was not the mere trifle which it would have been considered by the hardy and experienced man of the world. Not a public conveyance was to be seen, and the doors of all the houses around appeared inhospitably closed, and every moment it seemed to grow darker. Accident conducted the interesting young stranger into that labyrinth of dirty and narrow streets which lies in the immediate vicinity of the north-western angle of Smithfield Market. It was in this horrible neighbourhood that the youth was now wandering. He was evidently shocked at the idea that human beings could dwell in such fetid and unwholesome dens, for he gazed with wonder, disgust, and alarm upon the houses on either side. It seemed as if he had never beheld till now a labyrinth of dwellings whose very aspect appeared to speak of hideous poverty and fearful crime. Meantime the lightning flashed, and the thunder rolled, and at length the rain poured down in torrents. Obeying a mechanical impulse, the youth rushed up the steps of a house at the end of one of those dark, narrow, and dirty streets, the ominous appearance of which was, every now and then, revealed to him by a light streaming from a narrow window, or the glare of the lightning. The framework of the door projected somewhat, and appeared to offer a partial protection from the rain. The youth drew as closely up to it as possible, but to his surprise it yielded behind him and burst open. With difficulty he saved himself from falling backwards into the passage with which the door communicated. Having recovered from the sudden alarm with which this incident had inspired him, his next sentiment was one of pleasure to think that he had thus found a more secure asylum against the tempest. He, however, felt wearied, desperately wearied, and his was not a frame calculated to bear up against the oppressive and crushing feeling of fatigue. He determined to penetrate, amidst the profound darkness by which he was surrounded, into the dwelling, thinking that if there were any inmates, they would not refuse him the accommodation of a chair, and if there were none, he might find a seat upon the staircase. He advanced along the passage and groped about. His hand encountered the lock of a door. He opened it and entered a room. All was dark as pitch. At that moment a flash of lightning, more than usually vivid and prolonged, illuminated the entire scene. The glance which he cast around was as rapid as the glare which made objects visible to him for a few moments. He was in a room entirely empty, but in the middle of the floor, only 3 feet from the spot where he stood, there was a large square of jet blackness. The lightning passed away, utter darkness again surrounded him, and he was unable to ascertain what that black square, so well defined and apparent upon the dirty floor, could be. An indescribable sensation of fear crept over him, and the perspiration broke out upon his forehead in large drops. His knees bent beneath him, and retreating a few steps, he leaned against the doorposts for support. He was alone, in an uninhabited house, in the midst of a horrible neighbourhood, and all the fearful tales of midnight murders which he had ever heard or read rushed to his memory. Then, by a strange but natural freak of the fancy, those appalling deeds of blood and crime were suddenly associated with that incomprehensible but ominous black square upon the floor. He was in the midst of this terrible waking dream, this more than ideal nightmare, when hasty steps approached the front door from the street, and without stopping, entered the passage. The youth crept silently towards the farther end, the perspiration oozing from every pore. He felt the staircase with his hands. The footsteps advanced, and, light as the fawn, he hurried up the stairs. So noiseless were his motions that his presence was not noticed by the newcomers, who in their turns also ascended the staircase. The youth reached a landing, and hastily felt for the doors of the rooms with which it communicated. In another moment he was in a chamber at the back part of the house. He closed the door and placed himself against it with all his strength, forgetful, poor youth, that his fragile form was unavailing with all its power against even the single arm of a man of only ordinary strength. Meantime the newcomers ascended the stairs. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Cori Samuel. The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. Volume 1, Chapter 2. The Mysteries of the Old House. Fortunately for the interesting young stranger, the individuals who had just entered the house did not attempt the door of the room in which he had taken refuge. They proceeded straight, and with a steadiness which seemed to indicate that they knew the locality well, to the front chamber upon the same floor. In a few moments there was a sharp grating noise along the wall, and then a light suddenly shone into the room where the young stranger was concealed. He cast a terrified glance around, and beheld a small square window in the wall which separated the two apartments. It was about 5 feet from the floor, a height which permitted the youth to avail himself of it, in order to reconnoitre the proceedings in the next room. By means of a candle which had been lighted by the aid of a lucifer match, and which stood on a dirty deal table, the young stranger beheld 2 men, whose outward appearance did not serve to banish his alarm. They were dressed like operatives of the most humble class. One wore a gabardine and coarse leather gaiters, with laced-up boots. The other had on a fustian shooting jacket and long corduroy trousers. They were both dirty and unshaven. The one with the shooting jacket had a profusion of hair about his face, but which was evidently not well acquainted with a comb. The other wore no whiskers, but his beard was of 3 or 4 days' growth. Both were powerful, thick-set and muscular men, and the expression of their countenances was dogged, determined, and ferocious. The room to which they had betaken themselves was cold, gloomy, and dilapidated. It was furnished with the deal table before mentioned, and 3 old crazy chairs, upon 2 of which the men now seated themselves. But they were so placed that they commanded, their door being open, a full view of the landing place, and thus the youthful stranger deemed it impolitic to attempt to take his departure for the moment. "Now, Bill, out with the bingo," said the man in the gabardine to his companion. "Oh, you're always for the last you are, Dick," answered the latter in a surly tone, producing at the same time a bottle of liquor from the capacious pocket of his fustian coat.
"But I wonder how the devil it is that Cranky Jem ain't come yet. Who the deuce could have left that infernal door open?"
"Jem or some of the other blades must have been here and left it so. It don't matter, it lulls suspicion."
"Well, let's make the regulars all square," resumed the man called Bill, after a moment's pause. "We'll then booze a bit, and talk over this here new job of ourn."
"Look alive, then," said Dick, and he forthwith took from beneath his gabardine several small parcels done up in brown paper. The other man likewise divested the pockets of his fustian coat of divers packages, and all these were piled upon the table. A strange and mysterious proceeding then took place. The person in the fustian coat approached the chimney, and applied a small turn-screw, which he took from his pocket, to a screw in the iron framework of the rusty grate. In a few moments he was enabled to remove the entire grate with his hands. A square aperture of considerable dimensions was then revealed. Into this place the two men thrust the parcels which they had taken from their pockets. The grate was replaced, the screws were fastened once more, and the work of concealment was complete. The one in the gabardine then advanced towards that portion of the wall which was between the two windows, and the youth in the adjoining room now observed for the first time that the shutters of those windows were closed, and that coarse brown paper had been pasted over all the chinks and joints. Dick applied his hand in a peculiar manner to the part of the wall just alluded to, and a sliding panel immediately revealed a capacious cupboard. Thence the two men took food of by no means a coarse description, glasses, pipes, and tobacco, and, having hermetically closed the recess once more, seated themselves at the table to partake of the good cheer thus mysteriously supplied. The alarm of the poor youth in the next chamber, as he contemplated these extraordinary proceedings, may be better conceived than depicted. His common sense told him that he was in the den of lawless thieves, perhaps murderers, in a house abounding with the secret means of concealing every kind of infamy. His eyes wandered away from the little window that had enabled him to observe the above-described proceedings, and glanced fearfully around the room in which he was concealed. He almost expected to see the very floor open beneath his feet. He looked down mechanically as this idea flitted through his imagination, and to his horror and dismay he beheld a trapdoor in the floor. There was no mistaking it. There it was, about 3 feet long and 2 broad, and a little sunken beneath the level of its framework. Near the edge of the trapdoor lay an object which also attracted the youth's attention and added to his fears. It was a knife with a long blade pointed like a dagger. About 3 inches of this blade was covered with a peculiar rust. The youth shuddered. Could it be human blood that had stained the instrument of death? Every circumstance, however trivial, aided, in such a place as that, to arouse or confirm the worst fears, the most horrible suspicions. The voices of the two men in the next room fell upon the youth's ear, and, perceiving that escape was still impracticable, he determined to gratify that curiosity which was commingled with his fears.
"Well, now, about this t'other job, Dick," said Bill.
"It's Jem as started it," was the reply, "but he told me all about it, and so we may as well talk it over. It's up Islington way, up there between Kentish Town and Lower Holloway."
"Whose crib is it?"
"A swell of the name of Markham. He's an old fellow, and has 2 sons. One, the eldest, is with his regiment. T'other, the youngest, is only about 15 or so, a mere kid."
"Well, there's no danger to be expected from him. But what about the flunkies?"
"Only 2 manservants and 3 women. One of the manservants is the old butler, too fat to do any good, and t'other is a young tiger."
"And that's all?"
"That's all. Now, you and I and Jem is quite enough to crack that there crib.
When is it to be done? Let's say tomorrow night. There is no moon now to speak on, and business in other quarters is slack. So be it. Here goes then to the success of our new job at old Markham's. And as the burglar uttered these words, he tossed off a bumper of brandy. This example was followed by his worthy companion, and their conversation then turned upon other topics. I say, Bill, this old house has seen some jolly games, hasn't it? I should think it had too. It was Jonathan Wild's favourite crib, and he was no fool at keeping things dark. No, surely. I dare say the well staircase in the next room there, that's covered over with a trapdoor, has had many a dead body flung down it into the Fleet. Ah, without telling no tales too. But the trapdoor has been nailed over for some years now. The unfortunate youth in the adjacent chamber was riveted in silent horror to the spot as these fearful details fell upon his ears. Why was the trapdoor nailed down? Because there's no use for that now, since the house is uninhabited, and no more travellers comes to lodge here. Besides, if we wanted to make use of such convenience, there's another. A loud clap of thunder prevented the remainder of this sentence from reaching the youth's ears. I've heard it said that the city is going to make great alterations in this quarter, observed Dick, after a pause. If so be they comes near us, we must shift our quarters. Well, and don't we know other cribs as good as this, and just under the very nose of the authorities too? The nearer you gets to them, the safer you finds yourself. Who'd think now that here, and in Peter Street, and on Saffron Hill too, there was such cribs as this? Lord, how such coves as you and me does laugh when them chaps in the Common Council and the House of Commons gets on their legs and praises the blue bottles up to the skies as the most acutest police in the world, while they votes away the people's money to maintain them. Oh, as for alterations, I don't suppose there'll be any for the next 20 years to come. They always talks of improvements long afore they begins 'em. But when they do commence, they won't spare this lovely old crib. It'd go to my heart to see them pull it about. I'd much sooner take and shove a dozen stiff uns myself down the trap than see a single rafter of the place ill-treated. That I would. Ah, if so be as the Masons does come to pull its old carcass about, there'll be some fine things made known to the world. Them cellars downstairs, in which a man might hide for 50 years and never be smelt out by the police, they'll turn up a bone or two, I rather suspect, and not of a sheep, nor a pig, nor a bull neither. Why, half the silly folks in this neighbourhood are afeard to come here, even in the daytime, because they say it's haunted, observed Bill, after a brief pause. But, for my part, I shouldn't be frightened to come here at all hours of the night, and sit here alone too, even if every feller as was scragged at Tyburn or Newgate, and every one what has been tumbled down these holes into the Fleet, was to start up and... The man stopped short, turned ghastly pale, and fell back stupefied and speechless in his chair. His pipe dropped from between his fingers and broke to pieces on the floor. "What the devil's the matter now?" demanded his companion, casting an anxious glance around. There, don't you see?" gasped the terrified ruffian, pointing towards the little window looking into the next room. "It's only some damn gammon of Cranky Jim," ejaculated Dick, who was more courageous in such matters than his companion. "I'll juice soon put that to rights." Seizing the candle, he was hurrying towards the door, when his comrade rushed after him, crying, "No, I won't be left in the dark. I can't bear it. Damn, if you go, I'll go with you." The two villains accordingly proceeded together into the next room. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, and to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Cori Samuel. The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. Volume 1, Chapter 3, The Trap Door.
The youthful stranger had listened with ineffable surprise and horror to the conversation of the two ruffians. His nerves had been worked up by all the circumstances of the evening to a tone bordering on madness, to that pitch indeed where it appeared as if there were no alternative left save to fall upon the floor and yield to the delirium tremens of violent emotions. He had restrained his feelings while he heard the burglary at Mr. Markham's dwelling coolly planned and settled, but when the discourse of those two monsters in human shape developed to his imagination all the horrors of the fearful place in which he had sought an asylum, when he heard that he was actually standing upon the very verge of that staircase down which innumerable victims had been hurled to the depths of the slimy ditch beneath, and when he thought how probable it was that his bones were doomed to whiten in the dark and hidden caverns below, along with the remains of other human beings who had been barbarously murdered in cold blood, reason appeared to forsake him. A cold sweat broke forth all over him, and he seemed about to faint under the impression of a hideous nightmare. He threw his hat upon the floor, for he felt the want of air. That proud forehead, that beautiful countenance, were distorted with indescribable horror, and an ashy pallor spread itself over his features. Death, in all its most hideous forms, appeared to follow, to surround, to hem him in. There was no escape. A trap-door here, a well communicating with the ditch there, or else the dagger. No matter in what shape, still death was before him, behind him, above him, below him, on every side of him. It was horrible, most horrible. Then was it that a sudden thought flashes across his brain. He resolved to attempt a desperate effort to escape. He summoned all his courage to his aid, and opened the door so cautiously that, though the hinges were old and rusted, they did not creak. The crisis was now at hand. If he could clear the landing unperceived, he was safe. It was true that, seen or unseen, he might succeed in escaping from the house by means of his superior agility and nimbleness, but he reflected that these men would capture him again in a few minutes in the midst of a labyrinth of streets with which he was utterly unacquainted, but which they knew so well. He remembered that he had overheard their secrets and witnessed their mysterious modes of concealment, and that, should he fall into their power, death must inevitably await him. These ideas crossed his brain in a moment, and convinced him of the necessity of prudence and extreme caution. He must leave the house unperceived, and dare the pitiless storm and pelting rain, for the tempest still raged without. He once more approached the window, to ascertain if there were any chance of stealing across the landing-place unseen. Unfortunately, he drew too near the window. The light of the candle fell full upon his countenance, which horror and alarm had rendered deadly pale and fearfully convulsed. It was at this moment that the ruffian, in the midst of his unholy vaunts, had caught sight of that human face, white as a sheet, and with eyes fixed upon him with a glare which his imagination rendered stony and unearthly. The youth saw that he was discovered, and a full sense of the desperate peril which hung over him rushed to his mind. He turned, and endeavoured to fly away from the fatal spot, but, as imagination frequently fetters the limbs in a nightmare, and involves the sleeper in danger from which he vainly attempts to run, so did his legs now refuse to perform their office. His brain whirled, his eyes grew dim, he grasped at the wall to save himself from falling, but his senses were deserting him, and he sank, fainting, upon the floor. He awoke from the trance into which he had fallen, and became aware that he was being moved along. Almost at the same instant his eyes fell upon the sinister countenance of Dick, who was carrying him by the feet. The other ruffian was supporting his head. They were lifting him down the staircase, upon the top step of which the candle was standing. All the incidents of the evening immediately returned to the memory of the wretched boy, who now only too well comprehended the desperate perils that surrounded him. The bottom of the staircase was reached. The villains deposited their burden for a moment in the passage, while Dick retraced his steps to fetch down the candle. And then a horrible conflict of feelings and inclinations took place in the bosom of the unhappy youth. He shut his eyes, and for an instant debating within himself whether he should remain silent or cry out. He dreamt of immediate, instantaneous death, and yet he thought that he was young to die, oh so young, and that men could not be such barbarians. But when the two ruffians stooped down to take him up again, fear surmounted all other sentiments, feelings, and inclinations, and his deep, his profound, his heartfelt agony was expressed in one long, loud, and piercing shriek. And then a fearful scene took place. The two villains carried the youth into the front room upon the ground floor, and laid him down for a moment. It was the same room to which he had first found his way upon entering that house. It was the room in which, by the glare of the evanescent lighting, he had seen that black square upon the dirty floor. For a few instants all was dark. At length the candle was brought by the man in the fustian coat. The youth glanced wildly around him, and speedily recognized that room. He remembered how deep a sensation of horror seized him when that black square upon the floor first caught his eyes. He raised himself upon his left arm, and once more looked around. Great God! Was it possible? That ominous blackness, that sinister square, was the mouth of a yawning gulf, the trapdoor of which was raised. A fetid smell rose from the depths below, and the gurgling of a current was faintly heard. The dread truth was in a moment made apparent to that unhappy boy, much more quickly than it occupies to relate or read. He started from his supine posture, and fell upon his knees at the feet of those merciless villains who had borne him thither. Mercy, I implore you! Oh, do not devote me to so horrible a death! Do not murder me!"
"Hold your noisy tongue, you fool!" ejaculated Bill brutally. "You have heard and seen too much for our safety. We can't do otherwise." "No, certainly not," added Dick. "You are now as fly to the fakement as any one of us." Spare me, and I will never betray you. Oh, do not send me out of this world so young, so very young. I have money, I have wealth, I am rich, and I will give you all I possess," ejaculated the agonized youth, his countenance wearing an expression of horrible despair. "Come, here's enough. Bill, lend a hand." And Dick seized the boy by one arm, while his companion took a firm hold of the other. "Mercy! Mercy!" shrieked the youth, struggling violently, but struggling vainly. "You will repent when you know I am not what I—" He said no more. His last words were uttered over the mouth of the chasm, ere the ruffians loosened their hold. And then he fell. The trap-door was closed violently over the aperture, and drowned the scream of agony which burst from his lips. The two murderers then retraced their steps to the apartment on the first floor. On the following day, about 1 o'clock, Mr. Markham, a gentleman of fortune residing in the northern environs of London, received the following letter: "The inscrutable decree of Providence have enabled the undersigned to warn you that this night a burglarious attempt will be made upon your dwelling. The wretches who contemplate this infamy are capable of a crime of much blacker dye. Beware. An unknown friend." This letter was written in a beautiful feminine hand. Due precaution was adopted at Mr. Markham's mansion,
but the attempt alluded to in the warning epistle was, for some reason or another, not made. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Cori Samuel. The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. Volume 1, Chapter 4, The Two Trees. It was between 8 and 9 o'clock on a delicious evening, about a week after the events related in the preceding chapters, that two youths issued from Mr. Markham's handsome but somewhat secluded dwelling in the northern part of the environs of London, and slowly ascended the adjacent hill. There was an interval of about 4 years between the ages of these youths, the elder being upwards of 19, and the younger about 15, but it was easy to perceive, by the resemblance which existed between them, that they were brothers. They walked at a short distance from each other, and exchanged not a word as they ascended the somewhat steep path which conducted them to the summit of the eminence that overlooked the mansion they had just left. The elder proceeded first, and from time to time he clenched his fists and knit his brows, and gave other silent but expressive indications of the angry passions which were concentrated in his breast. His brother followed him with downcast eyes, and with a countenance denoting the deep anguish that oppressed him. In this manner they arrived at the top of the hill, where they seated themselves upon a bench which stood between two young ash saplings. For a long time the brothers remained silent, but at length the younger of the two suddenly burst into tears, and exclaimed, "Oh, why, dearest Eugene, did we choose this spot to say farewell, perhaps for ever?" "We could not select a more appropriate one, Richard," returned the elder brother. 4 years ago those trees were planted by our hands, and we have ever since called them by our own names. When we were wont to separate, to repair to our respective schools, we came hither to talk over our plans, to arrange the periods of our correspondence, and to anticipate the pursuits that should engage us during the vacations. And when we returned from our seminaries, we hastened hither, hand in hand, to see how our trees flourished, and he was most joyous and proud whose sapling appeared to expand them more luxuriantly. If ever we quarrelled, Richard, it was here that we made our peace again, and, seated upon this bench, we have concocted plans for the future, which, haply, will never now be realised. "You are right, my dear brother," said Richard, after a pause, during which he appeared to reflect profoundly upon Eugene's words. "We could not have selected a better spot. Still it is all those happy days to which you allude that now render this moment the more bitter. Tell me, must you depart? Is there no alternative? Can I not intercede with our father? Surely he will not discard one so young as you, and whom he has loved, must still love, so tenderly." "Intercede with my father?" repeated Eugene, with an irony which seemed extraordinary in one of his tender age. "No, never. He has signified his desire. He has commanded me no longer to pollute his dwelling, those were his very words, and he shall be obeyed." "Our father was incensed, deeply incensed, when he spoke," urged Richard, whose voice was rendered almost inaudible by his sobs, "and tomorrow he will repent of his harshness towards you." "Our father had no right to blame me," said Eugene violently. "All that has occurred originated in his own conduct towards me. The behaviour of a parent to his son is the element of that son's ruin or success in after life." "I know not how you can reproach our father, Eugene," said Richard, somewhat reproachfully, "for he has ever conducted himself with tenderness towards us, and since the death of our dear mother—" "You are yet too young, Richard," interrupted Eugene impatiently,
to comprehend the nature of the accusation which I bring against my father. I will, however, attempt to enable you to understand my meaning, so that you may not imagine that I am acting with duplicity when I endeavour to find a means of extenuation, if not of justification, for my own conduct. My father lavished his gold upon my education, as he also did upon yours, and he taught us from childhood to consider ourselves the sons of wealthy parents, who would enable their children to move with éclair in an elevated sphere of life. It was just this day a year that I joined my regiment at Knightsbridge. I suddenly found myself thrown amongst gay, dissipated, and wealthy young men, my brother officers. Many of them were old acquaintances, and had been my companions at the Royal Military College at Sandhurst. They speedily enlisted me in all their pleasures and debaucheries, and my expenditure soon exceeded my pay and my allowance. I became involved in debts, and was compelled to apply to my father to relieve me from my embarrassments. I wrote a humble and submissive letter, expressing contrition for my faults, and promising to avoid similar pursuits in future. Indeed, I was wearied of the dissipation into which I had plunged, and should have profited well by the experience my short career of pleasure and folly had enabled me to acquire. I trembled upon that verge when my father could either ruin or save me. He did not reply to my letter, and I had not courage to seek an interview with him. Again did I write to him, no answer. I had lost money at private play, and had contracted debts in the same manner. Those, Richard, are called debts of honour, and must be paid in full to your creditor, however wealthy he may be, even though your servants and tradesmen should be cheated out of their hard-earned and perhaps much-needed money altogether. I wrote a third time to our father, and still no notice was taken of my appeal. The officers to whom I owed the money lost at play began to look coldly upon me, and I was reduced to a state of desperation. Still I waited for a few days, and for a fourth time wrote to my father. It appears that he was resolved to make me feel the inconvenience of the position in which I had placed myself by my follies, and he sent me no answer. I then called at the house, and he refused to see me. This you know, Richard. What could I do? Driven mad by constant demands for money, which I could not pay, and smarting under the chilling glances and taunting allusions of my brother officers, I sold my commission. You are acquainted with the rest. I came home, threw myself at my father's feet, and he spurned me away from him. Richard, was my crime so very great? And has not the unjust, the extreme severity of my father been the cause of all my afflictions? I dare not judge between you, said Richard mildly. But what does common sense suggest? Demanded Eugene. Doubtless our father knows best, returned the younger brother. Old men are often wrong in spite of their experience, in spite of their years, persisted Eugene. My dear brother, said Richard, I am afraid to exercise my judgment in a case where I stand a chance of rebelling against my father or questioning his wisdom, and, at the same time, I am anxious to believe everything in your justification. I knew that you would not comprehend me, exclaimed Eugene impatiently. It is ridiculous not to dare to have an opinion of one's own. My dear brother, he added, turning suddenly round, you have been to Eton to little purpose. I thought that nearly as much of the world was to be seen there as at Sandhurst. I find that I was mistaken. And Eugene felt and looked annoyed at the turn which the conversation had taken. Richard was unhappy, and remained silent. In the meantime the sun had set, and the darkness was gradually becoming more intense. Suddenly Eugene grasped his brother's hand, and exclaimed, "Richard, I shall now depart." "Impossible!" cried the warm-hearted youth. "You will not leave me thus. You will not abandon your father also, for a hasty word that he has spoken, and which he will gladly recall tomorrow. Oh no, Eugene, you will not leave the dwelling in which you were born, and where you have passed so many happy hours. What will become of you? What do you purpose? What plan have you in view?" "I have a few guineas in my pocket," returned Eugene, "and many a princely fortune has been based upon a more slender foundation."
"Yes," said Richard hastily.
"You read of fortunes being easily acquired in novels and romances, and in past times persons may have enriched themselves suddenly. But in the great world of the present day, Eugene, I am afraid that such occurrences are rare and seldom seen." "You know nothing of the world, Richard," said Eugene, almost contemptuously. "There are thousands of persons in London who live well and keep up splendid establishments without any apparent resources, and I am man of the world enough to be well aware that those always thrive the best in the long run who have the least to lose at starting. At all events, I shall try my fortune. I will not, cannot succumb to a parent who has caused my ruin at my very first entrance into life."
"May God prosper your pursuits, and send you the fortune which you appear to aim at," ejaculated Richard fervently. "But once again, and for the last time, let me implore you, let me entreat you not to push this rash and hasty resolve into execution. Do stay. Do not leave me, my dearest, dearest brother."
"Richard, not all the powers of human persuasion shall induce me to abandon my present determination," cried Eugene emphatically, and rising from the bench as he spoke. "It is growing late, and I must depart. Now listen, my dear boy, to what I have to say to you."
"Speak, speak," murmured Richard, sobbing as if his heart would break.
"All will yet be well," said Eugene, slightly touched by his brother's profound affliction. "I am resolved not to set foot in my father's house again. You must return thither and pack me up my papers and my necessaries."
"And you will not leave this spot until my return?" said Richard.
"Solemnly I promise that," answered Eugene. "But stay, on your part you must faithfully pledge yourself not to seek my father, nor in any way interfere between him and me. Nay, do not remonstrate, you must promise."
"I promise you all, anything you require," said Richard mournfully, and, after affectionately embracing his brother, he hurried down the hill towards the mansion, turning back from time to time to catch a glimpse of Eugene's figure through the increasing gloom, to satisfy himself that he was still there between the two saplings. Richard entered the house, and stole softly up to the bedroom which his brother usually occupied when at home. He began his mournful task of putting together the few things which Eugene has desired him to select, and while he was thus employed, the tears rolled down his cheeks in torrents. At one moment he was inclined to hurry to his father, and implore him to interfere in time to prevent Eugene's departure. But he remembered his solemn promise, and he would not break it. Assuredly this was a sense of honour so extreme that it might be denominated false, but it was, nevertheless, the sentiment which controlled all the actions of him who cherished it. Tenderly, dearly as he loved his brother, bitterly as he deplored his intended departure, he still would not forfeit his word and take the simple step which would probably have averted the much dreaded evil. Richard's sense of honour and inflexible integrity triumphed on all occasions over every other consideration, feeling, and desire, and of this characteristic of his brother's nature Eugene was well aware. Richard had made a small package of the articles which he had selected, and was about to leave the room to return to his brother, when the sound of a footstep in the passage, communicating with a chamber, suddenly fell upon his ear. Scarcely had he time to recover from the alarm into which this circumstance had thrown him, when the door slowly opened, and the butler entered the apartment. He was a man of about 50 years of age, with a jolly red face, a somewhat bulbous nose, small laughing eyes, short grey hair standing upright in front, whiskers terminating an inch above his white cravat, and in person considerably inclined to corpulency. In height he was about 5 feet 7 inches, and had a peculiar shuffling rapid walk, which he had learnt by some 25 years' practice in little journeys from the sideboard to the dining room to his own pantry, and back again. He was possessed of an excellent heart, and was a good-humoured companion, but pompous and swelling with importance in the presence of those whom he considered his inferiors. He was particularly addicted to hard words, and as, to use his own expression, he was self-taught, it is not to be wondered if he occasionally gave those aforesaid hard words a pronunciation and a meaning which militated a little against received rules. In attire he was unequalled for the whiteness of his cravat, the exuberance of his shirt-frill, the elegance of his waistcoat, the set of his kerseymere tights, and the punctilious neatness of his black silk stockings and his well-polished shoes. "Well, Master Richard," said the butler, as he shuffled into the room with a white napkin under his left arm, "what in the name of everything indivisible is the matter now?" "Nothing, nothing, Whittingham," replied the youth. "You had better go downstairs. My father may want you." "If so be your father wants anything, Tom will despond to the summons as usual," said the butler, leisurely seating himself upon a chair close to the table whereon Richard had placed his package. "But might I be so familiar as to inquire into the insignification of that bundle of shirts and handkerchers?" "Whittingham, I implore you to beg me no questions. I am in a hurry, and—" "Master Richard, Master Richard," cried the butler, shaking his head gravely, "I'm very much afeard that something preposterous is about to incur. I could not remain an entire stranger to all that has transpirated this day, and now I know what it is," he added, slapping his right hand smartly upon his thigh. "Your brothers are going to amputate it." "To what?" "To cut it, then, if you reprehend that better. But it shan't be done, Master Richard, it shan't be done." "Whittingham!" "That's my nomenclature, Master Richard," said the old man doggedly, "and it was one of the fust you ever learned to pronounce. Behold ye, Master Richard, I have a right to speak, for I have knowed you both from your cradles, and loved you too. Who was it, when you came into this sublunary sphere, who was it as nussed you, and—" "Good Whittingham, I know all that, and—" "I have no overdue curiosity to satisfy, Master Richard," observed the butler, "but my soul's inflicted to think that you and Master Eugene couldn't make a friend of old Whittingham. I feel it here, Master Richard, here in my bosom." And the worthy old domestic dealt himself a tremendous blow upon the chest as he uttered these words. "I must leave you now, Whittingham, and I desire you to remain here until my return," said Richard. "Do you hear, Whittingham?" "Yes, Master Richard, but I don't choose to do as you would wish in this here instance. I shall follow you." "What, Whittingham?" "I shall follow you, sir." "Well, you can do that," said Richard, suddenly remembering that his brother had in any wise cautioned him against such an intervention as this. "And pray God it may lead to some good." "Ah, now I see that I am rarely wanted," said the butler, a smile of satisfaction playing upon his rubicund countenance. Richard now led the way from the apartment, the butler following him in a stately manner. They descended the stairs, crossed the garden, and entered the path which led to the top of the hill. "Two trees, I suppose?" said the old domestic inquiringly. "Yes, he is there," answered Richard, "but the reminiscence of the times, when we planted those saplings, has failed to induce him to abandon a desperate resolution." "Ah, he hain't got Master Richard's heart, I always knowed that," mused the old man, half audibly, as he trudged along. "There are them two lads, fine tall youths, both black hair and intelligible black eyes, admirably formed, straight as arrows, and yet so diversified in disposition." Richard and the butler now reached the top of the hill. Eugene was seated upon the bench in a deep reverie, and it was not until his brother and the faithful old domestic stood before him that he awoke from that fit of abstraction. "What! Is that you, Whittingham?" he exclaimed, the moment he recognised the butler. "Richard, I did not think you would have done this." "It wasn't Master Richard's fault, sir," said Whittingham. "I was rather too wide awake not to smell what was going on by virtue of my factory nerves, and so—" "My dear Whittingham," hastily interrupted Eugene, "I know that you are a faithful servant to my father, and very much attached to us. On that very account,
pray do not interfere."
"Interfere!" ejaculated Whittingham, thoroughly amazed at being thus addressed, while a tear started into his eye. "Not interfere, Master Eugene? Well, I'm regularly flabbergasted."
"My mind is made up," said Eugene, "and no persuasion shall alter its decision. I am my own master. My father's conduct has emancipated me from all deference to parental authority. Richard, you have brought my things. We must now say adieu."
"My dearest brother, Master Eugene, whither are you going?"
"I am on the road to fame and fortune."
"Alas!" said Richard mournfully, "you may perhaps find that this world is not so fruitful in resources as you now imagine."
"All remonstrances, all objections are vain," interrupted Eugene impatiently. "We must say adieu. But one word more," he added, after an instant's pause, as a sudden thought seemed to strike him. "You doubt the possibility of my success in life, and I feel confident of it. Do you pursue your career under the auspices of that parent in whose wisdom you so blindly repose. I will follow mine, dependent only on mine own resources. This is the 10th of July, 1831. 12 years hence, on the 10th of July, 1843, we will meet again upon this very spot, between the two trees, if they be still standing. Remember the appointment. We will then compare notes relative to our success in life."
The moment he had uttered these words, Eugene hastily embraced his brother, who now struggled in vain to retain him, and, having wrung the hand of the old butler, who was now sobbing like a child, the discarded son threw his little bundle over his shoulder and hurried away from the spot. So precipitately did he descend the hill in the direction leading away from the mansion and towards the multitudinous metropolis at a little distance, that he was out of sight before his brother or Whittingham even thought of pursuing him. They lingered for some time upon the summit of the hill without exchanging a word, and then, maintaining the same silence, slowly retraced their steps towards the mansion. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Cori Samuel. The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. Volume 1, Chapter 5. Eligible Acquaintances. 4 years passed away. During that interval, no tidings of the discarded son reached the disconsolate father and unhappy brother, and all the exertions of the former to discover some trace of the fugitive were fruitless. Vainly did he lavish considerable sums upon that object. Uselessly did he dispatch emissaries to all the great manufacturing towns of England, as well as to the principal capitals of Europe, to endeavour to procure some information of him whom he would have received as the prodigal son, and to welcome whose return he would have killed the fatted calf. All his measures to discover his son's retreat were unavailing. At length, after a lapse of 4 years, he sank into the tomb, the victim of a broken heart. A few days previous to his death, he made a will in favour of his remaining son, the guardianship of whom he entrusted to a Mr. Munro, who was an opulent city merchant, and an old and sincere friend. Thus, at the age of 19, Richard found himself his own master, with a handsome allowance to meet his present wants, and with a large fortune in the perspective of 2 years more. Mr. Munro, feeling the utmost confidence in the young man's discretion and steadiness, permitted him to reside in the old family mansion, and interfered with him and his pursuits as little as possible. The ancient abode of the family of Markham was a spacious and commodious building, but of heavy and sombre appearance. This gloomy aspect of the architecture was increased by the venerable trees, that formed a dense rampart of verdure around the edifice. The grounds belonging to the house were not extensive, but were tastefully laid out, and within the enclosure over which the dominion of Richard Markham extended was the green hill surmounted by the 2 ash trees. From the summit of that eminence the mighty metropolis might be seen in all its vastitude, that metropolis whose single heart was agitated with so many myriads of conflicting passions, warring interests, and opposite feelings. Perhaps a dozen pages of laboured description will not afford the reader a better idea of the characters and dispositions of the 2 brother than that which has already been conveyed by their conversation and conduct detailed in the preceding chapter. Eugene was all selfishness and egotism, Richard all generosity and frankness, the former deceitful, astute, and crafty, the latter honourable even to a fault. With Eugene, for the present, we have little to do. The course of our narrative follows the fortunes of Richard Markham. The disposition of this young man was somewhat reserved, although by no means misanthropical nor melancholy. That characteristic resulted only from the domesticated nature of his habits. He was attached to literary pursuits, and frequently passed entire hours together in his study, poring over works of a scientific and instructive nature. When he stirred abroad for the purpose of air and exercise, he preferred a long ramble upon foot, amongst the fields in the vicinity of his dwelling, to a parade of himself and his fine horse amid the busy haunts of wealth and fashion at the West End of London. It was, nevertheless, upon a beautiful afternoon in the month of August 1835, that Richard appeared amongst the loungers in Hyde Park. He was on foot, and attired in deep mourning, but his handsome countenance, symmetrical form, and thoroughly genteel and unassuming air attracted attention. Parliament had been prorogued a fortnight before, and all London was said to be out of town. Albeit it was evident that a considerable portion of London was in town, for there were many gorgeous equipages rolling along the drive, and the enclosure was pretty well sprinkled with well-dressed groups, and dotted with solitary fashionable gentlemen upon foot. From the carriages that rolled past, many bright eyes were, for a moment, turned upon Richard, and in these equipages there were not wanting young female bosoms, which heaved at the contrast afforded by that tall and elegant youth, so full of vigour and health, and whose countenance beamed with intelligence, and the old, emaciated, and semi-childish husbands seated by their sides, and whose wealth had purchased their hands, but never succeeded in obtaining their hearts. Richard, wearied with his walk, seated himself upon a bench, and contemplated with some interest the moving pageantry before him. He was thus occupied when he was suddenly accosted by a stranger, who seated himself by his side in an easy manner, and addressed some commonplace observation to him. This individual was a man of about 32, elegantly attired, agreeable in his manners, and prepossessing in appearance. Under this superficial tegument of gentility, a quicker eye than Richard Markham's would have detected a certain swagger in his gait, and a kind of dashing recklessness about him, which produced an admirable effect upon the vulgar or the inexperienced, but which were not calculated to inspire immediate confidence in the thorough man of the world. Richard was, however, all frankness and honour himself, and he did not scruple to return such an answer to the stranger's remark as was calculated to encourage farther conversation. "I see the Count is abroad again," observed the stranger, following with his eyes one of the horsemen in the drive. "Poor fellow, he has been playing at hide-and-seek for a long time." "Indeed, and wherefore?" exclaimed Richard. "What! Are you a stranger in London, sir?" cried the well-dressed gentleman, transferring his eyes from the horseman to Markham's countenance, on which they were fixed with an expression of surprise and interest. "Very nearly so, although a resident in its immediate vicinity all my life." "And With the natural ingenuousness of youth, Richard immediately communicated his entire history, from beginning to end, to his new acquaintance. Of a surety there was not much to relate, but the stranger succeeded in finding out who the young man was, under what circumstances he was now living, and the amount of his present and future resources. "Of course you mean to see life," said the stranger. "Certainly. I have already studied the great world by the means of books." "But of course you know there is nothing like experience." "I can understand how experience is necessary to a man who is anxious to make a fortune, but not to him who has already got one." "Oh, decidedly. It is frequently more difficult to keep a fortune than it was to obtain one." "How, if I do not speculate?" "No, but others will speculate upon you." "I really cannot comprehend you. As I do not wish to increase my means, having enough, I shall neither speculate with my own, nor allow people to speculate with it for me, and thus I can run no risk of losing what I possess." The stranger gazed, half incredulously, upon Markham for a minute, and then his countenance expressed a species of sneer. "You have never played?" "Played? At?" "At cards, for money, I mean." "Oh, never." "So much the better. Never do. Unless," added the stranger, "it is entirely amongst friends and men of honour. But will you avail yourself of my humble vehicle, and take one turn around the drive?" The stranger pointed as he spoke to a very handsome phaeton and pair at a little distance, and attended by a dapper-looking servant in light blue livery with silver lace. "Might I have the honour of being acquainted with the name of a gentleman who exhibits so much kindness?" "My dear sir, I really must apologise for my sin of omission. You confided your own circumstances so frankly to me that I cannot do otherwise than show you equal confidence in return. Besides, amongst men of honour," he continued, laying particular stress upon a word which is only so frequently used to be abused, "such communications, you know, are necessary. I do not like that system of familiarity based on no tenable grounds, which is now becoming so prevalent in London. For instance, nothing is more common than for one gentleman to meet another in Bond Street, or the Park, or in Burlington Arcade, for example's sake, and for the one to say to the other, 'My dear friend, how are you? Quite well, old fellow, thank you, but, by the by, I really forget your name.' However," added the fashionable gentleman with a smile, "here is my card. My town quarters are Long's Hotel, my country seat is in Berkshire, and my shooting box is in Scotland, at all of which I shall be most happy to see you." Richard, who was not only highly satisfied with the candour and openness of his new friend, but also very much pleased and amused with him, returned suitable acknowledgments for this kind invitation, and glancing his eyes over the card which had been placed in his hands, perceived that he was conversing with the Honourable Arthur Chichester. As they were moving towards the phaeton, a gentleman elegantly attired, of about the middle age, and particularly fascinating in his manners, accosted Mr. Chichester. "Ah, who would have thought of meeting you here, when London is actually empty, and am ashamed of being yet left in it? Our mutual friend the Duke assured me that you were gone to Italy." "The Duke always has some joke at my expense," returned Mr. Chichester. "He was once the cause of a very lovely girl committing suicide. She was the only one I ever loved, and he one day declared in her presence that I had just embarked for America. Poor thing, she went straight up to her room and—" "And?" echoed Richard. "Took poison," added Mr. Chichester, turning away his head for a moment, and drawing an elegant cambric handkerchief across his eyes. "Good heavens!" ejaculated Markham. "Let me not trouble you with my private afflictions. Sir Rupert, allow me to introduce my friend, Mr. Markham. Mr. Markham, Sir Rupert Harborough." The two gentlemen bowed, and the introduction was effected. "Whither are you bound?" inquired Sir Rupert. "We were thinking of an hour's drive," leisurely replied Mr. Chichester, "and then it was my intention to have asked my friend Mr. Markham to dine with me at Long's. Will you join us, Sir Rupert?"
"Upon my honour, nothing would give me greater pleasure, but I am engaged to meet the Duke at Tattersall's, and I am then under a solemn promise to dine and pass the evening with Diana."
"Always gallant, always attentive to the ladies," exclaimed Mr. Chichester.
"You know, my dear fellow, that Diana is so amiable, so talented, so fascinating, so accomplished, and so bewitching that I can refuse her nothing. It is true her wants and whims are somewhat expensive at times, but—"
"Harborough, I am surprised at you. What? Complain of the fantasies of the most beautiful woman in London, if not in England? You, a man of 7,000 a year, and who at the death of an uncle—"
"Upon my honour, I begrudge her nothing," interrupted Sir Rupert, complacently stroking his chin with his elegantly gloved hand.
"But, by the way, if you will honour me and Diana with your company this evening, and if Mr. Markham will also condescend—" "With much pleasure," said Mr. Chichester. "And I am sure that my friend Mr. Markham will avail himself of this opportunity of forming the acquaintance of the most beautiful and fascinating woman in England."
Richard bowed. He dared not attempt an excuse. He had heard himself dubbed the friend of the Honourable Mr. Arthur Chichester. His ears had caught an intimation of a dinner at Long's, which he knew by report to be the headquarters of that section of the fashionable world that consists of single young gentlemen, and he now found himself suddenly engaged to pass the evening with Sir Rupert Harborough, and a lady of whom all he knew was that her name was Diana, and that she was the most beautiful and fascinating creature in England. Truly, all this was enough to dazzle him, and he accordingly resigned himself to Mr. Arthur Chichester's goodwill and pleasure. Sir Rupert Harborough now remembered that he must not keep the Duke waiting, and having kissed the tip of his lemon-coloured glove to Mr. Chichester, and made a semi-ceremonious, semi-gracious bow to Markham, that kind of bow whose formality is tempered by the blandness of the smile accompanying it, he hastened away. It may be, however, mentioned as a singular circumstance, and as a proof of how little he cared about keeping the Duke waiting, that, instead of proceeding towards Tattersall's, he departed in the direction of Oxford Street. This little incident was, however, unnoticed by Richard, for the simple reason that, at this epoch of his life, he did not know where Tattersall's was. "What did you think of my friend the Baronet?" inquired Mr. Chichester, as they rolled leisurely along the drive in the elegant phaeton. "I am quite delighted with him," answered Richard, "and if her ladyship be only as agreeable as her husband—" "Excuse me, but you must not call her her ladyship. Address her and speak of her simply as Mrs. Arlington." "I am really at a loss to comprehend—" "My dear friend," said Chichester, sinking his voice, although there was no danger of being overheard, "Diana is not the wife of Sir Rupert Harborough. The baronet is unmarried, and this lady—" "Is his mistress," added Markham hastily. "In that case I most certainly shall not accept the kind invitation I received for this evening." "Nonsense, my dear friend. You must adapt your behaviour to the customs of the sphere in which you move. You belong to the aristocracy, like me, and like the baronet. In the upper class, even supposing you have a wife, she is only an encumbrance. Nothing is so characteristic of want of gentility as to marry early. And as for children, pah, they are the very essence of vulgarity. Then, of course, every man of fashion in London has his mistress, even though he keeps her only for the sake of his friends. This is quite allowable amongst the aristocracy. Remember, I am not advocating the cause of immorality. I would not have every butcher and tea-dealer and linen-draper do the same. God forbid! Then it would indeed be the height of depravity." "Since it is the fashion, and you assure me that there is nothing wrong in this connection between the baronet and Mrs. Arlington, at least, that the usages of high life admit it, I will not advance any further scruples," said Richard, although he had a slight suspicion, like the ringing of far distant bells in the ears,
that the doctrine which his companion had just propounded was not based upon the most tenable grounds. It was now 6:30 in the evening, and, one after the other, the splendid equipages and gay horsemen withdrew in somewhat rapid succession. The weather was nevertheless still exquisitely fine. Indeed, it was the most enchanting portion of the entire day. The sky was of a soft and serene azure, upon which appeared here and there thin vapours of snowy white, motionless and still, for not a breath of wind stirred the leaf upon the tree. Never did Naples, nor Albano, nor Sorrentum boast a more beautiful horizon, and, as the sun sank towards the western verge, he bathed all that the eye could embrace, earth and sky, dwelling and grove, garden and field, in a glorious flood of golden light. At 7 o'clock, Mr. Chichester and his new acquaintance sat down to dinner in the coffee-room of Long's Hotel. The turtle was unexceptionable, the iced punch faultless. Then came the succulent neck of venison, and the prime Madeira. The dinner passed off pleasantly enough, and Richard was more and more captivated with his friend. He was, however, somewhat astonished at the vast quantities of wine which the Honourable Mr. Chichester swallowed, apparently without the slightest inconvenience to himself. Mr. Chichester diverted him with amusing anecdotes, lively sallies, and extraordinary narratives, and Richard found that his new friend had not only travelled all over Europe, but was actually the bosom friend of some of the most powerful of its sovereigns. These statements, moreover, rather appeared to slip forth in the course of conversation than to be made purposely, and thus they were stamped with an additional air of truth and importance. At about 9:30, the Honourable Mr. Chichester proposed to adjourn to the lodgings of Mrs. Arlington. Richard, who had been induced by the example of his friend, and by the excitement of an interesting conversation, to imbibe more wine than he was accustomed to take, was now delighted with the prospect of passing an agreeable evening, and he readily acceded to Mr. Chichester's proposal. Mrs. Arlington occupied splendidly furnished apartments on the first and second floors over a music shop in Bond Street. Thither, therefore, did the two gentlemen repair on foot, and in a short time they were introduced into the drawing-room, where the baronet and his fair companion were seated. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Cori Samuel. The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. Volume 1, Chapter 6, Mrs. Arlington. The Honourable Mr. Arthur Chichester had not exaggerated his description of the beauty of the enchantress, for so she was called by the male portion of her admirers. Indeed, she was of exquisite loveliness. Her dark brown hair was arranged en bandeau, and parted over a forehead polished as marble. Her eyes were large, and of that soft, dark, melting blue which seems to form a heaven of promises and bliss to gladden the beholder. She was not above the middle height of woman, but her form was modelled to the most exquisite and voluptuous symmetry. Her figure reminded the spectator of the body of the wasp, so taper was the waist, and so exuberant was the swell of the bust. Her mouth was small and pouting, but when she smiled, the parting roses of the lips displayed a set of teeth white as the pearls of the East. Her hand would have made the envy of a queen. And yet, above all these charms, a certain something, which could not be exactly denominated boldness, nor effrontery, but which was the very reverse of extreme reserve, immediately struck Richard Markham. He could not define the fault he had to find with this beautiful woman, and still there was something in her manners which seemed to proclaim that she did not possess the tranquillity and ease of a wife. She appeared to be constantly aiming at the display of the accomplishments of her mind, or the graces of her attitudes. She seemed to court admiration by every word and every motion, and to keep alive in the mind of the baronet the passion with which she had inspired him. She possessed not that confidence and contented reliance upon the idea of unalienable affections which characterize the wife. She seemed to be well aware that no legal nor religious ties connected the baronet to her, and she, therefore, kept her imagination perpetually upon the rack to weave new artificial bonds to cast around him, and, as if each action or each word of the baronet severed those bonds of silk and wreathed flowers, she found, Penelope-like, that at short intervals her labours were to be achieved over again. This constant state of mental anxiety and excitement imparted a corresponding restlessness to her body, and those frequent changes of attitude which were originally intended to develop the graces of her person, or allow her lover's eye to catch short glimpses of her heaving bosom of snow, now became a settled habit. Nevertheless, she was a lovely and fascinating woman, and one for whom a young heart would undertake 1,000 sacrifices. By accident, Richard was seated next to Mrs. Arlington upon the sofa. He soon perceived that she was, indeed, as accomplished as the baronet had represented her to be, and her critical opinions upon the current literature, dramatic novelties, and new music of the day were delivered with judgment and good taste. Richard could not help glancing from time to time in admiration at her beautiful countenance, animated as it now was with the excitement of the topics of discourse, and whenever her large blue eyes met his, a deep blush suffused his countenance, and he knew not what he said or did. "Well, what shall we do to amuse ourselves?" said Chichester, at the expiration of about an hour, during which coffee had been handed round. "Upon my honour," exclaimed the baronet, "I am perfectly indifferent. What say you to a game of whist or écarté?" "Just as you choose," said Chichester carelessly. At this moment the door opened, and a roguish-looking little tiger, a lad of about 14, in a chocolate-coloured livery, with 3 rows of bright-crested buttons down his Prussian jacket, entered to announce another guest.
"Halloa, old chap, how are you?"
he exclaimed, in a tone of most ineffable vulgarity.
"Harborough, how are you? Chichester, my tulip, how goes it?"
The baronet hastened to receive this extraordinary visitor, and, as he shook hands with him, whispered something in his ear. The stranger immediately turned towards Richard, to whom he was introduced by the name of Mr. Augustus Talbot. This gentleman and the baronet then conversed together for a few moments, and Chichester, drawing near Markham, seized the opportunity of observing, "Talbot is an excellent fellow, a regular John Bull, not over-polished, but enormously rich and well-connected. You will see that he is not more cultivated in mind than in manners, but he would go to the devil to do anyone a service, and somehow or another you can't help liking the fellow when once you know him." "Any friend of yours or of the baronet's will be agreeable to me," said Richard, "and, provided he is a man of honour, a little roughness of manner should be readily overlooked." "You speak like a man of the world, and as a man of honour yourself," said Mr. Chichester. Meantime, the baronet and Mr. Talbot had seated themselves, and the Honourable Mr. Chichester returned to his own chair. The conversation then became general. "I didn't know that you were in town, Talbot," said Mr. Chichester. "And I forgot to mention it," observed the baronet. "Or rather," said the lady, "you meditated a little surprise for your friend Mr. Chichester." "I hope you've been well, ma'am, since I saw you last, that is the day before yesterday," said Mr. Talbot. "You was complaining then of a slight cold, and I recommended a treacle posset and a stocking tied round the throat." "My dear Mr. Talbot, take some liqueur," cried the baronet, rising hastily, and purposely knocking down his chair to drown the remainder of Mr. Talbot's observation.
"But I dare say you didn't follow my advice, ma'am," pursued Mr. Talbot, with the most imperturbable gravity. "For my part, I am suffering dreadful with a bad foot. I'll tell you how it were, ma'am. I've got a nasty soft corn on my little toe, and so what must I do? But yesterday morning I takes my razor, sharpens it upon the patent strap, and goes for to cut off Master Corn. But, instead of cutting the corn, I nearly sliced my toe off, and— By the way, Diana, has the young gentleman called yet, whom we met the other evening at the opera?" said the baronet, abruptly interrupting this vulgar tirade. "Do you mean the effeminate youth whom we dubbed the handsome unknown?" said the enchantress. "Yes, he who was so very mysterious, but who seemed so excessively anxious to form our acquaintance." "He promised to call some evening this week," answered Diana, "and play a game of écarté. He told me that he was invincible at écarté." "Talking of écarté, let us play a game," ejaculated Mr. Chichester, who was sitting on thorns lest Mr. Talbot should commence his vulgarities again. "Well, I'll take a hand with pleasure,"
said this individual, and then turning towards Diana, he added, "I will tell you the rest of the adventure about the soft corn another time, ma'am." "What a nuisance this is," whispered Chichester to the baronet. "The young fellow does stare so." "You must give him some explanation or other," hastily replied the baronet, "or I'll tell Diana to say something presently that will smooth down matters." The cards were produced, and Mr. Talbot and the Honourable Mr. Chichester sat down to play. Rupert backed the former, and considerable sums in gold and notes were placed upon the table. Presently the lady turned towards Richard, and said with a smile, "Are you fond of écarté? I must venture a guinea upon Mr. Chichester. Sir Rupert is betting against him, and I love to oppose Sir Rupert at cards. You will see how I shall tease him presently." With these words, the enchantress rose and seated herself near Mr. Chichester. Of course Markham did the same, and in a very short time he was induced by the lady to follow her and back the same side which she supported. Mr. Chichester, however, had a continued run of ill luck, and lost every rubber. Richard was thus the loser of about 30 sovereigns, but he was somewhat consoled by having so fair a companion in his bad fortune. He would have suffered himself to be persuaded by her to persist in backing Mr. Chichester, as she positively assured him that the luck must change, had not that gentleman himself suddenly risen, thrown down the cards, and declared that he would play no more.
"Would you, ma'am, like to take Mr. Chichester's place?" said Mr. Talbot.
Mr. Chichester shook his head to the baronet, and the baronet did the same to Diana, and Diana accordingly declined. The card table was therefore abandoned, and Mrs. Arlington, at the request of Sir Rupert, seated herself at the piano. Without any affectation, she sang and accompanied herself upon the instrument in a manner that quite ravished the heart of Richard Markham. Suddenly the entire house echoed with the din of the front door knocker, and almost simultaneously the bell was rung with violence. In a few moments the young tiger announced Mr. Walter Sidney. He was a youth, apparently not more than 19 or 20, of middle height and very slim. He wore a tight blue military frock coat buttoned up to the throat, ample black kerseymere trousers, which did not, however, conceal the fact that he was the least thing knock-kneed, and a hat with tolerably broad brims. His feet and hands were small to a fault. His long light chestnut hair flowed in luxuriant undulations over the collar of his coat, even upon his shoulders, and gave him a peculiarly feminine appearance. His delicate complexion, upon the pure red and white of which the dark dyes of no beard had yet infringed, wore a deep blush as he entered the room. "Mr. Sidney, you are welcome," said Mrs. Arlington, in a manner calculated to reassure the bashful youth. "It was but an hour ago that we were talking of you, and wondering why we had not received the pleasure of a visit." "Madam, you are too kind," replied Mr. Sidney, in a tone which sounded upon the ear like a silver bell, so soft and beautiful was its cadence. "I am afraid that I am intruding. I had hoped to find you alone. I mean yourself and Sir Rupert Harborough, and I perceive that you have company." He stammered, became confounded with excuses, and then glanced at his attire, as much as to intimate that he was in a walking dress. Both the baronet and Diana hastened to welcome him in such a manner as to speedily place him upon comfortable terms with himself once more, and he was then introduced to Mr. Chichester, Mr. Talbot, and Mr. Markham. The moment the name of Markham was mentioned, the youthful visitor started perceptibly, and then fixed his intelligent hazel eyes upon the countenance of Richard with an expression of the most profound interest mingled with surprise. Mr. Chichester made an observation at the same moment, and Sidney immediately afterwards entered with ease and apparent pleasure into a conversation which turned upon the most popular topics of the day. Richard was astonished at the extreme modesty, propriety, and good sense with which that effeminate and bashful youth expressed himself, and even the baronet, who was in reality well informed, listened to his interesting visitor with attention and admiration. Still, there was a species of extreme delicacy in his tastes, as evidenced by his remarks, which bordered at times upon a fastidiousness, if not an inexperience actually puerile or feminine. At 11:30 supper was served up, and the party sat down to that most welcome and sociable of all meals. It was truly diverting to behold the manner in which Mr. Talbot fell, tooth and nail, upon the delicacies which he heaped upon his plate, and his applications to the wine bottle were to correspond. At one time he expressed his regret that it was too vulgar to drink half and half, and on another he vented his national prejudices against those who maintained that Perigord pies were preferable to rump steaks, or that claret was more exquisite than port or sherry. Once, when it would appear Mr. Chichester kicked him under the table, he roared out a request that his soft corn might be remembered, and as his friends were by no means anxious for a second edition of that interesting narrative, especially before Mr. Walter Sidney, they adopted the prudent alternative of conveying their remonstrances to him by means of winks instead of kicks. After supper, Mr. Talbot insisted upon making a huge bowl of punch in his own fashion, but he found that Mr. Chichester would alone aid him in disposing of it. As for Mr. Walter Sidney, he never appeared to do more than touch the brim of the wine-glass with his lips. In a short time, Mr. Talbot insisted upon practising his vocal powers by singing a hunting song, and was deeply indignant with his friends because they would not join in the very impressive but somewhat common chorus of "Fal-de-lal-lal, fal-de-lal-la." It is impossible to say what Mr. Talbot would have done next, but, much to the horror of the baronet, Mr. Chichester, and Diana, and equally to the surprise of Richard Markham and Walter Sidney, he suddenly lost his balance and fell heavily upon the floor and into a sound sleep simultaneously. "What a pity!" said Mr. Chichester, shaking his head mournfully and glancing down upon the prostrate gentleman, as if he were pronouncing a funeral oration over his remains. "This is his only fault, and as it happens every night, it begins materially to disfigure his character. Otherwise he is an excellent fellow, and immensely rich." At this moment the eyes of Richard caught those of Walter Sidney. An ill-concealed expression of superlative contempt and ineffable disgust was visible upon the handsome countenance of the latter, and the proud curl of his lip manifested his opinion of the scene he had just witnessed. In a few moments he rose to depart. To Diana he was only coldly polite, to the baronet and Chichester superbly distant and constrained, but towards Markham, as he took leave of him, there was a cordiality in his manner, and a sincerity in the desire which he expressed, that they should meet again, which formed a remarkable contrast with his behaviour towards the others. That night Slumber seemed to evade the eyes of Richard Markham. The image of Mrs. Arlington, and all that she had said, and the various graceful and voluptuous attitudes into which she had thrown herself, occupied his imagination. At times, however, his thoughts wandered to that charming youth, that mere boy, who seemed to court his friendship, and who was so delicate and so fragile to encounter the storms and vicissitudes of that world in whose dizzy vortex he was already found. Nor less did Richard ever and anon experience a sentiment of profound surprise that the elegant and wealthy Sir Rupert Harborough, the accomplished and lovely Diana, and the fastidious Mr. Arthur Chichester should tolerate the society of such an unmitigated vulgarian as Mr. Talbot. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Cori Samuel. The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. Volume 1, Chapter 7. The Boudoir. It was the morning after the events related in the last chapter. The scene changes to a beautiful little villa in the environs of Upper Clapton. This charming retreat, which consisted of a main building 2 stories high, and wings each containing only one apartment, was constructed of yellow bricks that had retained their primitive colour, the dwelling being too far from the metropolis to be affected by its smoky exhalations. The villa stood in the midst of a small garden, beautifully laid out in the French style of Louis XV, and around it, interrupted only by the avenue leading to the front door of the dwelling, was a grove of evergreens. This grove formed a complete circle and bounded the garden, and the entire enclosure was protected by a regular paling, painted white. This miniature domain, consisting of about 4 acres, was one of the most beautiful spots in the neighbourhood of London, and behind it, far as the eye could reach, stretched the green fields, smiling and cultivated like those of Tuscany. In front of the villa was a small grass plot, in the centre of which was a basin of clear and pellucid water, upon whose surface floated 2 noble swans and other aquatic birds of a curious species. Every now and then the silence of the morning was broken by the bay of several sporting dogs, which occupied, in the rear of the building, kennels more cleanly and more carefully attended upon than the dwellings of many millions of Christians. And yet the owner of that villa wanted not charity. Witness the poor woman and 2 children who have just emerged from the servants' offices, laden with cold provisions, and with a well-filled bundle of other necessaries. At the door of a stable, a groom was seen dismounting from the back of a thoroughbred chestnut mare, which had just returned from an airing, and upon which he cast glances of mingled pride and affection. The windows of the villa were embellished with flowers in pots and vases of curious workmanship, and outside the casements of the chambers upon the first floor were suspended cages containing beautiful singing birds. To the interior of one of those rooms must we direct the attention of the reader. It was an elegant boudoir, and yet it could scarcely justify the name, for by a boudoir we understand something completely feminine, whereas this contained articles of male and female use and attire strangely commingled, pell-mell together. Upon the toilet table were all the implements necessary for the decoration and embellishment of female beauty, and carelessly thrown over a chair were a coat, waistcoat, and trousers. A diminutive pair of patent leather Wellington boots kept company with delicate morocco shoes, to which sandals were affixed. A huge press, half open, disclosed an array of beautiful dresses, silk, satin, and precious stuffs of all kinds, and on a row of pegs were hung a scarlet hunting coat, a shooting jacket, a jockey cap, and other articles of attire connected with field sports and masculine recreations. Parasols, foils, Single sticks, dandy canes, and hunting whips were huddled together in one corner of that bureau. And yet, all the confusion of these various and discrepant objects was so regular in appearance, if the phrase can be understood, that it seemed as if some cunning hand had purposely arranged them all so as to strike the eye in a manner calculated to encourage the impression that this elegant boudoir was inhabited by a man of strange feminine tastes, or a woman of extraordinary masculine ones. There was no pompous nor gorgeous display of wealth in this boudoir. Its interior, like that of the whole villa throughout, denoted competence and ease, elegance and taste, but no useless luxury nor profuse expenditure. The window of the boudoir was half open. A bowl of crystal water, containing gold and silver fish, stood upon a table in the recess of the casement. The chirrup of the birds echoed through the room, which was perfumed with the odour of sweet flowers. By the wall facing the window stood a French bed, on the head and foot of which fell pink satin curtains, flowing from a gilt-headed arrow fixed near the ceiling. It was now 9 o'clock, and the sun shed a flood of golden light through the half-open casement upon that couch which was so voluptuous and so downy. A female of great beauty, and apparently about 25 years of age, was reading in that bed. Her head reposed upon her hand, and her elbow upon the pillow, and that hand was buried in a mass of luxuriant light chestnut hair, which flowed down upon her back, her shoulders, and her bosom, but not so as altogether to conceal the polished ivory whiteness of the plump, fair flesh. The admirable slope of the shoulders, the swan-like neck, and the exquisite symmetry of the bust were descried even amidst those masses of luxuriant and shining hair. A high and ample forehead, hazel eyes, nose perfectly straight, small but pouting lips, brilliant teeth, and a well-rounded chin were additional charms to augment the attractions of that delightful picture. The whole scene was one of soft voluptuousness. The birds, the flowers, the vase of gold and silver fish, the tasteful arrangements of the boudoir, the French bed, and the beautiful creature who reclined in that couch, her head supported upon the well-turned and polished arm, the dazzling whiteness of which no envious sleeve concealed. From time to time, the eyes of that sweet creature were raised from the book and thrown around the room in a manner that denoted, if not mental anxiety, at least a state of mind not completely at ease. Now and then, too, a cloud passed over that brow which seemed the very throne of innocence and candour, and a sigh agitated the breast which the sunbeams covered as if it were with kisses. Presently the door was opened softly, and an elderly female, well but simply dressed, and of placid and reserved aspect, entered the room.
"Mr. Stevens is below," said the servant. "I told him you had not risen yet, and he says he will await your convenience." "I know not how it is," exclaimed the lady impatiently, "but I never felt less disposed for the visit of him whom I regard as my benefactor. Ah, Louisa," she added, a cloud overspreading her entire countenance, "I feel as if one of those dreadful attacks of despondency, one of those fearful fits of alarm and foreboding, of presentiment of evil were coming on, and—" "Pray calm yourself," interrupted the servant, speaking in a kind and imploring tone. "Remember that the very walls have ears, that a word spoken in too high a tone may betray your secret, and heaven alone knows what would be the result of such an appalling discovery." "Yes, it is that horrible mystery," ejaculated the lady, "which fills me with the most acute apprehensions. Compelled to sustain a constant cheat, to feel that I am a living, a breathing, a moving falsehood, a walking lie, forced to crush all the natural amenities, aye, and even the amiable weaknesses of my sex, governed by an imperious necessity against which it is now impossible to rebel, how can I do otherwise than experience moments of unutterable anguish?" "You must still have patience, patience for only a few months, 3 short months, and the result of all this suspense, the end of all this anxiety, will be, no doubt, as advantageous, as immensely important and beneficial as we are led to believe. True, we are bound to believe a man who seems so serious in all his actions with regard to me," said the lady, after a short pause, during which she seemed to be wrapped up in a deep reverie. "But why does he keep me in the dark with regard to the true nature of that grand result? Why does he not trust me, who have placed such unbounded, such implicit confidence in him?" "He is afraid lest an unguarded moment on your part should betray what he assures us to be of the most vital, the last importance," answered the domestic, in a kindly, remonstrative tone. "And really, my dearest girl," she added affectionately, "pardon me for calling you so."
"Ah, Louisa, you are my dearest friend," said the lady energetically. "You, and you alone, have supported my courage during the 4½ years that this horrible deceit has already lasted. Your kindness—"
"I have only done my duty, and acted as my heart dictated," mildly replied the female dependent. "But as I was observing, you are so very imprudent as it is, and can you expect that Mr. Stevens will reveal to you the minute details of a scheme which—"
"Imprudent!" hastily exclaimed the lady. "How am I imprudent? Do I not follow all his directions, all your advice? Have I not even learned to talk to the very groom in his own language about the horses and the dogs? And do I not scamper across the country upon my chestnut mare, with him following upon the bay horse at my heels, as if we were both mad? And then you say that I am imprudent, when I have done all I can to sustain the character which I have assumed. And, with the exception of these rides, how seldom do I go abroad? 6 names include all my acquaintances, and no one ever comes here. This is indeed a hermit's dwelling. How can you say that I am imprudent?"
"Without going out of this very room," began Louisa, with a smile, "I could—"
"Ah, the eternal remonstrances against these habiliments of my sex!" exclaimed the lady, drawing back the satin curtain at the head of the bed with her snow-white arm, and glancing towards the bureau which contained the female dresses. "Ever those remonstrances! Alas, I should die, I could not support this appalling deceit, were I not to gratify my woman's feelings from time to time. Do you think that I can altogether rebel against nature, and not experience the effects? And, in occasionally soothing my mind with the occupations natural to my sex, have I ever been imprudent? When I have dressed my hair as it should ever be dressed, when I have put on one of those silk or muslin robes merely to see myself reflected in my mirror, and oh, what a pardonable vanity under such circumstances! Have I ever been imprudent enough to set foot outside this retreat, this boudoir, to which you alone are ever admitted? Do I ever dress with the blinds of the windows raised? No. I have done all that human being can do to support my spirits during this sad trial, and sustain the character I have assumed. But if it be desired that I should altogether forget my sex, and cling to the garb of a man, if I may never, not even for an hour in the evening, follow my fantasy, and relieve my mind by resuming the garb which is natural to me within these 4 walls, unseen by a soul save you—"
"Yes, yes, you shall have your way," interrupted Louisa soothingly. "But Mr. Stevens awaits. Will you not rise and see him?"
"It is my duty," said the lady resignedly. "He has surrounded me with every comfort and every luxury which appetite can desire or money procure, and, however he may ultimately benefit by this proceeding, in the meantime my gratitude is due to him."
"The delicacy of his conduct towards you equals his liberality," observed Louisa pointedly.
"Yes, notwithstanding the peculiarity of our relative position, not a word, not a look disrespectful towards me from the first moment of our acquaintance. He faithfully adheres to his portion of the contract, and I will as religiously observe mine."
"You speak wisely and consistently," said Louisa, "and the result of your honourable conduct towards Mr. Stevens will no doubt be a recompense which will establish your fortunes for life." "That hope sustains me. Oh, how happy, thrice happy shall I be, when, the period of my emancipation being arrived, I may escape to some distant part of my own country, or to some foreign clime, resume the garb belonging to my sex, and live in a way consistent with nature, and suitable to my taste. It is in anticipation of those golden moments that I from time to time retire into the impenetrable mystery of this boudoir, and dress myself in the garb which I love, and which is my own. And when that Elysian age shall come, oh, how shall I divert my mind with a retrospection upon these long weary weeks and months, during which I have been compelled to study habits opposed to my taste and feeling, to affect a love of horses and dogs, that a manly predilection may avert attention from a feminine countenance, and to measure each word that falls from my lips, to study each attitude which my form assumes, and to relinquish pursuits and occupations which my mind adores." The lady threw herself back upon her pillow, and gave way to a delicious reverie. Louisa did not attempt to disturb her for some minutes. At length she murmured something about "keeping Mr. Stevens waiting rather longer than usual," and her mistress, acting by a sudden impulse, rose from her couch. Then followed the mysterious toilet. Stays curiously contrived gave to that exquisitely modelled form, as much as possible, the appearance of the figure of a man. The swell of the bosom, slightly compressed, was rendered scarcely apparent by padding skilfully placed, so as to fill up and flatten the undulating bust. The position of the waist was lowered, and all this was effected without causing the subject of so strange a transformation any pain or uneasiness. The semi-military blue frock coat, buttoned up to the throat, completed the disguise, and as this species of garment is invariably somewhat prominent about the chest, the very fashion of its make materially aided an effectual concealment, by averting surprise at the gentle protuberance of the breast in the present instance. Louisa arranged the luxuriant and flowing hair with particular attention, bestowing as much as possible a masculine appearance upon that which would have been a covering worthy of a queen. The toilet being thus completed, this strange being to whom we have introduced our readers descended to a parlour on the ground floor. When Louisa left the boudoir, she carefully locked the door, and consigned the key to her pocket. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Mysteries of London. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Mysteries of London, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 8. The Conversation. The parlour which that lovely and mysterious creature, who now seemed a youth of about 20, entered upon the ground floor, was furnished with taste and elegance. Everything was light, airy, and graceful. The windows were crowded with flowers that imparted a delicious perfume to the atmosphere, and afforded a picture upon which the eye rested with pleasure. A recess was fitted up with bookshelves, which were supplied with the productions of the best poets and novelists of England and France. Around the walls were suspended several paintings, chiefly consisting of sporting subjects. Over the mantel, however, were 2 miniatures, executed in water-colours in the first style of the art, and representing the one a lovely youth of 16, the other a beautiful girl of 20. And never was resemblance more striking. The same soft and intelligent hazel eyes, the same light hair, luxuriant, silky, and shining, the same straight nose, the same vermilion lips, and well-turned chin. At a glance it was easy to perceive that they were brother and sister,
and as the countenance of the former was remarkably feminine and delicate, the likeness between them was the more striking. Beneath the miniature of the brother, in small gilt letters upon the enamelled frame, was the word Walter. Under the portrait of the sister was the name Eliza. Attired as she now was, the mysterious being whom we have introduced to our readers perfectly resembled the portrait of Walter. Attired as she ought to have been, consistently with her sex, she would have been the living original of the portrait of Eliza. Upon a sofa in the parlour, some of the leading features of which we have just described, a man dressed with great neatness, but no ostentatious display, was lounging. He was in reality not more than 34 years of age, although a seriousness of countenance, either admirably studied, or else occasioned by habits of business and mental combination, made him appear 10 years older. He was handsome, well formed, and excessively courteous and fascinating in his manners, but, when he was alone or not engaged in conversation, he seemed plunged in deep thought, as if his brain were working upon numerous plans and schemes of mighty and vital import. The moment the heroine of the boudoir entered the parlour, Mr. Stevens, for he was the individual whom we have just described, rose and accosted her in a manner expressive of kindness, respect, and patronage. "My dear Walter," he exclaimed, "it is really an age since I have seen you. 6 weeks have elapsed, and I have not been near you. But you received my letter, stating that I was compelled to proceed to Paris upon most particular business?" "Yes, my dear sir," answered the lady, "or in order that some name may in future characterize her, we will call her Walter, or Mr. Walter Sidney, for that was indeed the appellation by which she was known. Yes, my dear sir, I received your letter, and the handsome presents and remittances accompanying it. For each and all I return you my sincere thanks. But really, with regard to money, you are far too lavish towards me. Remember that I scarcely have any opportunity of being extravagant," added Walter with a smile, "for I scarcely ever stir abroad, save to take my daily rides, and you know that I never receive company, that my acquaintances are limited, so limited." "I know, my dear Walter, that you follow my advice as closely as can be expected," said Mr. Stevens. 3 short months more, and my object will be achieved. We shall then be, both of us, above the reach of fortune's caprices and vicissitudes. Oh, how glorious, how grand will be this achievement! How well worth all the sacrifices that I have required you to make." "Ah, my dear sir," observed Walter, somewhat reproachfully, "you must remember that you are now talking enigmas to me, that I am at present only a blind instrument in your hands, a mere machine, an automaton." "Do not press me upon this head, Walter," interrupted Mr. Stevens hastily. "You must not as yet be led to comprehend the magnitude of my views. You must have patience. Surely I have given you ample proofs of my good feeling and my honourable views towards yourself. Only conceive what would be your present position without me, not a relation, not a friend in the wide world to aid or protect you. I do not say this to vaunt my own conduct. I am merely advancing arguments to prove how confident I am in the success of my plans, and how sincere I am in my friendship towards you. For remember, Walter, I always forget your sex. I only look upon you as a mere boy, a nephew or a son whom I love. Such is my feeling. I am more than a friend, for, I repeat, I feel a paternal attachment towards you."
"And I entertain feelings of deep, yes, of the deepest gratitude towards you," said Walter. "But the motive of my constant intercession to be admitted more into your confidence is to be convinced, by my own knowledge, that my present conduct tends to facilitate no dishonest, no dangerous views. Oh, you will pardon me when I say this, for there are times when I am a prey to the most horrible alarms, when fears of an indescribable nature haunt me for hours together, and when I seem to be walking blindfold upon the brink of an abyss."
"Walter, I am surprised that you should thus give way to suspicions most injurious to my honour," said Mr. Stevens, whose countenance remained perfectly collected and unchanged. "For the 100th time do I assure you that you have nothing to fear." Then wherefore this disguise? Why this constant cheat relative to my sex? Why this permanent deception?" demanded Walter, in an impassioned tone. "Cannot the most rigorous honesty be connected with the most profound prudence, the most delicate caution?" said Mr. Stevens, adopting an attitude and manner of persuasion. "Do not judge of motives by their mere superficial aspect. Strange devices, but not the less honourable for being singular, are frequently required in the world to defeat designs of infamy and baseness." "Pardon my scepticism," said Walter, apparently convinced by this reasoning. "I was wrong, very wrong to suspect you. I will not again urge my anxiety to penetrate your secrets. I feel persuaded that you conceal the means by which our mutual prosperity is to be effected simply for my own good." "Now you speak rationally, my dear, my faithful and confiding Walter," exclaimed Mr. Stevens. "It was just in this vein that I was anxious to find you, for I have an important communication to make this morning." "Speak. I am ready to follow your instructions or advice." "I must inform you, Walter, that in order effectually to work out my plans, in order that there should not exist the slightest chance of failure, a third person is required. It will be necessary that he should be conversant with our secret, he must know all, and, of course, he must be taken care of hereafter. To be brief, I have already fallen in with the very individual who will suit me, and I have acquainted him with the entire matter. You will not object to receive him occasionally as a guest?" "My dear sir, how can I object? Is not this your house, and am not I in your hands? You know that you can command me in all respects." "I thought that you would meet my views with this readiness and goodwill," said Mr. Stevens. "To tell you the real truth, then, I have taken the liberty of inviting him to dine with us here this day." "To-day?" "Yes. Are you annoyed?" "Oh, not at all. Only the preparations—"
Do not alarm yourself. While you were occupied with your toilet I gave the necessary instructions to the cook. The old woman is almost blind and deaf, still she knows full well how to serve up a tempting repast. And as I am believed by your 3 servants to be your guardian, my interference in this respect will not have appeared strange."
"How could they think otherwise?" ejaculated Walter. "Did not you provide those dependents who surround me? Do they not look upon you as their master as well as myself? Are they not aware that the villa is your own property? And have they not been led to believe, with the exception of Louisa, who alone of the 3 knows the secret, that the state of my health compelled you to place me here for the benefit of a purer air than that which your residence in the city affords?"
"Well, since my arrangements meet with your satisfaction," said Mr. Stevens, smiling, "I am satisfied. But I should tell you that I invited my friend hither not only to dine, but also to pass the day, that we might have an opportunity of conversing together at our leisure. Indeed," added Mr. Stevens, looking at his watch, "I expect him here every moment."
Scarcely were the words uttered, when a loud knock at the front door echoed through the house. In a few minutes Louisa appeared, and introduced Mr. Montague. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Cori Samuel. Chapter 9 of The Mysteries of London. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 9. A City Man. Smithfield Scenes. George Montague was a tall, good-looking young man of about 3 or 24. His hair and eyes were black, his complexion rather dark, and his features perfectly regular. His manners were certainly polished and agreeable, but there was nevertheless a something reserved and mysterious about him, and anxiety to avert the conversation away from any topic connected with himself, a studied desire to flatter and gain the good opinions of those about him, by means of compliments at times servile, and an occasional betrayal of a belief in a code of morals not altogether consistent with the well-being of society, which constituted features in his character
by no means calculated to render him a favourite with all classes of persons. He was, however, well informed upon most topics, ambitious of creating a sensation in the world, no matter by what means, resolute in his pursuit after wealth, and careless whether the paths leading to the objects which he sought were tortuous or straightforward. He was addicted to pleasure, but never permitted it to interfere with his business or mar his schemes. Love, with him, was merely the blandishment of beauty, and friendship was simply that bond which connected him with those individuals who were necessary to him. He was utterly and completely selfish, but he was somehow or another possessed of sufficient tact to conceal most of his faults, of the existence of which he was well aware. The consequence was that he was usually welcomed as an agreeable companion. Some even went so far as to assert that he was a devilish good fellow, and all admitted that he was a thorough man of the world. He must have commenced his initiation early, thus to have acquired such a character ere he had completed his 24th year. London abounds with such precocious specimens of thorough heartlessness and worldly mindedness. The universities and great public schools let loose upon society every half year a cloud of young men who think only how soon they can spend their own property in order to prey upon that of others. These are your young men about town. As they grow older they become men upon the town. In their former capacity they graduate in all the degrees of vice, dissipation, extravagance, and debauchery, and in the latter they become the tutors of the novices who are entering in their turn upon the road to ruin. The transition from the young man about town to the man upon the town is as natural as that of a chrysalis to a butterfly. These men upon the town constitute as pestilential a section of male society as the women of the town do of the female portion of the community. They are alike the reptiles produced by the great moral dung-heap. We cannot, however, exactly class Mr. George Montague with the men upon the town in the true meaning of the phrase, inasmuch as he devoted his attention to commercial speculations of all kinds and under all shapes, and his sphere was chiefly the city, whereas men upon the town seldom entertain an idea half so vulgar as mercantile pursuits, and never visit the domains of the Lord Mayor, save when they want to get a bill discounted, or to obtain cash for a cheque of too large an amount to be entrusted to any of their high-born and aristocratic companions. Mr. George Montague was, therefore, one of that multitudinous class called City men, who possess no regular offices, but have their letters addressed to the Auction Mart or Garraways, and who make their appointments at such places as the front of the Bank, the Custom House Wharf, and under the clock at the docks. City men are very extraordinary characters. They all know a certain speculation that would make a sure fortune if one had but the capital to work on. They never fail to observe, while making this assertion, that they could apply to a friend if they chose, but that they do not choose to lay themselves under the obligation, and they invariably affirm that nothing is more easy than to make a fortune in the city, although the greater portion of them remain without that happy consummation until the day of their deaths. Now and then, however, one of these city men does succeed in making a hit by some means or other, and then his old friends, the very men who are constantly enunciating the opinion relative to the faculty with which fortunes are obtained in a city, look knowing, wink at each other, and declare that it never could have been done unless he'd had somebody with plenty of money to back him. Now, Mr. Montague was one of those who adopted a better system of logic than the vulgar reasoning. He knew there was but little merit in producing bread from flour, for instance, but he perceived that there was immense credit due to those who could produce their bread without any flour at all. Upon this principle he acted, and his plan was not unattended with success. He scorned the idea that money was necessary to beget money. He began his city career, as he sometimes observed, without a farthing, and he was seldom without gold in his pocket. No one knew where he lived. He was sometimes seen getting into a hackney omnibus at the Flower Pot, a Camberwell one at the Cross Keys, or running furiously after a Hammersmith one along Cheapside. But as these directions were very opposite, it was difficult to deduce from them any idea of his domiciliary whereabouts. He was young to be a city man. The class does not often include members under 30, but of course there are exceptions to all rules, and Mr. George Montague was one. He was, then, a city man, but if the reader be anxious to know what sort of business he transacted to obtain his living, whether he dabbled in the funds, sold wines upon commission, effected loans and discounts, speculated in shares, got up joint stock companies, shipped goods to the colonies, purchased land in Australia at 18 pence an acre and sold it again at 1 9, conducted compromises for insolvent tradesmen, made out the accounts of bankrupts, arbitrated between partners who disagreed, or bought in things in a friendly way at public sales, whether he followed any of these pursuits or meddled a little with them all, we can no more satisfy our readers than if we attempted the biography of the Man in the Moon. All we can say is that he was invariably in the city from 11 till 4, that he usually had an excellent thing in hand just at that moment, and, in a word, that he belonged to the class denominated city men. We have taken some pains to describe this gentleman for reasons which will appear hereafter. Having duly been introduced to Walter Sidney by Mr. Stevens, and after a few observations of a general nature, Mr. Montague glided almost imperceptibly into topics upon which he conversed with ease and fluency. Presently a pause ensued, and Mr. Stevens inquired if there was anything new in the city. "Nothing particular," answered Montague. "I have not, of course, been in town this morning, but I was not away until late last night. I had a splendid thing in hand, which I succeeded in bringing to a favourable termination. By the by, there was a rumour on 'Change yesterday afternoon, just before the close, that Alderman Dumpkins is all wrong." "Indeed," said Stevens. "I thought he was wealthy." "Oh no, I knew the contrary 18 months ago. It appears he has been starting a joint stock company to work the Urquhart tin mines in Cornwall." "And I suppose the mines do not really exist?" "Oh yes, they do, upon his maps. However, he has been exhibiting certain specimens of tin, which he has passed off as Urquhart produce, and it is now pretty generally known that the article was supplied to him by a house in Aldgate." "Then he will be compelled to resign his gown?" "Not he. On the contrary, he stands next in rotation for the honours of the civic chair, and he intends to go boldly forward as if nothing had happened. You must remember that the aldermen of the City of London have degenerated considerably in respectability during late years, and that none of the really influential and wealthy men in the city will have anything to do with the corporation affairs. You'll not see any great banker nor merchant wearing the aldermanic gown. The only alderman who really possessed what may be called a large fortune, and whose pecuniary position was above all doubt, resigned his gown the other day in disgust at the treatment which he received from his brother authorities, in consequence of his connection with the Weekly Courier, the only newspaper that boldly, fearlessly, and effectively advocates the people's cause." "And Dumpkin will not resign, you think?" "Oh, decidedly not. But for my part," added Montague, "I feel convinced that the sooner some change is made in the city administration the better. Only conceive the immense sums which the corporation receives from various sources, and the uses to which they are applied. Look at the beastly guzzling at Guildhall, while there are in the very heart of the city Augean stables of filth, crime, and debauchery to be cleansed, witness Petticoat Lane, Smithfield." A species of groan or stifled exclamation of horror issued from the lips of Walter as Montague uttered these words. Her countenance grew deadly pale, and her entire frame appeared to writhe under a most painful reminiscence or emotion. "Compose yourself, compose yourself," said Stevens hastily. "Shall I ring for a glass of water, or wine, or anything?" "No, it is past," interrupted Walter Sidney. "But I never think of that horrible, that appalling adventure, without feeling my blood curdle in my veins. The mere mention of the word Smithfield—" "Could I have been indiscreet enough to give utterance to anything calculated to annoy?" said Montague, who was surprised at this scene. You were not aware of the reminiscence you awoke in my mind by your remark," answered Walter, smiling. "But were you acquainted with the particulars of that fearful night, you would readily excuse my weakness." "You have excited Mr. Montague's curiosity," observed Stevens, "and you have now nothing to do but gratify it." "It is an adventure of a most romantic kind. An adventure which you will scarcely believe, and yet one which will make your hair stand on end." "I am now most anxious to learn the details of this mysterious occurrence," said Montague, scarcely knowing whether these remarks were made in jest or in earnest. Walter Sidney appeared to reflect for a few moments, and then commenced the narrative in the following manner. "It is now a little more than 4 years ago, very shortly after I first arrived at this house, that I rode into town, attended by the same groom who is in my service now. I knew little or nothing of the city, and felt my curiosity awakened to view the emporium of the world's commerce. I accordingly determined to indulge in a ramble by myself amidst the streets and thoroughfares of a place of which such marvellous accounts reach those who pass their youth in the country. I left the groom with the horses at a livery stable in Bishopgate Street, with a promise to return in the course of 2 or 3 hours. I then roved about to my heart's content, and never gave the lapse of time a thought. Evening came, and the weather grew threatening. Then commenced my perplexities. I had forgotten the address of the stables where the groom awaited my return, and I discovered the pleasing fact that I had lost my way just at the moment when an awful storm seemed ready to break over the metropolis. When I solicited information concerning the right path which I should pursue, I was insulted by the low churls to whom I applied. To be brief, I was overtaken by darkness and by the storm in a place which I have since ascertained to be Smithfield Market. I could not have conceived that so filthy and horrible a nuisance could have been allowed to exist in the midst of a city of so much wealth. But oh, the revolting streets which branch all from that Smithfield! It seemed to me that I was wandering amongst all the haunts of crime and appalling penury of which I had read in romances, but which I never could have believed to exist in the very heart of the metropolis of the world. Civilization appeared to me to have chosen particular places which it condescended to visit, and to have passed others by without even leaving a footprint to denote its presence.
"But this horrible adventure," said Montague.
"Oh, forgive my digression. Surrounded by darkness, exposed to the rage of the storm, and actually sinking with fatigue, I took refuge in an old house, which I am sure I could never find again, but which was situated nearly at the end and on the right-hand side of the way of one of those vile narrow streets branching off from Smithfield. That house was the den of wild beasts in human shape. I was compelled to hear a conversation of a most appalling nature between 2 ruffians who made that place the depot for their plunder. They planned, amongst other atrocious topics, the robbery of a country seat, somewhere to the north of Islington, and inhabited by a family of the name of Markham."
"Indeed, how strange!" ejaculated Montague.
Then immediately afterwards he added,
"How singular that you should have overheard so vile a scheme."
"Oh, those villains," continued Walter, "were capable of crimes of a far deeper dye. They discussed horror upon horror, till I thought that I was going raving mad. I made a desperate attempt to escape, and was perceived. What then immediately followed I know not, for I became insensible. In a word, Mr. Montague, I fainted." A deep blush suffused her countenance as she made this avowal, for it seemed to have a direct relation to her sex, and she was well aware that the secret connected therewith had been revealed by her benefactor to George Montague. On his part, he gazed upon her with mingled interest and admiration. "I awoke to encounter a scene of horror," she continued, after a short pause, "which you must fancy, but the full extent of which I cannot depict. I can only feel it even now. Those wretches were conveying me to a room upon the ground floor, a room to which the cells of the Bastille or the Inquisition could have produced no equal. it had a trapdoor communicating with the Fleet ditch. I begged for mercy, I promised wealth, for I knew that my kind benefactor," she added, glancing towards Mr. Stevens, "would have enabled me to fulfil my pledge to them, but all was in vain. The murderers hurled me down the dark and pestiferous hole."
"Merciful heavens!" ejaculated Montague.
"It would appear that the house in question," proceeded Walter, "stood upon the side of, and not over, the ditch. There can be, however, no doubt that the trapdoor was contrived for the horrible purpose of disposing of those victims who fell into the merciless hands of the occupants of the dwelling, for when I had fallen some distance, instead of being immersed in black and filthy mud, I was caught upon a sloping plank which shelved towards a large aperture in the wall of the ditch. I instinctively clung to this plank, and lay stretched upon it for some moments, until I had partially recovered my presence of mind. The circumstance of having thus escaped a dreadful death gave me an amount of courage at which I myself was astonished. At length I began to reason whether it would be better to remain there until morning, and then endeavour to reach the trapdoor above my head, or to devise some means of immediate escape. I decided upon the latter proceeding, for I reflected that the morning would not afford light to that subterranean hole to enable me to act with certainty, and I, moreover, dreaded the extreme vengeance of those ruffians who had already given me a sample of their brutality, should I happen to encounter them on emerging from the trapdoor. Lastly, I considered that it was also probable that I might not succeed in raising the trapdoor after all.
"What a fearful situation!" observed Montague.
"Horrible even to think of," added Stevens, who listened with the deepest attention to this narrative, although he had heard it related on former occasions. "With my hands and legs I groped about," continued Walter, "and I speedily ascertained my exact position with regard to the locality. My feet were close to a large square aperture in the perpendicular wall overhanging the ditch, and the floor of the cellar was only a couple of feet below the aperture. I accordingly got cautiously off the board, and stood upon the damp ground. After the lapse of several minutes, during which I nerved myself to adopt the idea that had struck me, I passed my head through the aperture, and looked out over the ditch. The stream appeared rapid, to judge by its gurgling sound, and the stench that exhaled from it was pestiferous in the extreme. Turning my head to the left, I saw hundreds of lights twinkling in the narrow windows of two lines of houses that overhung the ditch. The storm had now completely passed away, the rain had ceased, and the night was clear and beautiful. In a few minutes I was perfectly acquainted with the entire geography of the place. The means of escape were within my reach. About 3 feet above the aperture through which I was now looking, a plank crossed the ditch, and on the opposite side, for the ditch in that part was not above 2 yards wide from wall to wall, was a narrow ledge running along the side of the house facing the one in which I was, and evidently communicating with some lane or street close by. I can scarcely tell you how I contrived to creep through the aperture and reach the plank overhead. Nevertheless, I attempted the dangerous feat, and I accomplished it. I crossed the plank and reached the ledge of which I have spoken. It terminated in the very street where stood the terrible den from which I had just so miraculously escaped. Indeed, I emerged upon that street only at a distance of a few yards from the door of that detestable place. To hurry away in a contrary direction was my first and most natural impulse. But I had not proceeded far when the door of a house was suddenly thrown violently open, and out poured a crowd of men and women, among whom I was, as it were, immediately hemmed in.
"What? Another adventure?" exclaimed Montague.
"One calculated to inspire feelings of deep disgust, if not of alarm," answered Walter. "It appeared that 2 women had been quarrelling, and had turned out to fight. They fell upon each other like wild cats, or as you would fancy that tigers would fight. A clear and lovely moon lighted this revolting scene. A circle was formed round the termagants, and for 10 minutes did they lacerate themselves with fists and nails in a fearful manner. Their clothes were torn into ribbons, Their countenances were horribly disfigured with scratches, the blood poured from their noses, and their hair, hanging all dishevelled over their naked shoulders, gave them a wild, ferocious, and savage appearance, such as I could never have expected to encounter in the metropolis of the civilized world.
"And in the very heart of the city," added Mr. Montague.
Suddenly a cry of "The blue bottles!" was raised, and the crowd, belligerents and all, rushed pell-mell back again into the house. In spite of all my endeavours to escape, I was hurried in with that hideous mob of ferocious-looking men and brazen-faced women. In a few moments I found myself in a large room, in which there were at least 30 wretched beds huddled close together, and so revoltingly dirty that the cold pavement or a hedge side would have seemed a more preferable couch. And oh, how can I describe the inmates of that den, many of whom were crowding round a fire cooking provender, which filled the place with a sickening and most fetid odour. There were young girls, almost naked, without shoes or stockings, and whose sunken cheeks, dimmed eyes, and miserable attire contrasted strangely with their boisterous mirth. Some of these unfortunate creatures, nevertheless, retained traces of original beauty prematurely faded. The men were hatless and shoeless. Indeed, the entire assembly consisted of males and females, evidently of the most wretched description. Scarcely had I time to cast a glance around me, when I was questioned as to how I came there, what I wanted, and whether I meant to stand anything. "I'll tell you what it is," said one to his companions, "he's a swell who is come to have a look at these kinds of cribs, and he must pay his footing." I immediately comprehended the nature of the impression which my presence had created, and presented the individual who had spoken with a couple of half-crowns. The sight of the money produced an immense feeling in my favour. Heaven only knows how many gallons of beer were fetched from a neighbouring public house, and when the inmates of that lazar house, for I can scarcely call it anything else, had all partaken of the liquor, I was overwhelmed with offers of service. One declared that if I merely came to see the neighbourhood, he would take me round to every place in the street. Another assured me that if I had committed a forgery, or any other genteel crime, he would either help me to lie secure until the matter had blown over, or to escape from the country, and so on. I suffered the wretches to retain the impression that curiosity alone had led me thither, and as soon as I had made this announcement, the mistress of the house was summoned to do the honours of the establishment. A blear-eyed old crone made her appearance, and insisted upon showing me over the house. "These rooms," said she, meaning the 2 upon the ground floor, "are for those who can afford to pay 3d. for their bed, and who have supper to cook." We then ascended to the 1st floor. "These are the 4-penny beds," said the old woman, pointing with pride and satisfaction to some 30 or 40 couches, a shade cleaner, and the least thing further off from each other than those downstairs. The rooms on the 1st floor were also filled with lodgers, and another demand was made upon my purse. On the 3rd floor and in the attics were the most horrible scenes of wretchedness which I had yet beheld. These dens were filled with straw beds, separated from each other only by pieces of plank, about 8 or 10 inches in height. Men, women, and children were all crowded together, sleeping pell-mell. Oh, it was a horrible, horrible spectacle. To be brief, I escaped from that moral plague-house, and in a few moments was traversing Smithfield once more. Even the tainted air of that filthy enclosure was refreshing, after the foul atmosphere from which I had just emerged. Louisa entered the room at this moment, to announce that luncheon was prepared in another apartment.
"And you never took any steps to root out that nest of villains in the old house, whence you escaped alive so miraculously?" said Montague, sipping a glass of exquisite wine after his luncheon.
"I wrote 2 anonymous letters the very next morning," answered Walter. "One to Mr. Markham, warning him of the contemplated burglary at his house, and another to the Lord Mayor of London. It did not altogether suit Mr. Stephen's plans."
"No, not to make a fuss about an affair which would have been sure to bring your name into notoriety," added this gentleman hastily. "That adventure has no doubt given you a distaste for late rambles," said Montague.
"In the city, decidedly so," was the reply. "I seldom go into London early or late. I have so few inducements, so few acquaintances. By the way, a few evenings ago I treated myself to a visit to the opera, and there accident threw me into conversation with a gentleman and lady who sat in the same box as myself. The result was an invitation to the abode of the lady, a Mrs. Arlington."
"Mrs. Arlington!"
ejaculated Montague, a slight flush animating his countenance. "The same. She is the friend of Sir Rupert Harborough. I am anxious to see something of the world now and then, and to avail myself of my present garb for that purpose. I accordingly called upon Mrs. Arlington last evening, and learnt a lesson of life. I saw an elegant woman, a baronet, a fashionable gentleman, and a very interesting young man, associating with a vulgar wretch of the name, I believe, of Talbot, whose manners would have disgraced a groom. I must, however, observe that the interesting young gentleman to whom I allude did not seem to be more pleased with the conversation and conduct of this vulgarian than myself. One coincidence somewhat extraordinary occurred. That same interesting young man was no other than Mr. Richard Markham, one of the sons of—"
"Ah, indeed, how singular!"
exclaimed George Montague, not waiting till Walter finished his sentence.
"Very singular,"
he added then. Having tossed off a bumper of Madeira, he walked up to the window, where he affected to inhale with delight the exquisite fragrance of the flowers that adorned the casement. Chapter 10 of The Mysteries of London. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Mysteries of London, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 10. The Frail One's Narrative. We must now return to Richard Markham. Sir Rupert Harborough and the Honourable Arthur Chichester apparently took a very great fancy to him, for they were constantly making appointments to meet him in town, and hastening to his own house to ferret him out when he did not appear at their usual place of rendezvous. He dined at least 3 times a week at Mrs. Arlington's, and, to confess the truth, his morning calls were repeated at intervals which gradually grew shorter and shorter. Richard thus frequently passed hours together alone with Diana. In spite of himself, he now and then suffered his eyes to rest tenderly upon her countenance, and by degrees her glances encountered his, and were not immediately withdrawn. Those glances were so languishing, and withal so melancholy, that they inspired Richard with a passion amounting almost to a delirium, and he felt at times as if he could have caught that beauteous creature in his arms, and clasped her rapturously to his bosom. One morning, as he took leave of her, he fancied that her hand gently pressed his own. The idea filled him with a joy till then unknown, and which he could not describe even to himself. On the following morning he called a little earlier than usual. Diana was in a delicious déshabillé, which set off her voluptuous person to its greatest advantage. Richard was more tender than usual, the enchantress more enchanting. They were seated upon the sofa together, and a pause in their conversation ensued. Richard heaved a deep sigh, and suddenly exclaimed, "I am always thinking of the period when I must bid adieu to your charming society." "Bid adieu!" cried Diana. "And wherefore?" "It must happen, sooner or later, that our ways in the world will be different." "Then you are not your own master?" asked Diana inquiringly. "Certainly I am, but all friends must part some time or another." "True," said Diana. Then, in a subdued tone, she added, "There are certain persons who are attracted towards each other by kindred feelings and emotions, and it is painful, very painful for them to part." "Heavens, Diana!" ejaculated Richard, "you feel as I do." She turned her face towards him, her cheeks were suffused in blushes, and her eyes were filled with tears. But through these tears she cast upon him a glance which ravished his inmost soul. It seemed fraught with love and tenderness, and inspired him with emotions which he had never known before. The words, "You feel as I do,"
contained the ingenuous and unsophisticated avowal of a new passion on the part of a mind that was, as yet, unskilled in the ways of this world, as the unfledged bird in the nest of its mother is ignorant of the green woods. But those tears which stood in the lady's eyes, and the blushes which dyed her cheeks, and the glance which, like a sunbeam in the midst of an April shower, she darted upon the youth at her side, inspired him with courage, awakened undefined hopes, and filled him with an ecstasy of joy. "Why do you weep, Diana? Why do you weep?" "You love me, Richard," she replied, turning her melting blue eyes fully upon him, and retaining them for some moments fixed upon his countenance. "You love me, and I know that I am not worthy of your affection." Richard started as if he were suddenly aroused from a dream, as if he had abruptly awoke to a stern truth from a pleasing vision. He suffered her hand, which he had taken in his, to fall from his grasp, and for some moments he remained buried in a profound reverie. "Ah, I knew that I should remind you of your duty towards yourself," said Diana bitterly. "No, I am not worthy of you, but that you may hereafter give me credit for frankness and candour, that you may be actually warned by myself against myself, that you may learn to esteem me as a friend, if you will, I shall in a few words relate to you the incidents that made me what I am." "Proceed," said Richard, "proceed. Believe me, I shall listen with attention, with the greatest attention." "My father was a retired tradesman," began Mrs. Arlington, "and as I was his only child, and he enjoyed a competency, he gave me the best education that money could procure. Probably the good old man made up his mind that I should one day espouse a nobleman, and as my mother had died when I was very young, there was no one near me to correct the vanity with which my father's adulation and ambitious pretensions inspired me. About 3 years ago I met at the theatre, whither I went with some friends, a young gentleman, tall, handsome, and fascinating like yourself. He contrived to obtain a formal introduction to my father, and was invited to our house, at which he speedily became a constant visitor. He had a happy tact in suiting his humours or tastes to those with whom he came in contact, and he quite won my father's heart by playing chess with him, telling him the news of the city, and reading the evening paper to him. George Montague soon became an established favourite, and my father could do nothing without him. At length Montague proposed to him certain speculations in the funds. My father was allured by the prospect of quadrupling his capital, and consented. I must confess that the young man's handsome person had produced a certain effect upon me, a giddy young girl as I was at that time, and I rather encouraged my father in these schemes than otherwise. At first the speculations were eminently successful, but in a short time they took a turn. Day after day did Montague come to the house to announce fresh losses and the necessity of further advances. He declared that he should now speculate for a grand stake, which could not fail shortly to turn to his advantage. A species of infatuation seized upon my father, and I was not aware of the ruinous course he was pursuing until it was too late. At length my father was totally ruined, and George came to announce to us the failure of our last chance. My father now repented when it was too late. 8 short months had sufficed to dissipate his whole fortune. He had not even enough left to pay the few debts which he had contracted, and which he had neglected to liquidate, trusting each day to the arrival of the lucky moment when he should find himself the master of millions. "Oh, the absurd hope!" exclaimed Richard, deeply interested in this narrative. "Alas! This event was a fatal blow to my father's health, at the same time that it wrecked his happiness," continued Diana. "He implored Montague not to desert his darling child, for so he called me, in case anything should happen to himself. And that same day, the day on which he saw all his prospects and hopes in this life blasted, he put a period to his existence by means of poison." "This was horrible!" cried Markham. "Oh, that villain Montague!" "My father's creditors came to seize the few effects which remained," said Diana, after a pause, "and I was about to be turned houseless and unprotected into the streets,
when Montague arrived. He took gold from his pocket and satisfied the demands of the creditors. He, moreover, supplied me with money for my immediate wants. I was totally dependent upon him. I had no relations, no friends to whom I could apply for succour or comfort. He seemed to commiserate my position.
"Perhaps," observed Richard, "he was not so very guilty after all, relative to the loss of your father's property."
"Judge by the sequel," answered Diana, bitterly. "He was as base as he was in reality unfeeling. The transition from that state of dependence upon a young man to a more degraded one still was to be expected. He no longer talked to me of marriage as he had once done, but he took advantage of my forlorn situation. I became his mistress."
"Ah, it was base, it was ungenerous, it was unmanly!" ejaculated Richard.
"He seemed to be possessed of ample resources, but he accounted for this circumstance by assuring me that he had found another friend who was backing him in the same speculations in which my poor father had failed. We lived together for 4 months, and he then coolly informed me that we must part. I found that I had never really entertained any very sincere affection for him, and the little love which I experienced at first had been quenched in my bosom by his cold cruelty. He seemed unfeeling to a degree. Observations, calculated to wound most acutely, fell from his lips upon all occasions."
"The dastard!" exclaimed Richard, profoundly touched by this recital.
If I wept at this cruelty, he treated me with increased brutality. You may therefore suppose that I was not deeply distressed to part with him. He gave me 20 guineas and bade me a chilling farewell. From that moment I have neither seen nor heard of him. A few weeks after our separation my money was exhausted. I resolved to lead a virtuous and honourable life, and atone for my first fault. O God! I did not then know that society will not receive the penitent frail one, that society excludes poor deceived women from all hopes of reparation, all chances of repentance. I endeavoured to obtain a situation as a governess. I might as well have attempted to make myself Queen of England. Character, references, I had neither. Vainly did I implore one lady to whom I applied to give me a month's trial. She insulted me grossly. To another I candidly confessed my entire history. She patiently heard me to the end, and then ordered her lackey to turn me out of the house. Oh, society does more than punish. It pursues the unfortunate female who has made one false step, with the most avenging and malignant cruelty. It hunts her to suicide, or to new ways of crime. These are the dread alternatives. At that moment, had some friendly hand been stretched out to aid me, had I met with one kind heart that would have believed in the possibility of repentance, had I only been blessed with a chance of entering upon a career of virtue, I should have been saved. Yes, I should have redeemed my first fault, as far as redemption was possible, and to accomplish that aim I would have worked my nails down to the very quick. I would have accepted any position, however menial. I would have made any sacrifice, enjoyed any lot, as long as I was assured of earning my bread in a manner which need not make me blush. But society treated me with contempt. Why, in this Christian country, do they preach the Christian maxim that there is more joy over one sinner who repenteth than over 99 just persons who need no repentance? Why is this maxim preached, when the entire conduct of society expresses in terms which cannot be misunderstood a bold denial of its truth?
"Merciful heavens!" ejaculated Richard. "Can this be true? Are you drawing a correct picture, Diana, or inventing a hideous fiction?"
"God knows how true is all I say," returned Mrs. Arlington, with profound sincerity of tone and manner. "Want soon stared me in the face. What could I do? Chance threw me in the way of Sir Rupert Harborough. Compelled by an imperious necessity, I became his mistress. This is my history."
"And the baronet treats you kindly?" said Richard, inquiringly.
"The terms upon which our connection is based do not permit him an opportunity of being either very kind or very cruel."
"I must now say farewell for the present," exclaimed Markham,
afraid of trusting himself longer with the siren who had fascinated him with her misfortunes as well as by her charms. In a day or two I will see you again. Oh, I cannot blame you for what you have done. I commiserate, I pity you. Could any sacrifice that I am capable of making restore you to happiness and honour, you would say," exclaimed Diana firmly. "I would gladly make that sacrifice," added Richard. "From this moment we will be friends, very sincere friends. I will be your brother, dearest Diana, and you shall be my sister." The young man rose from the sofa as he uttered these disjointed sentences in a singularly wild and rapid manner, and Diana, without making any reply, but apparently deeply touched, pressed his hand for some moments between both her own. Richard then hastily escaped from the presence of that charming and fascinating creature. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Mysteries of London. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 11. The Servants' Arms. Upon the same day that this event took place, Mr. Whittingham, the butler of Richard Markham, had solicited and obtained permission to pass the evening with a certain Mr. Thomas Suggett, who occupied the distinguished post of valet de chambre about the person of the Honourable Arthur Chichester. Whittingham was determined to enjoy himself. He seemed suddenly to have cast off 20 years from his back, and to walk the more upright for having rid himself of the burden. His hat was slightly cocked on one side, and, as he walked along, with Mr. Thomas Suggett tucked under his arm, he struck his silver-headed bamboo, which he always carried with him when he went abroad on Sundays and holidays, very forcibly upon the pavement. Mr. Suggett declared that for his part he was very well disposed for a spree, and he threw into his gait a most awful swagger, which certainly excited considerable attention, because all the small boys in the streets laughed at him as he wended on his way. "I wonder what them urchins are gawping at so," said Whittingham. "It mystificates me in no inconsiderable degree. Rally, the lower orders of English is exceedingly impolite. I feel the most inwigorated disgust and the most unboundless contempt for their manners." "That's just like me," observed Suggett. "I can't abear the lower orders. I hate everything vulgar. But by the by, Mr. Whittingham, do you smoke?" "I can't say but what I like a full-flavoured Havana. A threepenny, mind," added the butler pompously. "Just my taste, Mr. Whittingham. If I can't afford threepennies, I won't smoke at all." Mr. Suggett entered a cigar shop, purchased half a dozen real Havanas, manufactured in St. John Street, Clerkenwell, joked with the young lady who served him, and then presented the one which he considered the best to his companion. The two gentlemen's gentlemen accordingly lighted their cigars, and then continued their walk along the New Road, in the vicinity of which Mr. Whittingham had met Mr. Suggett by appointment on this memorable afternoon. In a short time Mr. Suggett stopped suddenly at the door of a large white public house, not 100 miles distant from the new church, St. Pancras. "This is a nice crib," said he. "Excellent company, and to-night there is a supper at 11. "The very identified thing," acquiesced Mr. Whittingham, and into the public house they walked. Nothing could be more neat and cleanly than the bar of the Servants' Arms, no one more obliging nor bustling than the young lady behind the bar. The Servants' Arms was reported to draw the best liquor in all the neighbourhood, and its landlord prided himself upon the superiority of his establishment over those which sold beer at 3d. a pot in your own jugs. And then what a rapid draught the landlord had for all his good things, and how crowded was the space before the bar with customers. "Glass of ale, mild, miss, if you please," said one. "A quartern of gin and 3 outs, Caroline," cried another, who was more familiar. "Pint of half and half here," exclaimed a third. "6 of brandy, warm, miss, 4 of gin, cold, and a pint of ale with a chill off, parlour," ejaculated the waiter, who now made his appearance at the bar. "Pot of porter and master's compliments, and can you lend him yesterday's Advertiser for half an hour or so?" said a pretty little servant girl, placing a large yellow jug on the bright lead surface of the bar. "Pot of ale and a screw, miss."
Pint of gin for mixing, please. Bottle of Cape wine at 18, landlord. 4 pennyworth of rum, cold without. Half pint porter and a pipe, Caroline."
Such were the orders, issued from all quarters at the same moment, and to which Caroline responded with incredible alacrity, finding time to crack a joke with the known frequenters of the house, and to make a pleasant observation upon the weather to those whose faces were strange to her, while the landlord contented himself with looking on, or every now and then drawing a pot of beer, apparently as a great favour, and in a lazy, independent manner. Nevertheless, he was a good, civil kind of man, only somewhat independent because he was growing rich. He was never afraid at the end of the month to see Truman and Hanbury's collector, and Nicholson's man, alight from their gigs at his door. They were always sure to find the money ready for them when they sat down to write their receipts in the narrow little slip of a parlour behind the bar. In fact, the landlord of the Servants' Arms was reported to be doing a very snug business, and so he was. Messrs. Whittingham and Suggett sauntered leisurely into the parlour of the Servants' Arms, and took their seats at the only table which remained unoccupied. "Good evening, sir," said the waiter, addressing Mr. Suggett with a sort of semi-familiarity, which showed that the latter gentleman was in the habit of using the house. "How are you, William?" cried Mr. Suggett in a patronising manner. "George been here lately?" "Not very. I think he's down in the country." "Oh. Well, what shall we have, Mr. Whittingham? Brandy and water?" "That's my invariable beverage, Mr. Suggett." "2 sixes, gentlemen," said the waiter. "No," answered Mr. Whittingham solemnly. 2 shillings worth to begin with." The liquor was supplied, and when the 2 gentlemen had tasted it, and found it to their liking, they glanced around the room to survey the company. It soon appeared that Mr. Suggett was well known to many of the gentlemen present, for, upon making his survey, he acknowledged, with a nod or a short phrase, the bows or salutations of those with whom he was acquainted. "Ah, Mr. Guffins, always up in the same corner, eh?" said he, addressing a middle-aged man in seedy black. "Got a new work in the press, s'pose? You literary men contrive to enjoy yourselves, I know. How do you do, Mr. McChisel?" looking towards a short, pock-marked man, with a quick grey eye and black hair combed upright off his forehead. "How get on the clients? Plenty of business, eh? Ah, you lawyers always contrive to do well. Mr. Drummer, your servant, sir. Got a good congregation still, sir?" "The chapel thriveth well, I thank you, as well as can be expected in these times of heathen abominations," answered a demure-looking middle-aged man, who was clad in deep black, and wore a white neckcloth, which seemed, together with the condition of his shirt and stockings, to denote that, although he had gained the confidence of his flock, he had certainly lost that of his washerwoman. After having taken a long draught of a pint of half and half which stood before him, he added, "There is many a savoury vessels in my congregation, reputable and pious and prayerful people, which pays regular for their sittings and fears the Lord." "Well, I am glad of that," ejaculated Mr. Suggett. "But ah!" he cried, observing a thin, white-haired old gentleman, with huge silver spectacles hanging halfway down his nose. "I'm glad to see Mr. Cobbington here. How gets on the circulating library, eh, sir?" Pretty well, thank ye," returned the bookseller. "Pretty well, considering." A great many people qualify their observations and answers by the addition of the word "considering," but they seldom vouchsafe an explanation of what is to be considered. Sometimes they use the phrase "considering all things," and then the mind has so much to consider that it cannot consider any one thing definitively. It would be much more straightforward and satisfactory if persons would relieve their friends of all suspense, and say boldly at once, as the case may be, "Considering the execution I have got in my house," or "Considering the writ that's out against me," or even "Considering the trifling annoyance of not having a shilling in my pocket and not knowing where to look for one." But somehow or another, people never will be candid nowadays, and Talleyrand was right when he said that language was given to man to enable him to conceal his thoughts. But to continue. Mr. Suggett glanced a little further round the room, and recognised another old acquaintance. "Ah, Snoggles, how are you?" "Very well, thank ye. How be you?" "Blooming. But how come you here?" "I dropped in quite promiscuously,"
answered Snoggles, and finding good company, stayed. But it is upwards of 3 years since I see you, Mr. Suggett. About. What grade do you now fill in the profession? Any promotion? I'm sorry to say not, replied Mr. Snoggles, shaking his head mournfully. I've tumbled off the box down to a level with the 'osses. Which, being interpreted, means that Mr. Snoggles had fallen from the higher state of coachman to the less elevated rank of ostler. But what rank do you now hold? I left off the uniform of Tiger last month, answered Mr. Suggett, and received the bravo Valet de Chambre. That gentleman one of the profession? Demanded Snoggles, alluding to Mr. Whittingham. Mr. Markham's butler, sir, at your service, said Whittingham, bowing with awe-inspiring stiffness, and may I say, without exaggerating, sir, and in no wise compromising my indefatigable character for veracity, that I am also Mr. Markham's confidential friend, and what's more, gentlemen, added the butler, glancing proudly around the room, Mr. Richard Markham is the finest young man about this stupendous city of the whole universe, and that's as true as this is a hand. As Mr. Whittingham concluded this sentence, he extended his arm to display the hand relative to which he expressed such confidence, and while he flourished the arm to give weight to his language, the aforesaid hand encountered the right eye of the dissenting parson. A case of assault and battery, instantly exclaimed Mr. McChisel, the lawyer, and here are upwards of a dozen witnesses for the plaintiff. I really beg the gentleman's pardon, said Whittingham. Special jury, sittings after term, damages £500, exclaimed McChisel. No harm was intended, observed Suggett. Not a bit, added Snuggles. Verdict for plaintiff, enter up judgment, issue execution, cassa in no time, said McChisel doggedly. I am used to flagellations and persecutions at the hands of the ungodly, said the Reverend Mr. Drummer, rubbing his eye with his fist, and thereby succeeding in inflaming it. Perhaps the reverend gentleman wouldn't take it amiss if I was to offer him my apologies in an extra powerful glass of brandy and water, exclaimed Whittingham. Bribery, murmured McChisel. No, let us have a bowl of punch at once, exclaimed Suggett. And corruption, added the lawyer. The bowl of punch was ordered, and the company was invited to partake of it. Even Mr. McChisel did not hesitate, and the dissenting minister, in order to convince Mr. Whittingham that he entirely forgave him, consented to partake of the punch so often that he, at length, began slapping Mr. Whittingham upon the back and declaring that he was the best fellow in the world. The conversation became general, and some of it is worth recording. I hope to have your patronage, sir, for my circulating library, said Mr. Cobbington to the butler. Depends, sir, upon the specified nature of the books it contains, was the reply. I have nothing but moral romances, in which vice is always punished and virtue rewarded. That conduct of yours is highly credulous to you. All books is trash except one, observed Mr. Drummer, winking his eyes in an extraordinary manner. They teach us naught but swearing, lewd conversation, ungodliness, and that worst of all vices, intemperance. I beg you to understand, sir, exclaimed Mr. Guffins, who had hitherto remained a silent spectator of the proceedings, although a persevering partaker of the punch. I beg you to understand, Mr. Drummer, my works, sir, are not the trash you seem to allude to. I won't understand nothing nor nobody, answered the reverend gentleman, swaying backwards and forwards in his chair. Leave me to commune with myself upon the vanities of this wicked world, and drink my punch in quiet. Humbug, exclaimed the literary man, swallowing his resentment and the remainder of his punch simultaneously. Ah, said the bookseller after a pause. Nothing now succeeds unless it's in the comic line. We have comic Latin grammars, and comic Greek grammars. Indeed, I don't know but what English grammar is too, is a comedy altogether. All our tragedies are made into comedies by the way they are performed, and no work sells without comic illustrations to it. I have brought out several new comic works, which have been very successful. For instance, the Comic Wealth of Nations, the Comic Parliamentary Speeches, the Comic Report of the Poor Law Commissioners, with an appendix containing the Comic Dietary Scale, and the Comic Distresses of the Industrious Population. I even propose to bring out a Comic Whole Duty of Man. All these books sell well, They do admirably for the nurseries of the children of the aristocracy. In fact, they are as good as manuals and textbooks. This rage for the comic is most unexpressibly remarkable, observed the butler. It is indeed, ejaculated Snuggles, and in order to illustrate the truth of the statement, he jerked a piece of lemon peel very cleverly into the dissenting parson's left eye. That's right, stone me to death, murmured the reverend gentleman. My name is Stephen, and it is all for righteousness' sake. I know I'm a chosen vessel, and may become a martyr. My name is Stephen, I tell you, Stephen Drum-ma-ma-ma. He then began a eulogium upon meekness and resignation under injuries, and reiterated his conviction that he was a chosen vessel, but, becoming suddenly excited by a horse laugh which fell upon his ear, he forgot all about the chosen vessel, and lifted another very savagely from the table. In a word, he seized a pewter pot in his hand, and would have hurled it at Mr. Snuggles' head, had not Mr. Whittingham stopped the dangerous missile in time, and pacified the reverend gentleman by calling for more punch. We must certainly have these 2 men bound over to keep the peace, said McChisel. 2 sureties and 15 themselves and 100 each. I shall dress the whole scene up for one of the monthlies, observed Mr. Guffins. If you do, you'll be indictable for libel, said McChisel. The greater the truth, the greater the libel. In the meanwhile, Suggett and his friend Snuggles drew close to each other, and entered into conversation. It must be about 3 years since I saw you last, said the latter. 3 year come January, observed Suggett. Ah, I've seed some strange vicissitudes in the interval, continued Snuggles. I went abroad as a coachman with a dashing young chap of the name of Winchester. The devil you did! How singular! Why, my present governor's name is Chichester. Well, I dare say they're cousins then, said the ostler. But I hope your'n won't cheat you as mine did me. He seemed to have no end of tin for some months, and lived. My eye, how he lived! King's Bench dinners ain't nothing to what his'n, and yet I heard say that the prisoners lived there better than their creditors outside. Howsomever, things didn't always go on swimmingly. We went to Baden, called so 'cause of the baths, and there my governor got involved in some gambling transactions as forced him to make his name Walker. Well, he bolted, leaving all his traps behind, and me amongst them, and not a skurrick to pay the hotel bill and find my way back again to England. The landlord, he seized the traps, and I was forced to walk all the way to, I forget the name of the place. Constantinople, perhaps, said Suggett, kindly endeavouring to assist his friend in his little geographical embarrassments. No, that ain't it, returned Snuggles. Howsomever, I had every kind of difficulty to fight up against, and I never seen my governor from that day to this. He owed me £8.19 and sixpence for wages, and he was bound by contract to bring me back to England. Disgraceful rascal, that he was, ejaculated Mr. Suggett. I really think that we gentlemen ought to establish a society for our protection. The licensed whittlers have their association. Why shouldn't we have the Gentlemen's Gentlemen Association, organised into a society? Why not? Said Snuggles. The waiter now acquainted the company that supper was ready in an upstairs room for those who liked to partake of it. All the gentlemen whose names have been introduced to the reader in connection with the parlour of the Servants' Arms removed to the banqueting salon, where the table was, spread with white cloth and black-handled knives and forks. At intervals stood salt-cellars and pepper-boxes, the latter resembling in shape the 3 little domes upon the present National Gallery in Trafalgar Square. A huge round of boiled beef tripe, both boiled and fried, and rump steaks formed the supper. The Methodist parson insisted upon being allowed to say grace, or, as he expressed it, ask a blessing, for which the same neighbours who had kindly helped him up the stairs now sustained him upon his legs. Dread was the havoc then made upon the various dainties on the table, Mr. Guffins being especially characterized by a good appetite upon this occasion. The Reverend Mr. Drummer was also far from being behind in this onslaught upon the luxuries supplied by the Servants' Arms, and while he bolted huge mouthfuls of boiled beef, he favoured the company with an excellent moral dissertation upon abstemiousness and self-mortification. Mr. Drummer was, however, one of those who content themselves with inculcating morality, and do not consider it necessary to set an example in their own persons, for, after having clearly demonstrated that gluttony and drunkenness
lead to blasphemy, ungodliness, and profane swearing, he abruptly turned to the landlord, who presided at the supper table, and holding his plate to be filled for the 4th time, exclaimed, "Damn your eyes, don't cut it so infernally thick." After supper, glasses round of hot brandy and water were introduced, and the conversation was carried on with considerable spirit. It was midnight before the party thought of breaking up, although several of the gentlemen present had already begun to see 3 or 4 Dutch clocks staring them in the face, besides the one which graced the wall. As for the Reverend Mr. Drummer, he declared that he was so affected by the ungodly proceedings of those present that he should forthwith endeavour to wash away their guilt with his tears, and it is distressing to be compelled to observe that all the reward this truly pious and deserving man experienced at the hands of the ungrateful company was the cruel accusation that he was crying drunk. This disgraceful behaviour produced such an effect upon his naturally nervous temperament that he fell flat upon the floor and was compelled to be taken in a wheelbarrow to his own house close by. We may also add here that on the following day this proceeding was rumoured abroad, so that the much injured minister was necessitated to justify his conduct from the pulpit on the ensuing Sabbath. This he did so effectually that 2 old ladies, who carried small flasks of brandy in their pockets, were conveyed out of the chapel in a peculiar state, no doubt overpowered by the minister's eloquence. They, however, recovered at the expiration of some hours, and immediately opened a subscription to present a piece of plate to the Reverend Stephen Drummer, together with a vote of thanks and confidence on the part of the congregation. The vote was respectfully but gratefully declined by this holy man, but, after some little entreaty, he was prevailed upon to accept the plate. From that time to the present day his congregation has been rapidly increasing, and although envy and jealousy have declared that he himself helped to augment its numbers in the shape of 3 innocent little children by different servant girls, he very properly disdained to contradict the report, and is considered by his flock to be a chosen and savoury vessel of the Lord. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Mysteries of London. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Mysteries of London, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 12. The Bank Notes. When Richard left the presence of Diana, after the full confession of her frailty, he hurried home on horseback at a rate which kept pace with his thoughts. Upon reaching his dwelling, he retired to his apartment, and sat himself down seriously to consider all that had taken place. His eyes were now opened to 2 facts. In the first instance, he saw that he had been giving way to a passion which was dishonourable in respect to the relations existing between its object and another individual, the baronet; and secondly, he perceived that, even if that barrier were removed, Diana was not the being whom he ought to make the partner of his fortunes. He was endowed with feelings and notions of the most scrupulous honour, and he deeply regretted that he should ever have been induced to utter a word or manifest a sentiment towards Diana which he would have been ashamed for the baronet to become acquainted with. To such an extent did he carry his notions of honour, that if, for instance, he had pledged himself to keep a secret, he would sooner have suffered himself to be put to death than have forfeited his word. Even were a crime communicated to him in confidence, he would not have benefited society by handing the perpetrator over to justice. He thus fell into an extreme almost as dangerous and fatal as the total absence of moral rectitude. If the reader should marvel how a young man, possessing such punctilious sentiments, could have so far forgotten himself as to declare his affection to one who stood in the light of a friend's wife, let it be remembered that he was surprised into a partial avowal of that passion, and that a certain impulse, favoured by a rapid succession of visits, parties, and tête-à-tête interviews, in which the object thereof was always present, had hurried him forward up to that point when a word was to decide his fate. Love is a stream so rapid that he who embarks upon it does not observe that his rude boat crushes the beauteous flowers upon the banks between which it passes. It is a river whose waters are those of oblivion. in which all other passions, sentiments, and ideas are swallowed up. O woman, what power hast thou over the heart of man? Thou wast born a creature of grace and fascination. To whatever clime thou dost belong, neither habit nor costume can deface in thee that natural charm of witchery and love which characterizes thee in all the relations of life. Richard had not been long alone when a knock at his door aroused him from the reverie in which he had been plunged, and Mr. Chichester entered the room. "My dear Markham," said he, "you must excuse the liberty which I take in thus intruding upon your privacy, but what is the meaning of this? You were to lunch with Harborough to-day, and we were all to dine together in the evening. You called at Diana's, and from what you said upon leaving, she fancied you were coming straight home. So I have galloped all this way after you. You shut yourself up from your friends as if you had a design upon your life." "I am not well. I am anxious to be alone." "But I shall not allow you to remain alone," said Chichester. "If you should feel melancholy, what guarantee have I that you will not commit suicide, or do what is nearly as bad, sit down and write sentimental poetry?" "I am not very likely to do either." "You must come and join us. The baronet—" "I would rather—" "I can take no excuse. Order round your chestnut and let us be off." "Well, at all events I must go straight into the city first," said Markham. "I have occasion to call at my guardian's banker." "Will you join me at 7 precisely this evening, at Harborough's own lodgings in Conduit Street? We shall expect you." "You may rely upon me," answered Markham, who now suddenly experienced an anxiety for society and bustle. "But who will be there?" "Only the baronet, you, I, and Talbot. A partie carrée. Talbot is really a good fellow at heart, and has taken a great liking to you. Besides, he is the most liberal and generous fellow in existence. He sent £100 to every hospital in London yesterday morning, his annual donations, and he thinks that nobody knows anything about it. He always puts himself down as XYZ in the lists of charitable subscriptions. He is so unostentatious." "Those are admirable traits in his character." "They are indeed. Just now, for instance, he heard of a horrid case of distress. Only conceive, a poor man, with 9 small children, and a wife just ready to present him with a 10th, dragged to Whitecross Street prison for a paltry £100. Talbot instantly called me aside and said, 'Chichester, my dear fellow, I have not time to attend to any business to-day. There is a £500 note. Have the kindness to get it changed for me, and devote £100 to save the unhappy family.'" "Those were Talbot's own words," added Mr. Chichester, surveying Richard in a peculiar manner from under his eyebrows. "How liberal! How grand! How noble!" exclaimed Richard, forgetting all Mr. Talbot's vulgarity and coarseness as he listened to these admirable traits of philanthropy. "To be candid with you, I am myself going to the banker's to draw some money, and when I see you this evening I shall be happy to place £20 in your hands for the use of that poor family." "No, my dear fellow, keep your money. The baronet and I shall take care of those poor people." "Nay, I insist." "Well, I am sorry now that I told you of the circumstance." "And I am very glad." "There, you shall have your own way then. But, by the by," added Chichester, a sudden thought appearing to strike him, "you are going into the city, and to your banker's?" "Yes, and you?" "I am anxious to get back to the West End as hastily as possible," answered Chichester. "You could do me a service if you would." "Name it," said Richard. "Get this note changed for me in the city," returned Chichester, and as he spoke he drew a Bank of England note for £500 from his pocket. "Oh, certainly," cried Markham, and he took charge of the note accordingly. He and Mr. Chichester then separated. Richard mounted his horse and rode towards the city, while his friend proceeded to the West End. At 7 o'clock Richard was ushered into Sir Rupert Harborough's drawing room in Conduit Street, Hanover Square. "There!" exclaimed Chichester, who was lounging upon the sofa. "I knew that my melancholy young gentleman would be punctual." "Delighted to see you, Markham," said the baronet, pressing his hand with more than usual fervour.
"How are you, my tulip?" shouted Talbot. "Why, Chichester said you had the blue devils."
"I really felt unequal to society today," returned Richard, "and I fancied that a little rest—"
"A little humbug!" ejaculated Mr. Talbot. "That's all my eye and my elbow, Markham. A damned good bottle of champagne will soon put you to rights. But when I am ill, what do you think I always take?"
"I really can't guess."
"Why, going to bed I always take a pint of dog's nose. There's nothing like dog's nose for getting into the system. You must have it in a pewter, you know, and nice and hot. You will then sweat a bucketful in the course of the night, and get up in the morning as right as a trivet. I can assure you there's nothing like dog's nose."
"And pray, what is dog's nose?" inquired Richard.
"Well, may I be hanged! You are jolly green not to know what dog's nose is. You take half a pint of the best half and half, or you may have ale all alone if you like, a quartern of blue ruin." "It is a mixture of gin, beer, and sugar," said Mr. Chichester impatiently. "Well, and why couldn't you let me tell the gentleman how to make dog's nose in my own manner?" asked Talbot, somewhat sulkily. "However, there's nothing better than dog's nose for the gripes, or wind on the stomach, or the rheumatics, for my part."
"Damn your part!" cried the Honourable Arthur Chichester, now absolutely losing all patience. Fortunately for all parties, the door was at that moment thrown open, and a valet announced that dinner was served up. Richard took advantage of the haste with which Mr. Talbot rushed downstairs to the dining room to slip a bundle of Bank of England notes and a quantity of gold into Chichester's hand, whispering at the same time, "There is your change, together with my £20 for the poor family."
"Thank you, my boy," said Chichester, and over Markham's shoulder he exchanged with the baronet a significant glance of satisfaction, amounting almost to joy. Meantime Mr. Talbot had rushed to his place at the dinner table, declaring that he was uncommonly peckish, and began sharpening his two knives one against the other. The baronet took his seat at the top of the table, Mr. Chichester at the bottom, and Markham sat opposite to Talbot. "This soup is unexceptionable," observed Chichester. "I never tasted better save once, and that was at the King of Prussia's table." "Ah, I once had damned good pea soup, I remember, at the Duke of Lambeth's table," ejaculated Mr. Talbot. "But I say, who the devil's that kicking my unfortunate soft corn?"
"A glass of wine, Markham," said Chichester.
"I suppose we'd all better join in," suggested Talbot.
"I shall be happy to drink wine with you, Mr. Talbot," said the baronet, with a reproving emphasis upon the pronouns.
"Just as you please," returned the man of charity, who certainly required some virtue or another to cover such a multitude of sins of vulgarity. "I wonder what's coming next. I say, Harborough, you haven't ordered any tripe, have you? I'm so fond of tripe. There's nothing like tripe and onions for supper."
The dinner passed away, and the bottle was circulated pretty freely. Richard regained his good spirits, and offered no objection when Chichester proposed a stroll up Regent Street with a cigar. The baronet and Talbot went together first, and Markham was about to follow, when Chichester drew him back into the dining room and said, "Excuse me, but you went to your banker's today. If you have much money about you, it is not safe to carry it about the streets of London at night time." "I have £55 in gold and £50 in notes," answered Markham.
"Notes are safe enough," returned Chichester, "but gold is dangerous. Someone would be sure to frisk your purse. Here, I tell you how we can manage it. Give me 50 sovereigns and I will give you a £50 note in exchange. I can then lock up the gold in the baronet's writing desk, the key of which I see he has fortunately left in the lock."
Chichester glanced as he spoke to the writing desk, which stood upon a little table between the windows. "I am much obliged to you for the thought," said Richard. "It is very considerate of you." He accordingly handed over his purse of gold to his kind friend, and received in exchange a £50 note, which Mr. Chichester selected from a huge roll that he took from his pocket. The two gentlemen then hastened to rejoin the baronet and Talbot, whom they overtook in Regent Street. They all walked leisurely along towards the Quadrant, and while Talbot engaged Markham in conversation upon some trivial topic or other, Chichester related in a few words to the baronet the particulars of the little pecuniary arrangement
which had just taken place. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Mysteries of London. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 13. The Hell. After having taken a few turns in Regent Street, the Baronet observed that it was devilish slow work. Mr. Talbot suggested the propriety of a spree, and Mr. Chichester declared that, as his friend Markham was anxious to see life, the best thing they could all do was to drop in for an hour at No. Quadrant. "What place is that?" demanded Markham. "Oh, only an establishment for cards and dice and other innocent diversions," carelessly answered Chichester. The Quadrant of an evening is crowded with loungers of both sexes. Beneath those arcades walk the daughters of crime, by ones and twos, dressed in the flaunting garb that tells so forcibly the tale of broken hearts, and blighted promise, and crushed affections. To lose an hour amidst the haunts of pleasure and of vice, and to court the crime by which alone they live. The young men that saunter arm in arm up and down, and the hoary old sinners, whose licentious glares seem to plunge down into the depths of the bodices of those frail but beauteous girls, little think of the amount of mental suffering which is contained beneath those gay satins and rustling silks. They mark the heaving of the voluptuous bosom, but dream not of the worm that gnaws eternally within. They behold smiles upon the red lips, and are far from suspecting that the hearts of those who laugh so joyfully are all but broken. Thus is it that in the evening the Quadrant has a characteristic set of loungers of its own, or at least it is frequented after dark by a population whose characters are easily to be defined. A bright lamp burnt in the fanlight over the door of No. Mr. Chichester gave a loud and commanding knock, and a policeman standing by, who doubtless had several golden reasons for not noticing anything connected with that establishment, instantly ran across the road after a small boy whom he suspected to be a thief, because the poor wretch wore an uncommonly shabby hat. The summons given by Mr. Chichester was not immediately answered. 5 minutes elapsed ere any attention was paid to it, and then the door was only opened to the small extent allowed by a chain inside. A somewhat repulsive-looking countenance was at the same time protruded from behind the door. "Well?" said the man to whom the countenance belonged. "All right," returned Chichester. The chain was withdrawn, and the door was opened to its full extent. The party were thereupon admitted, with some manifestations of impatience on the part of the porter, who no doubt thought that the door was kept open too long, into a passage, at the end of which was a staircase covered with a handsome carpet. Chichester led the way, and his companions followed, up to a suite of rooms on the first floor. These were well furnished and brilliantly lighted, and red moreen curtains, with heavy and rich fringes, were carefully drawn over the windows. Splendid mirrors stood above the mantels, which were also adorned with French timepieces in ormolu, and candelabra of the same material. On one side of the room stood a buffet covered with wines and liqueurs of various descriptions. In the middle of that same front apartment was the rouge et noir table. On each side sat a croupier, with a long rake in his hand and a green shade over his eyes. Before one of them was placed a tin case. This was the bank. And on each side of that cynosure of all attention stood little piles of markers or counters. 2 or 3 men, well but flashily dressed, and exhibiting a monstrous profusion of Birmingham jewellery about their persons, sat at the table. These were the Bonnets, individuals in reality in the pay of the proprietor of the establishment, and whose duties consist in enticing strangers and visitors to play, or in maintaining an appearance of playing deeply when such strangers and visitors first enter the room. The countenances of the croupiers were cold, passionless, and totally devoid of any animation. They called the game, raked up the winnings or paid the losings, without changing a muscle of their features. For all that regarded animation or excitement, they might have been easily passed off as automatons. Not so was it with the bonnets. These gentlemen were compelled to affect exuberant joy when they won, and profound grief or rage when they lost. From time to time they paid a visit to the sideboard, and helped themselves to wine or spirits, or regaled themselves with cigars. These refreshments were supplied gratuitously to all comers by the proprietor. This apparent liberality was upon the principle of throwing out a sprat to catch a whale. When none save the croupiers and bonnets are present, they throw aside their assumed characters, and laugh and joke, and chatter and smoke and drink. But the moment steps are heard upon the staircase, they all relapse with mechanical exactitude into their business aspect. The croupiers put on their imperturbable countenances as easily as if they were masks, and the bonnets appear to be as intent upon the game as if its results were to them prospective life or death. The croupiers are usually trustworthy persons well known to the proprietor, or else shareholders themselves in the establishment. The bonnets are young men of education and manners, who have probably lost the ample fortunes wherewith they commenced life, in the very whirlpool to which, for a weekly stipend, they are employed to entice others. In one of the inner rooms there was a roulette table, but this was seldom used. A young lad held the almost sinecure office of attending upon it. The front room was tolerably crowded on the evening when Chichester, Markham, the Baronet, and Talbot honoured the establishment with a visit. The moment they entered the apartment, Richard instinctively drew back, and, catching hold of Chichester's arm, whispered to him in a hurried and anxious manner, "Tell me, is this a gambling house? Is this what I have heard called a hell?" "It is a gambling house, if you will, my dear fellow," was the reply, "but a most respectable one. Besides, you must see life, you know." With these words he took Markham's arm, and conducted him up to the rouge et noir table. A young officer, whose age could not have exceeded 20, was seated at the further end of the green baize covered table. A huge pile of notes and gold lay before him, but at rapid intervals one of the croupiers raked away the stakes which he deposited, and thus his heap of money was gradually growing smaller. "Well, this is extraordinary!" ejaculated the young officer. "I never saw the luck set so completely in against me. However, I can afford to lose a little, for I broke your bank for you last night, my boys." "What does that mean?" demanded Richard in a whisper. "He won all the money which the proprietor deposited in that tin case, he means," replied Chichester. "And about how much do you suppose that might be?" "About £1,500 to £2,000. "Here, waiter!" exclaimed the young officer, who had just lost another stake. "A glass of claret!" The waiter handed him a glass of the wine so demanded. The young officer did not notice him for a moment, but waited to see the result of the next chance. He lost again. He turned round to seize the glass of wine, but, when his eyes caught sight of it, his countenance became almost livid with rage. "Fool! Idiot!" he ejaculated, starting from his seat. "Bring me a tumbler, a large tumbler of claret. My mouth is as parched as hell, and my stomach is like a lime kiln." The waiter hastened to comply with the wishes of the young gambler. The tumbler of claret was supplied, and the game continued. Still the officer lost. "A cigar!" he shouted, in a fearful state of excitement. "Bring me a cigar!" The waiter handed him a box of choice Havanas, that he might make his selection. "Why the devil don't you bring a light at the same time, you damned infernal rascal?" cried the gamester, and while the domestic hastened to supply this demand also, he poured a volley of most horrible oaths at the bewildered wretch's head. Again the play proceeded, and again the young officer lost. His pile of gold was gone. The croupier who kept the bank changed one of his remaining notes. "That makes 3,000 that I have lost already, by God!" ejaculated the young officer. "Including the amount you won last night, I believe," said one of the bonnets. "Well, sir, and suppose it is, what the deuce is that to you?" demanded the officer fiercely. "Have I not been here night after night for those 6 weeks? And have I not lost thousands? Thousands? When did I ever get a vein of good luck until last night? But never mind, I'll play on. I'll play till the end. I will either win all back or lose everything together. And then, in the latter case—"
He stopped. He had just lost again. His countenance grew ghastly pale, and he bit his lips convulsively.
"Claret! More claret!" he exclaimed, throwing away the Havana. "That cigar only makes me the more thirsty."
And again the play proceeded. "I am really afraid to contemplate that young man's countenance," whispered Markham to Chichester.
"Who so?"
"I have an idea that if he should prove unsuccessful, he will commit suicide. I have a great mind just to mention my fears to those men in the green shades, who seem to be winning all his money."
"Pray be quiet. They will only laugh at you."
"But the life of a fellow creature—"
"What do they care?"
"Do you mean to say that they are such wretches?"
"I mean that they do not care one fig what may happen, as long as they get the money."
Markham was struck speechless with horror as he heard this cold-blooded announcement. Chichester had, however, stated nothing but the truth. The proceedings were now fearfully interesting. The young officer was worked up to a most horrible state of excitement. His losses continued to be unvaried by a single gleam of good fortune. Still he persisted in his ruinous career. Note after note was changed. At length his last was melted into gold. He now became absolutely desperate. His countenance was appalling. The frenzy of gambling, and the inflammatory effects of the liquors he had been drinking, rendered his really handsome features positively hideous. Markham had never beheld such a scene before, and felt afraid. His companion surveyed it with remarkable coolness. The play proceeded, and in a few moments the officer's last stake was swept away. Then the croupiers paused, as it were, by common consent, and all eyes were directed towards the object of universal interest.
"Well, I said I would play until I won all or lost all," he said, "and I have done so. Waiter, give me another tumbler of claret. It will compose me."
He laughed bitterly as he uttered those words. The claret was brought. He drained the tumbler and threw it upon the table, where it broke into a dozen pieces.
"Clear this away, Thomas," said one of the croupiers, completely unmoved. "Yes, sir."
And the fragments of the tumbler disappeared forthwith. The Bonnets, perceiving the presence of other strangers, were now compelled to withdraw their attention from the ruined gambler and commence playing. And so the play again proceeded.
"Where is my hat, waiter?"
demanded the young officer after a pause, during which he had gazed vacantly upon the game.
"In the passage, sir, I believe." "No, I remember, it is in the inner room, but do not trouble yourself, I will fetch it myself."
"Very good, sir." And the waiter did not move. The young officer sauntered, in a seeming leisurely manner, into the innermost room of the suite. "What a shocking scene!" whispered Markham to Chichester. "I am glad I came hither this once. It will be a lesson for me which I can never forget." At this instant the report of a pistol echoed sharply through the rooms. There was a simultaneous rush to the inner apartment. Markham's presentiments were fulfilled. The young officer had committed suicide. His brains were literally blown out, and he lay upon the carpet weltering in his blood. A cry of horror burst from the strangers present, and then, with one accord, they hastened to the door. The baronet, Chichester, and Talbot were amongst the foremost who made this movement, and were thereby enabled to effect their escape. Markham stood riveted to the spot, unaware that his companions had left him, and contemplating with feelings of supreme horror the appalling spectacle before him. Suddenly the cry of "The police!" fell upon his ears, and heavy steps were heard hurrying up the staircase.
"The bank!"
ejaculated one of the croupiers.
"All right!"
cried the other, and in a moment the lights were extinguished as if by magic throughout the entire suite of rooms. Obeying a natural impulse, Markham hastened towards the door, But his progress was stopped by a powerful hand, and in an instant the bull's-eye of a lantern glared upon his countenance. He was in the grasp of a police officer. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The Station House. Of all the persons who were in the gambling house at the moment when the police, alarmed by the report of the pistol, broke in, Richard Markham was alone captured. The others, aware of the means of egress in emergencies of this kind, had rushed upstairs, entered upon the leads, and thus obtained admittance into the adjacent dwelling, from whose friendly doors they subsequently issued one by one, when all was once more quiet in the street. The police officer conducted Markham to the nearest station house. They entered a low, dark, gloomy apartment, which was divided into two parts by means of a thick wooden bar running across the room about 2½ feet from the ground. There was a small dull fire in the grate, and in a comfortable armchair near it was seated the inspector, a short, stout, red-faced, consequential-looking man, with a pen stuck behind his left ear. A policeman in uniform was standing at a high desk, turning over the leaves of a large book, and another officer in plain clothes, and very plain and shabby they were too, was lounging before the fire, switching the dust out of his trousers with a thin cane. "Well, what now?" said the inspector gruffly, as Markham was conducted into the office and led behind the bar towards the fire. "Me and Jones and Jenkins broke into number in the quadrant as we heard a pistol, or else we should have known ourselves better. And this young feller is all we caught. Jones and Jenkins is staying in the house, along with the dead body of the man as killed hisself." The inspector indulged in a good long stare at Markham, and when his curiosity was completely gratified, he said, "Now, Crisp, we'll enter that charge, if you please." The policeman standing at the desk turned to the proper leaf in the large book before him, and then took down the deposition of the officer who had apprehended Markham. When this was done, the inspector proceeded, in a very pompous and magisterial manner, to question the prisoner. "What is your name, young man?" "Richard Markham." "Oh, Richard Markham. Put that down, Crisp. Where do you live?" "At Markham Place, near Holloway." "Put that down, Crisp. Now, do you want to let any of your friends know that you are in trouble?" "First tell me of what I am accused, and why I am detained."
"You were accused of being in an unlawful house for an unlawful purpose, namely gambling, and a suicide has been committed there, they say. You will be wanted afore the coroner, as well as the magistrate."
"Can I be released until tomorrow by giving security for my appearance?"
"No, I can't part with you. It is said that it is suicide, and I believe it still might be murder. But you seem a respectable young gentleman, and so you shan't be locked up in a cell all night. You may sit here by the time, if you'll be quiet."
"I am at least obliged to you for this courtesy. But can you give me any idea of the extent of the penalty to which I am liable? I did not gamble myself. I merely accompanied—"
"You needn't criminate anybody, you know," interrupted the inspector. "The magistrate will fine you a few pounds, and that will be all."
"Then I should prefer not to acquaint my friends with my position," said Markham, "since I can release myself from my present difficulty without their assistance." Reassured by this conviction, though still strangely excited by the appalling scene which he had witnessed, Richard seated himself by the fire, and soon fell into conversation with the policeman. These men could talk of nothing but themselves or their pursuits. They appeared to live in a world of policeism. All their ideas were circumscribed to station houses, magistrates' offices, prisons, and criminal courts of justice. Their discourse was, moreover, garnished with the slang term of thieves. They could not utter a sentence without interpolating a swell mob phrase or a Newgate jest. They seemed to be so familiar with crime, though not criminal themselves, that they could not devote a moment to the contemplation of virtue. They only conversed about persons who were in trouble.
but never condescended to lavish a thought to those who were out of it.
"Cranky Jem has done it brown at last, hasn't he?" said Crisp. "He has indeed," replied the inspector. "But what could he have done with all the swag?"
"Oh, he's fadded that safe enough," observed the officer in plain clothes. "My eye! What a slap-up Lily Benjamin he had on when he was nabbed!"
"Yes, and sich a swell bandana fogle in a gropus.
He hadn't any ready tin, though, for he wanted to peel and put the white poodle up the spout, for a chop of Max. And because you wouldn't let him, he doubled you up with a wallop in your dumpling depot, didn't he?"
"Yes, but I bruised his canister for him, though."
"This'll be the third time he's been up afore the beaks at the Old Bailey."
"Consequently, he's sartin sure to be lagged.
Ah, it must be a clever knob in the fur trade who'll get him off."
"Well,
"Talking makes me thirsty," said Crisp. "I wish I'd summat to sluice me ivories with." Markham entertained a faint idea that Mr. Crisp was athirst. He accordingly offered to pay for anything which he and his brother policeman chose to drink. The officer in plain clothes was commissioned to procure some heavy wet, alias porter, and even the pompous and magisterial inspector condescended to take what he called a dram, but which in reality appeared to be something more than a pint. The harmony was disturbed by the entrance of a constable dragging in a poor, ragged, half-starved and emaciated lad without shoes or stockings.
"What's the charge?"
demanded the inspector.
"A rogue and a vagabond," answered the constable.
"Oh, very well. Put that down, Crisp. How do you know?" "Because he's wandering about and hasn't nowhere to go and no friends to refer to, and I saw him begging."
"Very good. Put that down, Crisp. And I suppose he's without food and hungry?"
"I have not tasted food," began the poor wretch, who stood shivering at the bar.
"Come, no lies!"
ejaculated the inspector. "No lies!" echoed the constable, giving the poor wretch a tremendous shake.
"Have you put it all down, Crisp?"
"Yes, sir."
"Well, let him have a bit of bread and lock him up. He'll get 3 months of it on the stepper tomorrow."
The poor creature was supplied with a cubic inch of stale bread, and then thrust into a filthy cell. "What do you think that unfortunate creature will be done to?" inquired Markham.
3 months on the stepper. The treadmill, to be sure.
"But what for?"
"Why, for a rogue and a vagabond."
"A vagabond he may be," said Markham, "because he has no home to go to. But how do you know he is a rogue?"
"Why, he was found begging, wasn't he?"
"And does that make a man a rogue?"
"Certainly it do, in the eye of the law."
"Ah, and that I can see without spectacles, too," added Mr. Crisp, with a laugh. Markham was reflecting profoundly upon the law's definitions of rogue and vagabond, when another constable entered, leading in an elderly man, belonging to the humbler class, but very cleanly in appearance.
"Well, what's the charge?"
demanded the inspector. "This fellow will come upon my beat with his apple cart, and I can't keep him off, so I've sent his cart to the green yard and brought him here." "Please, sir," said the poor fellow, wiping away a tear from his eye, "I endeavour to earn an honest living by selling a little fruit in the streets. I have a wife and 7 children to support, and I only stayed out so long tonight because I had had a bad day of it. And the money is so much wanted at home. It is indeed, sir. I do hope you'll let me go, sir. My poor wife will be ready to break her heart when she finds I don't come home. And my eldest boy always sits up for me. Poor little fellow, he will cry so if he doesn't kiss father before he goes to bed." There was something profoundly touching in this poor man's manner and language, and Markham felt inclined to interfere in his behalf. He, however, remembered that he was only allowed to sit in that room by sufferance, and that he was at the mercy of the caprice of ignorant, tyrannical, and hard-hearted men. He accordingly held his tongue.
"Come, Crisp, have you got that down?" said the inspector.
"Yes, sir."
"We'll let the man be locked up. The magistrate must decide in the morning."
And the poor fellow, in spite of his remonstrances, was removed to a cell. "I could not exactly understand what this new prisoner has done," said Markham.
"Obstructed the way and created a nuisance,"
replied the inspector pompously. "But he is endeavouring to earn his bread honestly, I think, and the road is open to everyone."
"Oh, no such thing. Those little carts frighten the horses in the great folks' carriages and can't be allowed. He must have a month of it. He's been warned several times and is incorrigible. I'll tell the magistrate so." And what will become of his family? Family? Why, go to the workhouse, to be sure. Presently a third constable made his appearance, accompanied by a poor, miserable-looking woman and 3 small children, all wretchedly clad and careworn. "What's the charge now?" "Charge from the workus. This here woman was admitted tonight to the Union with them 3 children, and 'cause the master ordered her to be separated from her children, she kicked up hell's delight. So the master turned 'em all out together, called me up, and give 'em in charge." "Put that down, Crisp."
Yes, and it is true, too," sobbed the poor woman. "I'm not ashamed to own that I love my children, and up to this blessed hour they have never been separated from me. It would break their poor little hearts to be torn away from me, that it would, God bless them. I love them all, poor, miserable as I am." A flood of tears drowned the voice of this wretched mother. "Inspector," said Markham, touched to the quick by this affecting scene, "you will allow me—"
"Silence, young man. It's a charge from the workus, and the workus is paramount."
"So it appears indeed," cried Richard bitterly.
"Silence, I say. Don't interfere, there's a good lad. Crisp, have you got it all down?"
"Yes, sir."
"Lock 'em up, then."
"At least we shall be together," exclaimed the poor unfortunate mother, to whom the 3 little children clung with all the tenacity of sincere affection. An hour elapsed, when another policeman entered, bringing in a man dressed as an ostler, and whose face was all covered with blood.
"Well, what now?" "Fighting in the Blue Dragon. The landlord turned him out, and so I took him up." "Put that down, Crisp. What's your name, my fine fellow?"
"John Snoggles."
"Put that down, Crisp. He's a nice bird, isn't he, Mr. Markham?" added the inspector.
"Markham!" ejaculated the new prisoner. "Yes, that is my name," said Richard. "Do you know me?" "Not that I am aware of, sir. Only the name reminded me that I have been this evening in the company of a gentleman as is in the service of a Mr. Markham. I left the Servants' Arms at 12 precisely, and walked straight down to this here vicinity. I ain't been more than half an hour coming, when I gets into a row—" "Well, well," said Richard, somewhat impatiently, "and what is the name of the person with whom you have passed the evening?"
"With several gentlemen, but the one I named was Whittingham."
"Whittingham? He is my butler. Poor fellow, how anxious he will be about me."
"He's too drunk to be anxious," said Snoggles dryly. "I was the only one as came away sober." "I'll tell you what he could do, if you like," observed the inspector, who now began to entertain an idea of Markham's standing in society by the mention of the word butler. "There is no one here to make any charge against the fellow. The constable will withdraw it, and he can take a note home for you."
"1,000 thanks!" ejaculated Markham. "But you intimated that he was tipsy."
"He certainly is elevated," answered Snoggles.
"Well, can you be at my house tomorrow morning by 6 or 7 o'clock?"
"Of course I can, sir."
"I need not write. You can say that you have seen me, and that I shall be home in the course of the day. Do not mention where I am. I would not have him coming here to seek me." Markham slipped a half a sovereign into the hands of Snoggles, who took his departure with a faithful promise to execute the commission entrusted to him, and, not a little pleased at having so pleasantly escaped a night in the station house. It was now past 1 o'clock, and Markham, feeling rather drowsy, lay down to slumber for a few hours upon a bench, wrapped up in Mr. Crisp's police coat. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Mysteries of London. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 15. The Police Office. The morning was rainy, cold, and lowering. Markham awoke unrefreshed by his sleep, which had been haunted by the ghost of the young officer who had committed suicide at the Hell. He shivered and felt nervous, as if under the impulse of some impending danger whose nature he could not altogether define. By the good offices of Crisp, he obtained the means of washing himself and arranging his toilette previous to an appearance at the police court, and the same intervention procured him a good breakfast.
As he, however, could not eat a morsel, Mr. Crisp very kindly and considerately devoured it all for him. At about 9:30 o'clock, the various constables connected with the charges entered in a police sheet arrived at the station house for the purpose of conducting their prisoners to the police court. All those persons who were charged with felony were handcuffed, but of this class the most knowing contrived to bring their hands beneath their garments in some way or other, and thus conceal the symbol of ignominy as they passed through the streets. Richard was astonished at the number of women who were charged with intoxication and disorderly conduct, and the chivalrous admiration of the whole sex which he felt, and which is so natural to youth, was considerably diminished by the hardened appearance and revolting language of these females. Markham and the constable who had arrested him proceeded in a cab together to the police office in Marlborough Street. Upon reaching that establishment, the officer said, "The magistrate will hear the drunk and assault charges first, so it may be an hour or more before your business will come on. I ought by right to lock you up, but if you like, we can stay together in the public house there, and one of my partners will let us know when the case is coming on." This arrangement was very acceptable to Richard, and to the nearest public house did he and the constable accordingly adjourn. For this handsome accommodation, all that he had to pay was half a guinea to the officer, besides liquidating the score for as much liquor as the said officer and every one of his partners who happened to drop in could consume. For the present, we must request the reader to accompany us to the interior of the police office. In a small, low, badly lighted room sat an elderly gentleman at a desk. This was the magistrate. Near him was the clerk, whom the worthy functionary consulted so often that it almost seemed as if this clerk was a peripatetic law manual or textbook. In front of the desk were the bar and the dock, and the space between them and the door was filled with policemen and the friends of those who had got into trouble. The first charge was called. A man dressed in the garb of a common labourer was accused of being drunk and incapable of taking care of himself. The magistrate put on a most awfully severe and frowning countenance, and said in a gruff tone, "Well, my man, what do you say to this charge?" "Please your worship," observed the prisoner, scratching his head, "I'm out of work, and my wife has pawned all our little bits of things for food for the children, and yesterday morning I was forced to go out to look for work without any breakfast. There was but a little bread left, and that I would not touch for all the world. Well, your worship, I was fortunate enough to get the promise of some work for Monday, and meeting a friend, he asked me to have a glass. Now beer upon an empty stomach, your worship." The magistrate, who had been reading a newspaper during this defence, now lifted up his head and exclaimed, "Well, you don't deny the charge. You are fined 5 shillings. Call the next case." "But your worship—" "Call the next case." The poor fellow was dragged away from the bay by 2 huge policemen, and an elegantly dressed person of about 26 years of age was introduced to the notice of the magistrate. "What is your name?" inquired the clerk. "Name? Oh, John Jenkins," was the reply, delivered in a flippant and free and easy manner. The clerk and the magistrate whispered together. A constable then stood forward and stated the charge. The prisoner at the bar had turned out of a flash tavern in the Haymarket at 1 in the morning, and commenced crowing like a cock, and ringing at front door bells, and playing all imaginable kinds of antics. When the constable interfered, the gentleman knocked him down, and had not another policeman come up to the spot at the moment, the said gentleman never would have been taken into custody. The magistrate cross-questioned the policeman, who gave evidence in this case, with great severity, and then, turning with a bland smile to the prisoner, who was surveying the clerk through his eyeglass in as independent a manner as if he were lounging over the front of his box at the opera, the worthy functionary said in a tone of gentle entreaty, "Now really, we have reason to suspect that John Jenkins is not your name. In fact, my lord, we know you." "Well then," exclaimed the prisoner, turning his eyeglass from the clerk upon the magistrate, "chalk me up as Lord Plymouth, since you were down upon me in this way." "My lord, said the magistrate, with parental urbanity of manner, "these little freaks of yours are really not creditable, upon my honour they are not. I sit here to administer justice to the rich as well as to the poor." "Oh, you do you?" cried the nobleman. "Now I tell you what it is.
If you dare talk any of your nonsense about prisons and houses of correction to me, I'll not stand it. You know as well as I do that whenever a barrister is to be appointed magistrate, the Home Secretary sends for him and tells him to mind his P's and Q's towards the aristocracy. So none of your nonsense, but be quick and let me off with the usual fine." "My lord!" ejaculated the magistrate, glancing with consternation from the prisoner to the clerk, and from the clerk to the prisoner. "Did I not say that I sat here to administer equal justice to the rich and the poor? The fine for drunkenness is 5 shillings, my lord, and in that sum I fine you. As for the assault upon the policeman, I give you leave to speak to him outside." The nobleman demanded change for a £10 note, and threw the 5 shillings in a contemptuous and insolent manner towards the clerk, who thanked his lordship as if he had just received an especial favour. The assault was easily settled outside, and the nobleman drove away in an elegant cab, just as the wife of the poor labourer departed in tears from her husband's cell, for the purpose of pledging every remaining article of clothing that could possibly be dispensed with, to raise the 5 shillings wherewith to procure his liberation. Several other cases of intoxication, disorderly conduct, and obstruction of the police in the exercise of their duty, which last embraced the veriest trifles, as well as the most daring attempts at rescue, were then disposed of. In all instances, the constables endeavoured to exaggerate the conduct of the accused, and never once attempted to palliate it, and as the magistrate seemed to place implicit confidence in every word the police uttered, although 1 or 2 cases of gross perjury were proved against them, convictions were much more frequent than acquittals. The cases of the poor, starving, emaciated beggar, the apple-cart man, and the affectionate mother, who had all 3 so powerfully excited Markham's attention at the station-house, were called on one after another, consecutively. Fortunately, the inspector was not present at the time to use his influence against the 2 first, and the master of the workhouse did not appear to press the charge against the last. They were all 3 accordingly discharged, with a severe admonition, the first against begging and being houseless, the second against earning an honest livelihood by selling fruit in the streets, and the third against clamouring in a workhouse for the mere trifle of being separated from her children. As these 3 individuals emerged from the police office, they were accosted by Mr. Crisp, who informed them that they were wanted by a gentleman at a public house in the neighbourhood. Thither did the trio of unfortunates, accompanied by the poor woman's children, proceed, and great was their surprise when Mr. Crisp officiously introduced them into a private room which Markham had engaged. Richard, and the police officer in whose charge he remained, were there, and the moment the poor creatures were shown in, they were accosted by that young man whose ingenuous countenance inspired them with confidence and hope. "My good friends," said he, "I was in the station-house last night when you arrived, and your sad tales touched me to the quick. Now, with regard to you, my poor lad," he continued, addressing himself to the rogue and vagabond, "what prospect have you before you? In what way could a friend aid you?" "My brother, sir, is well off and would assist me," replied the poor creature, "if I could but get to him. He lives in Edinburgh, and is well-to-do as a wheelwright." "Here are 2 guineas for you, my friend," said Richard. "They will take you home, and there may your reception be as favourable as you seem to think. There, I do not want you to thank me. Go, and commence your journey at once." The poor fellow pressed Markham's hand with the most enthusiastic gratitude, and took his departure with tears in his eyes and gladness in his heart. "And now, my good man," said Richard to the owner of the apple-cart, "what do you propose to do?" "To speak the truth, sir, I don't know. The police seem determined that I shan't earn an honest livelihood, and as I am equally resolved not to see my children starve before me, I have nothing left to do but become a thief. I shan't be the first whom the police have driven to that last resource in this city." "You speak bitterly," said Markham. "Yes, because I tell the truth, sir. My cart is to be returned to me, but of what use is it, or the stock that is in it, since I don't dare go about to sell fruit?" "Could you not open a little shop?" "Ah, sir, that requires money." "How much?" "A matter of £4 or £5, sir," replied the man, "and where could a poor devil like me—" "I will give you £5 for the purpose," interrupted Markham, and taking from his pocket-book a bank-note, he handed it to the poor man. We will not attempt to depict his gratitude. Words would completely fail to convey an idea of the exuberant joy which filled the heart of that good and affectionate father, who would rather have become a thief than seen his children starve. "And now, my good woman, what can I do for you?" said Markham, turning to the third object of his charity. "How in the name of heaven came you reduced, with 3 children, to such a state of want and destitution?" "My husband, sir, is in prison," answered the poor creature, bursting into tears, while her children clung the more closely around her. "In prison? And for what crime?" "Oh, crime, sir! It is only a crime in the eye of the law, but not in the eye of either man or heaven." "My good woman, this is absurd. Is there any offence of which the law alone takes cognizance, and which is not reprehensible in the eye of God?" "On the contrary, sir, God has given us for our general use and benefit the very thing which the law has forbidden us to take." "This is trifling," exclaimed Richard impatiently. "Can you, whom I behold so affectionate to your children, be hardened in guilt?" "Do not think so, sir. My husband was a hard-working man, never spent an hour at the public-house, never deprived his family of a farthing of his wages. He was a pattern to all married men, and his pride was to see his children well-dressed and happy. Alas, sir, we were too happy not to meet with some sad reverse. My husband, in an evil hour, went out shooting one afternoon, when there was a holiday at the factory where he worked, and he killed a hare upon a nobleman's grounds near Richmond. He was taken up and tried for poaching, and was sentenced to a year's imprisonment with hard labour. This term expires in 6 weeks, but in the meantime, oh God, what have we not suffered?" "Ah, forgive me," ejaculated Markham, deeply touched by this recital. "I spoke harshly to you, because I did not remember that the law could be guilty of a deed of such inhuman atrocity. And yet I have heard of many, many cases ere now. Merciful heavens, is it possible that the law, which with the right hand protects the privileges of the aristocracy, can with the left plunge whole families into despair?" "Alas, it is too true," responded the poor woman, pointing towards her pale and shivering offspring. "Well, cheer up, your husband will be restored to you in 6 weeks," said Markham. "In the meantime, here is wherewith to provide for your family." Another £5 note was taken from the pocket-book and transferred to the hand of the poor but tender-hearted mother. The children clung to Richard's knees and poured forth their gratitude in tears. Their parent loaded him with blessings which came from the very bottom of her heart, and called him the saviour of herself and famished little ones. Never, until that day, had Richard so entirely appreciated the luxury of possessing wealth. Scarcely was this last matter disposed of, when information arrived that Markham's case would be heard in about 10 minutes. To the police court did he and the constable who had charge of him proceed accordingly, and in due time the young man found himself standing at the bar in the presence of a magistrate. The usual questions were put relative to name, age, and residence, to all of which Richard answered in a candid and respectful manner. The constable then stated the nature of the charge, with which the reader is already acquainted. Evidence was also gone into to show that the officer, whose death had led to the irruption into the gambling-house on the part of the police, had died by his own hand, and not in consequence of any violence. This point was sufficiently proved by a medical man. Markham, in his defence, stated he had accompanied some friends, whose name he declined mentioning, to the gaming-house on the preceding evening, that he had not played himself, nor had he intended to play, and that he had been led into the establishment without previously being acquainted with the exact nature of the place he was about to visit. The magistrate remonstrated with him on the impropriety of being seen in such houses, and inflicted a fine of £5, which was of course immediately paid. As he was leaving the police court, Markham was informed by a beadle who accosted him that his presence would be required at the gambling-house that same afternoon at 4 o'clock to give evidence at the coroner's inquest concerning the means by which the deceased officer came by his death. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Mysteries of London. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Mysteries of London by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 16. The Beginning of Misfortunes. At 8 o'clock in the morning, after the scene at the Hell, and while Richard was still in the custody of the police, Sir Rupert Harborough and the Honourable Arthur Chichester were hastening in a handsome cabriolet, belonging to the former, to Markham Place. The conversation of these gentlemen during the drive will tend to throw some light on one or two preceding incidents that may have appeared a little mysterious to the reader. "I wonder what became of him last night," said Chichester. "Upon my honour, at the moment I do not care," returned the baronet. "Nor I either. I was only intent upon getting off myself. He will not be pleased at our having left him in that unceremonious manner. Oh, trust to me, any explanation will do. He is so exceedingly green. And so marvellously particular in his conduct. If it had not been for us, he would have remained quite a saint." "I am not afraid," observed Chichester, "of being able to manage him, and turning him to immense advantage in our plans. But that vulgar beast Talbot will most certainly spoil all. Even the idea of the fellow's wealth and charities will not always induce Markham to put up with his vulgarities. Besides, the wretch has such execrable bad taste. Last evening, for instance, when I casually dropped a neat little lie about the soup at the King of Prussia's table, Talbot instantly paraded the Duke of Lambeth's pea soup. Only fancy a duke and pea soup united together. And then his dog's nose and sore feet and boiled tripe," said the baronet, "after all the drilling we gave him in the first instance, when he stipulated upon associating with us in order to see how we worked the thing, he is still incorrigible. Then, when I think of all the money I have already laid out in buying the materials, in getting the proper paper, and in keeping him in feather all the time he was at work, my blood boils to see that he hangs like a millstone round our necks, and threatens by his vulgarity to spoil all." "But what could we do?" cried Chichester. "You told me in the first instance to find an engraver on whom we could rely, and I was compelled to enlist the fellow Pocock in our cause. He was the very man, so far as knowledge went, having been employed all his life in working for bankers. But his atrocious vulgarity is his bane, and even his aristocratic name of Talbot, which I made him assume, does not help him to pass himself off as a gentleman. It was a pity he could not listen to reason and take the sum of ready money down which you offered him in the first instant. But no, he must needs cry thirds, and insist upon going about us to see fair play." "And get his share," added the baronet. "Yes, even the very first night that he ever saw Markham," continued Chichester, "his greediness would have induced him to risk the ruin of everything by winning a few paltry pounds of the young fellow at Diana's lodgings. But I damned soon stopped that. I didn't even want to take the £20 yesterday, which Markham offered for the poor family concerning whom I invented so capital a story. No, it is not a few pounds that will do us any good, or remunerate me for my large outlay," said the baronet. "We want thousands, and this Markham is the very instrument we require. The first trial was made yesterday, and succeeded admirably. The note has actually been changed to bankers. No one can expect a better test than that. Now, if this Talbot is to ruin us with Markham, the very person we want, the most excellent medium we could require, himself being above all suspicion, and entertaining no suspicion—" "It would be enough to break one's heart," added Chichester. "Besides, my creditors are so clamorous, settle with them I must," continued the baronet. "And then Diana costs me a fortune. I must get rid of her without delay, for I expect that she is getting sentimental on this youth, and will not interest her in our affair for fear of letting him get into a scrape." "Why, it is very certain," observed Chichester, "that according to the admirable way in which we have arranged our plans, if an explosion took place we could not possibly be implicated. However, we must make haste and work London, and then off to Paris. We might get rid of £4,000 or £5,000 worth amongst the money changers in a Palais Royal. Then off to Germany in due rotation, Italy next, touch at Spain, and home to England. Upon my honour, it is a noble scheme, a grand, a princely scheme," cried the baronet, elated with the idea. "My God, if it were spoilt in its infancy by any fault of ours or our associates! And Talbot is such a drunken beast that we can scarcely rely upon him," said Chichester. "He will one day commit himself, and us too. The fellow does not know how to get tipsy like a gentleman." "We will tell him the candid truth and see what he says," pursued the baronet. "When he finds that we are determined not to tolerate him with us, and that we will quash the whole thing at once if he insists upon remaining, he must yield. There was that young Walter Sidney, who seemed at first to have taken a fancy to Diana. I thought of making use of him too, but he never called after that drunken display of Mr. Talbot's. He was evidently disgusted with him for his conduct, and with us for associating with him." "Well," said Chichester, "let us resolve, then, to have an explanation with Talbot in the sense you have mentioned, and you must also speak seriously to Diana, and get her to make use of young Markham." "And if she will not," added the baronet, "I shall get rid of her without delay. What is the use of having an expensive mistress, unless you can use her either as a blind or a plant?" The delectable conversation terminated here, because those who had carried it on were now arrived at their destination. The baronet's tiger knocked at the front door, and Mr. Whittingham speedily made his appearance. "Is your master at home?" demanded Chichester. "No, sir. He has not domesticated himself in his own abode since he went out shortly after you yesterday. But a person of my acquaintance, a man of perfect credibleness, has just come to assure me that my young master will be here again in the currency of the day." "Where did this person see your master?" inquired Chichester, struck by the absence of Markham the entire night. "His respondencies is evasive and dissatisfactory," said Whittingham. "This is very remarkable," ejaculated Chichester. Then, after a pause, he added, "But we will await Mr. Markham's return, and I will just see this man and interrogate him alone. Alone, do you hear, Whittingham?" "I hear, sir, because my acoustic propensities is good. I will send this person to you into the library." Mr. Chichester alighted from the vehicle and hastened to the library, while the baronet repaired to the stables to see that his horse, concerning which he was very particular, was properly cared for. Mr. Chichester walked up and down the library, reflecting on the probable causes of Richard's absence. At the moment he fancied that he might have fallen into the hands of the police, but then he thought that, had this been the case, Markham would have sent for himself or the baronet. He did not imagine that the noble nature of the young man whom he was conducting headlong to his ruin would scorn to take any steps calculated to compromise his friends. The door of the library opened, and a man entered. "What, John!" ejaculated Mr. Chichester, turning very pale and manifesting much confusion. "Mr. Winchester!" cried Snoggles, for it was he. "Hush, my good fellow, don't say a word," said Chichester, recovering his presence of mind. "I am really glad to see you. I have often thought of you since that unpleasant affair. I hope it put you to no inconvenience. At all events, I will make matters all right now." "Better late than never," said Snoggles. "Well, and you must promise me faithfully not to mention this affair to anyone, and I will always stand your friend. And remember, my name is Chichester now, not Winchester. Pray do not forget that." "No, no, I'm fly enough. I'm down to trap," replied Snoggles, with a leer of insolent familiarity. "Here is a £20 note. That will cover all your losses, and recompense you into the bargain." "That'll do." "It would be better that you should not say that you ever knew me before." "Just as you like." "I prefer that course. But now to another point. Where did you see Mr. Richard Markham?" "At the station house in Street." "The station house? And for what?" "Ah, there you beat me. I can't say. All that I know is that he gave me half a sovereign to come and tell his old butler this morning that he should be home in the course of the day." "And that is all you know?" "Everything." "Now, can I rely upon you in respect to keeping the other matter secret?"
demanded Chichester. I have already told you so, answered Snoggles.
And you need not tell old Whittingham that his master is at the station house.
Snoggles withdrew, and Mr. Chichester was immediately afterwards joined by the baronet.
Markham is at the station house in Street. The deuce he is, and for what? I cannot learn. Do you not think it is odd that he did not send for either of us? Yes, we will return to town this moment, said the baronet, and send someone unknown to him to hear the case at the police office. We shall then learn whether anything concerning the note transpires, and what to say to him when we see him. Yes, there is not a moment to lose, returned Chichester. The cabriolet was brought round to the door again in a few minutes, during which interval Chichester assured Whittingham that he had learned nothing concerning his master, and that he and the baronet were only returning to town for the purpose of looking after him. As soon as the vehicle was out of sight, Mr. Whittingham returned in a disconsolate manner to his pantry, where Mr. Snoggles was occupied with a cold pasty and a jug of good old ale. "Well, I've learnt something to-day, I have," observed Snoggles, who could not keep a secret for the life of him. "What's that?" demanded Whittingham. "Why, that Winchester is Chichester, and Chichester is Winchester." "They are two irrelevant cities," observed the butler, "and not by no manner of means identical." "The cities is different, but the men is the same," said Snoggles. "I can't apprehend your meaning." "Well, I will speak plain. Did you hear me tell Sugget the story about my old master, last night at the Servants' Arms?" "No, I was engaged in a colloquial discourse at the time." "Then I will tell you the adventure over again." And Mr. Snoggles related the incident accordingly. Mr. Whittingham was quite astounded, and he delivered himself of many impressive observations upon the affair, but which we shall not be cruel enough to inflict upon our readers. It was about 12:30 when Richard returned home. His countenance was pale and anxious, and he vainly endeavoured to smile as he encountered his faithful old dependent. "Ah, Master Richard, I was sadly afraid that you had fallen into some trepidation." "A very unpleasant adventure, Whittingham, which I will relate to you another time, kept me away from home. I was with Sir Rupert Harborough and Mr. Chichester." "Mr. Chichester ain't no good, sir," interrupted the butler emphatically. "What do you mean, Whittingham?" "I mean exactly what I say, Master Richard, and nothing more nor less. Both the baronet and Mr. Chichester have been here this morning." Then, with a considerable amount of circumlocution and elaborate comment, the butler related the conduct of Chichester towards Snoggles, and their accidental meeting that morning. "This is very extraordinary," said Richard, musing. "I can't say I ever regularly admired this Mr. Chichester," observed Whittingham. "He seems too dashing, too out and out, and too circumwenting in his discourse to be anything exceeding and excessive good. Now I like the baronet much better. He isn't so familiar in his manners. Whenever he speaks to me he says Mr. Whittingham, but Mr. Chichester calls me plain Whittingham. As for that vulgar fellow Talbot, who has called here once or twice, he slaps me on the shoulder and bawls out, 'Well, Whittingham, my tulip, how are you?' Now you know, Master Richard, it's not conformant to perceived notions to call a butler a tulip." "I have been deceived in my acquaintances. No doubt I have been deceived," said Richard, musing audibly, and pacing the library with agitated steps. "There is something suspicious in the connection of that man Talbot, however rich he may be, with so elegant a gentleman as the baronet. Then this conduct of Chichester's towards his servant. They're taking me to a common gambling house. They're deserting me in the hour of need. Yes, I have been deceived. And then Diana. I ought never more to see her. Her influence, her fascination are too dangerous." "A gambling house!" ejaculated Whittingham, whose ears caught fragments of these reflections. "My old friend," said Richard, turning suddenly towards the butler, "I am afraid I have been enticed, inveigled into society which is not creditable to me or my position. I will repair my fault. Mr. Munro, my guardian, advised me some weeks ago to indulge in a tour upon the Continent. I will avail myself of this permission." At 4 o'clock I have an appointment, a pressing appointment to keep in town. By 7 at latest I shall return. Have a post-chaise at the door, and all things in readiness. We will proceed to Dover to-night. You alone shall accompany me."
"Let's do it, sir, let's do it," exclaimed the faithful old dependent. "It will separate you from them flash fellows which lead young men into scrapes, and from them vulgar persons which call butlers tulips." Whittingham retired to make the preparations for the contemplated journey, and Richard seated himself at the table to write a couple of letters. The first was to Mrs. Arlington, and ran thus: "Circumstances of a very peculiar nature, and which I cannot at present explain to you, compel me to quit London thus abruptly. I hope you will not imagine that I leave your agreeable society without many regrets. We shall probably meet again, when I may perhaps confide to you the motives of this sudden departure, and you will then understand that I could not have remained in London another minute with safety to myself. I scarcely know what I write, I am so agitated and uneasy. Pray excuse this scrawl. Richard Markham." The second letter was to Mr. Munro, and was couched in the following terms: "You may be surprised, my dear sir, to find I am immediately about to avail myself of your kind recommendation and permission to visit the Continent. I conceive it to be my duty, in consequence of rumours or reports which may shortly reach your ears concerning me, to inform you that I have only this moment awoke to the fearful perils of the career in which I have for some weeks past been blindly hurrying along, till at length yesterday— But I dare not write any more. I am penitent, deeply penitent. Let this statement induce you to defend and protect my reputation. Ever your sincerely obliged, R. Markham." Having hastily folded, addressed, and sealed these letters, Markham hurried up to his bedroom to select certain articles of clothing and other necessaries which he should require upon his journey. He was interrupted in the middle of this occupation by the entrance of Whittingham, who came to announce that two persons of somewhat strange and suspicious appearance desired an immediate interview with him. Scarcely was this message delivered, when the two men, who had followed Whittingham upstairs, walked very unceremoniously into the bedroom. "This is Richard Markham, s'pose?" said one, advancing towards the young man.
"Yes, my name is Markham, but what means this insolent and unpardonable intrusion?"
"Intrusion, indeed," repeated the foremost of the ill-looking strangers. "However, not to keep you waiting, my young friend, I must inform you that me and this man here are officers, and we've warrant to take you."
"A warrant!" ejaculated both Richard and Whittingham at the same moment.
"Come, come now, I dessay you haven't been without your misgivings since yesterday, but if young gentlemen will play such pranks, why they must expect some time or other to be wanted, that's all."
"But what have I done?" demanded Richard. "There must be some mistake. I cannot be the person whom you require."
"Did you not call at a certain banker's in the city yesterday?" demanded the officer.
"Certainly. I had some money to receive, which Mr. Munro, my guardian, had paid into their hands for my use."
"And you changed a £500 note? The clerk did it for your accommodation."
"I do not deny it. I required change. But how is all this connected with your visit?"
"That £500 note was a forgery."
"A forgery? Impossible!" cried Richard.
"A forgery," said Whittingham. "This is really impudence of too consummating a nature. Come, there's no mistake, and all this gammon won't do. Me and my partner came in a hackney coach which stands at the corner of the lane, so if you're ready we'll be off to Bow Street at once."
"I am prepared to accompany you," said Richard, "because I am well aware that I shall not be detained many minutes at the magistrate's office."
"That's no business of mine," returned the principal officer.
Then, addressing his companion, he said,
"Jem, you'll stay here and take a survey of the premises, while I get off with the prisoner. You can follow as soon as you've satisfied yourself whether there's any evidence upon the premises."
It was with great difficulty that Richard overruled the desire of Whittingham to accompany him, but at length the faithful old man was induced to comprehend the necessity of staying behind, as an officer was about to exercise a strict search throughout the house, and Markham did not choose to leave his property to the mercy of a stranger.
This point having been settled, Richard took his departure with the officer in whose custody he found himself. They entered the hackney coach, which was waiting at a little distance, and immediately proceeded by the shortest cuts towards the chief office in Bow Street. Upon their arrival at that ominous establishment, Richard's pocket-book and purse were taken away from him, and he himself was thrust into a cell until the charge at that moment before the magistrate was disposed of. Here must we leave him for the present, as during the night which followed his arrest, scenes of a terrible nature passed elsewhere. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Perrard. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 17. A Den of Horrors. However filthy, unhealthy, and repulsive the entire neighborhood of West Street, Smithfield, Field Lane, and Saffron Hill may appear at the present day, it was far worse some years ago. There were then but few cesspools, and scarcely any of those which did exist possessed any drains. The knackers' yards of Cow Cross and the establishments in Castle Street, where horses' flesh is boiled down to supply for the dogs and cats of the metropolis, send forth now, as they did, a fetid and sickening odor which could not possibly be borne by a delicate stomach. At the windows of those establishments the bones of the animals are hung to bleach, and offend the eye as much as the horrible stench of the flesh acts repugnantly to the nerves. Upwards of 60 horses a day are frequently slaughtered in each yard, and many of them are in the last stage of disease when sent to their long home. Should there not be a rapid demand for the meat on the part of the itinerant purveyors of that article for canine and feline favorites, it speedily becomes putrid, and a smell which would alone appear sufficient to create a pestilence pervades the neighborhood. As if nothing should be wanting to render that district as filthy and unhealthy as possible, water is scarce. There is in this absence of a plentiful supply of that wholesome article an actual apology for dirt. Some of the houses have small back yards, in which the inhabitants keep pigs. A short time ago, an infant belonging to a poor widow, who occupied a back room on the ground floor of one of these hovels, died, and was laid upon the sacking of the bed while the mother went out to make arrangements for its interment. During her absence, a pig entered the room from the yard, and feasted upon the dead child's face. In that densely populated neighborhood that we are describing, hundreds of families each live and sleep in one room. When a member of one of these families happens to die, the corpse is kept in the close room where the rest still continue to live and sleep. Poverty frequently compels the unhappy relatives to keep the body for days, aye, and weeks. Rapid decomposition takes place, animal life generates quickly, and in 24 hours myriads of loathsome animalculæ are seen crawling about. The very undertaker's men fall sick at these disgusting, these revolting spectacles. The wealthy classes of society are far too ready to reproach the miserable poor for things which are really misfortunes, and not faults. The habit of whole families sleeping together in one room destroys all sense of shame in the daughters, and what guardian then remains for their virtue? But, alas, a horrible, an odious crime often results from that poverty which thus huddles brothers and sisters aunts and nephews, all together in one narrow room, the crime of incest. When a disease, such as the smallpox or scarlatina, breaks out in one of those crowded houses and in a densely populated neighborhood, the consequences are frightful, the mortality is as rapid as that which follows the footsteps of the plague. These are the fearful mysteries of that hideous district which exist in the very heart of this great metropolis. From St. John Street to Saffron Hill, from West Street to Clerkenwell Green, is a maze of narrow lanes choked up with dirt, pestiferous with nauseous odors, and swarming with a population that is born, lives, and dies amidst squalor, penury, wretchedness, and crime. Leading out of Holborn, between Field Lane and Ely Place, is Upper Union Court, a narrow lane forming a thoroughfare for only foot passengers. The houses in this court are dingy and gloomy, the sunbeams never linger long there, and should an Italian boy pass through the place, he does not stop to waste his music upon the inhabitants. The dwellings are chiefly let out in lodgings, and through the open windows upon the ground floor may occasionally be seen the half‐starved families of mechanics crowding round the scantily supplied table. A few of the lower casements are filled with children's book, pictures of actors and highwaymen glaringly colored, and lucifer matches, twine, sweetstuff, cotton, etc. At one door there stands an oyster stall, when the comestible itself is in season. Over another hangs a small board with a mangle painted upon it. Most of the windows on the ground floors announce rooms to let, or lodgings for single men, and perhaps notice may be seen better written than the rest, that artificial flower makers are required at that address. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening when two little children, a boy of 7 and a girl of 5, walked slowly up this court, hand in hand, and crying bitterly. They were both clothed in rags, and had neither shoes nor stockings upon their feet. Every now and then they stopped, and the boy turned towards his little sister and endeavored to console her with kind words and kisses. "Don't cry so, dear," he said. "I'll tell Mother that it was all my fault that we couldn't bring home any more money, and so she'll beat me worst. Don't cry, there's a good girl. Pray don't." And the poor little fellow endeavored to calm his own grief in order to appease the fears of his sister. Those children had now reached the door of the house in which their mother occupied an attic. But they paused upon the step, evincing a mortal repugnance to proceed any farther. At length the little boy contrived by promises and caresses to hush the violence of his sister's grief, and they entered the house, the door of which stood open for the accommodation of the lodgers. Hand in hand these poor children ascended the dark and steep staircase, the boy whispering consolation in the girl's ears. At length they reached the door of the attic, and there they stood for a few moments. "Now, Fanny dear, don't cry, there's a good girl. Pray, don't now, and I'll buy you some nice pears tomorrow with the first halfpenny I get, even if I shouldn't get another, and if Mother beats me till I'm dead when we come home." The boy kissed his sister once more, and then opened the attic door. A man in a shabby black coat, and with an immense profusion of hair about his hangdog countenance, was sitting on one side of a good fire, smoking a pipe. A thin, emaciated, but vixenish looking woman was arranging some food upon the table for supper. The entire furniture of the room consisted of that table, 3 broken chairs, and a filthy mattress in one corner. As soon as the boy opened the door he seemed for a moment quite surprised to behold that man at the fireside. Then in another instant he clapped his little hands joyously together, and exclaimed, "Oh, how glad I am! Here's father come home again." "Father's come home again," echoed the girl, and the two children rushed up to their parent with the most pure, the most unfeigned delight. "Curse your stupidity, you fools!" cried the man, brutally repulsing his children. "You've nearly broke my pipe." The boy fell back, abashed and dismayed. The little girl burst into tears. "Come, none of this humbug," resumed the man. "Let's know what luck you've had to day, since your mother says that she's been obliged to send you out on the tramp since I've been laid up for this last 6 months in the jug." "Yes, and speak out pretty plain too, Master Harry," said the mother in a shrill, menacing tone, "and none of your excuses, or you'll know what you have got to expect." "Please, mother," said the boy, slowly taking some halfpence from his pocket, "poor little Fanny got all this. I was so cold and hungry I couldn't ask a soul. So if it ain't enough, mother, you must beat me, and not poor little Fanny." As the boy uttered these words in a tremulous tone and with tears trickling down his face, he got before his sister in order to shield her, as it were, from his mother's wrath. "Give it here, you fool!" cried the woman, darting forward and seizing hold of the boy's hand containing the halfpence. Then, having hastily glanced over the amount, she exclaimed, "You vile young dog, I'll teach you to come home here with your excuses. I'll cut your liver out of ye, I will." "How much has he brought?" demanded the man. "How much? Why, not more than enough to pay for the beer," answered the woman indignantly. "Eightpence, halfpenny, and that's every farthing. But won't I take it out in his hide, that's all." The woman caught hold of the boy and dealt him a tremendous blow upon the back with her thin, bony fist. He fell upon his knees and begged for mercy. His unnatural parent leveled a volley of abuse at him, mingled with oaths and filthy expressions, and then beat him, dashed him upon the floor, kicked him, all but stamped upon his poor body as he writhed at her feet. His screams were appalling. Then came the turn of the girl. The difference in the years of the children did not cause any with regard to their chastisement, but while the unnatural mother dealt her heavy blows upon the head, neck, breast, and back of the poor little creature, the boy clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Oh, mother, it was all my fault. Pray don't beat little Fanny. Pray don't." Then, forgetting his own pain, he threw himself before his sister to protect her, a noble act of self‐devotion in so young a boy, and for which he only received additional punishment. At length the mother sate down exhausted, and the poor lad drew his little sister into a corner and endeavored to soothe her. The husband of that vile woman had remained unmoved in his seat, quietly smoking his pipe, while this horrible scene took place, and if he did not actually enjoy it, he was very far from disapproving of it. "There," said the woman, gasping for breath, "that'll teach them to mind how they came home another time with less than 18 pence in their pockets. One would actually think that it was the people's fault and not the children's. But it ain't, for people grows more charitable every day. The more humbug, the more charity." "Right enough there," growled the man. "A reg'lar knowin' beggar can make his 5 bob a day. He can walk through a matter of 60 streets, and in each street he can get a penny. He's sure o' that. Well, there's his 5 bob." "To be sure," cried the woman, "and therefore such nice looking little children as ourn couldn't help getting 18 pence if they was to try. The lazy vagabonds! What would 'a become of me, all the time that you was in the jug this last bout, if they hadn't have worked better than they do now? As it is, everything's up the spout, all made away with." "Well, we'll devilish soon have 'em all down again," interrupted the man. "Dick will be here presently, and he and I shall soon settle some job or another. But hadn't you better give them kids their supper, and make 'em leave off snivelling afore Dick comes?" "So I will, Bill," answered the woman, and throwing the children each a piece of bread, she added, in a cross tone, "And now tumble into bed, and make haste about it, and if you don't hold that blubbering row, I'll take the poker to you this time." The little boy gave the larger piece of bread to his sister, and having divested her of her rags, he made her as comfortable as he could on the filthy mattress, covering her over not only with her clothes but also with his own. He kissed her affectionately, but without making any noise with his lips, for fear that that should irritate his mother, and then lay down beside her. Clasped in each other's arms, those two children of poverty, the victims of horrible and daily cruelties, repulsed by a father whose neck they had longed to encircle with their little arms, and whose hand they had vainly sought to cover with kisses, trembling even at the looks of a mother whom they loved in spite of all her harshness towards them, and from whose lips one word, one single word of kindness would have gladdened their poor hearts. Under such circumstances, we say, did these persecuted but affectionate infants, still smarting with the pain of cruel blows, and with tears upon their cheeks, thus did they sink into slumber in each other's arms. Merciful God, it makes the blood boil to think that this is no overdrawn picture, that there is no exaggeration in these details, but that there really exist monsters in human form, wearing often too the female shape, who make the infancy and early youth of their offspring one continued hell, one perpetual scene of blows, curses, and cruelties. Oh, for how many of our fellow creatures have we to blush? How many demons are there who have assumed our mortal appearance, who dwell amongst us, and who set us examples the most hideous, the most appalling! As soon as the children were in bed, the woman went out and returned in a few minutes with 2 pots of strong beer, purchased with the alms that day bestowed by the charitable upon her suffering offspring. She and her husband then partook of some cold meat, of which there was a plentiful provision, enough to have allowed the boy and girl each a good slice of bread. And the bread which this man and this woman ate was new and good, but the morsels thrown to the children were stale and moldy. "I tell you what," said the woman, whispering in a mysterious tone to her husband, "I have thought of an excellent plan to make Fanny useful." "Well, Polly, and what's that?" demanded the man. "Why," resumed his wife, her countenance wearing an expression of demoniac cruelty and cunning, "I've been thinking that Harry will soon be of use to you in your line. He'll be so handy to shove through a window, or to sneak down a area and hide himself all day in a cellar to open the door at night, or 1,000 things." "In course he will," said Bill, with an approving nod. "Well, but then there's Fanny. What good can she do for us for years and years to come? She won't beg, I know she won't. It's all that boy's lies when he says she does. He is very fond of her and only tells us that to screen her. Now, I've a very great mind to do summat that will make her beg, aye, and be glad to beg, and beg too in spite of herself." "What the hell do you mean?" "Why, doing that to her which will put her entirely at our mercy, and at the same time render her an object of such interest that the people must give her money. I'd wager that with my plan she'd get her 5 bob a day, and what a blessing that would be." "But how?" said Bill impatiently. "And then," continued the woman, without heeding this question, She wouldn't want Henry with her, and you might begin to make him useful somehow or another. All we should have to do would be to take Fanny every day to some good thoroughfare, put her down there of a morning, and go and fetch her again at night, and I'll warrant she'll keep us in beer, aye, and in brandy too." "What the devil are you driving at?" demanded the man. "Can't you guess?" "No, blow me if I can." "Do you fancy the scheme?" "Am I a fool? Why, of course I do. But how the deuce is all this to be done? You never could learn Fanny to be so fly as that?" "I don't want to learn her anything at all. What I propose is to force it on her." "And how is that?" asked the man. "By putting her eyes out," returned the woman. Her husband was a robber, yes, and a murderer, but he started when this proposal met his ear. "There's nothing like a blind child to excite compassion," added the woman coolly. "I know it for a fact," she continued, after a pause, seeing that her husband did not answer her. "There's old Kate Betts, who got all her money by traveling about the country with two blind girls, and she made 'em blind herself, too. She's often told me how she did it, and that has put the idea into my head." "And how did she do it?" asked the man, lighting his pipe but not glancing towards his wife, for although her words had made a deep impression upon him, he was yet struggling with the remnant of a parental feeling which remained in his heart in spite of himself. "She covered the eyes over with cockle shells, the eyelids, recollect, being wide open, and in each shell there was a large black beetle. A bandage tied tight round the head kept the shells in their place, and the shells kept the eyelids open. In a few days the eyes got quite blind, and the pupils had a dull white appearance." "And you're serious, are you?" demanded the man. "Quite," returned the woman, boldly. "Why not?" "Why not, indeed?" echoed Bill, who approved of the horrible scheme, but shuddered at the cruelty of it, villain as he was. "Ah, why not?" pursued the female. "One must make one's children useful, somehow or another. So, if you don't mind, I'll send Harry out alone tomorrow morning, and keep Fanny at home. The moment the boy's out of the way, I'll try my hand at Kate Betts' plan." The conversation was interrupted by a low knock at the attic door. Chapter 18
of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Dave Wills. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 18. The Boozing Ken.
"Come in," exclaimed Bill. "I dare say it's Dick Flarer." "Well, Bill Bolter, old fellow, here you are at last," cried the newcomer. "I suppose you knowed I should have come here this evening. If you hadn't sent me that message t'other day by the young area sneak,"
a thief who sneaks down areas to see what he can steal in kitchens,
"what got his discharge out the coal bath jug,
prison,
I should have come all the same. I remembered very well that you was sentenced to 6 months on it, and I'd calculated days and weeks right enough. Sit down, Dick, and blow a cloud. What news since I've seen you last?"
none.
"You know that cranky Jem is nabbed? He and the Resurrection Man did a panny
Burglary.
together somewhere up Soho way. They got off safe with the swag, and the Resurrection Man went on to the Mint. Jem took to the old house in Chick Lane,
West Street, Smithfield.
and let me in for my regulars.
Gave him a share.
But after a week or 10 days, the Resurrection Man nosed, informed, upon him, and will turn King's evidence afore the beaks. So Jem was handed over to the Dubsman,
Turnkey.
and this time you'll get lagged for life."
"In course he will. He has been twice to the Floating Academy."
The Hulks.
There ain't no chance this time. But as for business, said Dick Flairer, after a pause, during which he lighted his pipe and paid his respects to the beer, my Gropus is as empty as a barrister's bag the day after sessions. I have but one bob left in my cly, and that we'll spend in brandy presently. My Morley's hands is regular itching for a job. Summat must be done, and soon too, returned Bill Bolter. By the by, suppose we try that crib which we meant to crack 4 year or so ago, when you got nabbed the very next morning for faking a Blowden's flag from her nutty arm,
stealing a lady's reticule from her pretty arm.
What, you mean Markham's up between Kentish Town and Lower Holloway? Said Dick. The same, don't you recollect? We settled it all the very night as we threw that young fella down a trap in Chick Lane. But by goals, Dick, what the deuce is the matter with you?
Dick Flairer had turned deadly pale at the mention of this circumstance. His knees shook, and he cast an uneasy and rapid glance around him.
Come, Dick, don't be a fool, said the woman. You don't think there is any ghosts here, do you? Ghosts?
He exclaimed with a convulsive start. Then, after a moment's silence, during which his two companions surveyed him with curiosity and fear, he added in a low and subdued tone,
Bill, you know there wasn't a man in all the neighbourhood bolder than me up to the time when you got into trouble. You know that I didn't care for ghosts or churchyards or dark rooms or anything of that kind. Now it's quite altered. If ever a man sees the spirit of a person, that man was me about 2 months ago. What the devil does this mean?
Cried Bolter, looking uneasily about him in his turn.
2 months ago,
continued Dick Flairer,
I was up Hackney Way, expecting to do a little business with Tom the Cracksman, the burglar, which didn't come off, for Tom had been at the Booze in Ken public house all the night before, and had blowed his hand up in a lark with some Davies dust.
Gunpowder.
Well, I was coming home again, infernally sulky at the affair's breaking down, when just as I got to Cambridge Heath Gate, I heard the galloping of horses. I looks round, naturally enough, but who should I see upon a lovely chestnut mare?
Who? Said Bill anxiously.
The spirit of that very same young fella as you and I threw down a trap at the old house in Chick Lane 4 year and some months ago.
Mightn't it have been a mistake, Dick?
Demanded Bill.
Why, of course it was,
exclaimed the woman.
No, it wasn't,
said Dick very seriously.
I never tell a lie to a pal.
A companion.
Bill, and you knows that well enough. I see that young man as plain as I can now see you, Bill, as plain as I see you, Polly Bolter. I thought I should have dropped. I fell right against a post in the footpath, but I took another good long look. There he was, the same face, the same hair, the same dress, everything the same. I couldn't be mistaken. I'd swear to it.
And would you tell this story to the parish prig?
Chaplain.
So be as you was going to tuck up fair, the gallows, tomorrow morning?
Demanded Bill.
I would, by God!
Cried Dick solemnly, striking his hand upon the table at the same time. There was a long pause. Even the woman, who was perhaps more hardened in vice and more inaccessible to anything in the shape of sentiment than her male companions, seemed impressed by the positive manner in which the man told his story.
Well, come, this won't do,
ejaculated Dick after the lapse of some minutes.
Ghost or no ghost, we can't afford to be honest.
No, we must be up to summit,
returned Bill.
If we went and offered ourselves to the parish prig, he wouldn't take us as his clerk and sexton. So, if he won't give us a lift, who the devil will?
But about that Markham's place.
The old fella died a few months ago, I heard, said Dick. The eldest son ran away, and that brought about the father's death. As for the young un, he was grabbed this afternoon for smashing queer screens.
Passing forged notes.
The devil he was. Well, there ain't no good to be done in that quarter then. Dunno any other speculation?
Tom the Cracksman and me was going to do a panny in a neat little crib up by Clapton. That time when he blowed his hand nearly off, larking with his Bencoles friends. I don't see why it shouldn't be done now. Tom told me about it. A young swell, fond of horses and dogs, lives exceeding quiet. Never no company scarcely, but plenty of tin. Servants? Said Bill interrogatively. One man, an old groom and 2 women, 3 in all, replied Dick. That'll do, observed the woman approvingly. Must we speak to the cracksman first? Demanded Bill. Yeah, fair play's a jewel. I don't believe the resurrection man would ever have chirped, informed, if he had been treated properly. But if this thing is to be done, let it be done tomorrow night. Now, let us go to the boozing ken and speak to the cracksman. I'm your man, said Bill, and the 2 thieves left the room together. At the top of Union Court is Bleeding Heart Yard, leading to Kirby Street, at right angles to which is a narrow alley terminating on Great Saffron Hill. This was the road the burglars took. It was now 11 o'clock, and a thick fog, so dense that it seemed as if it could be cut with a knife, prevailed. The men kept close together, for they could not see a yard before them. Here and there lights glimmered in the miserable casements, and the fog, thus faintly illuminated at intervals, appeared of a dingy copper colour. The burglars proceeded along Saffron Hill. The streets were nearly empty, but now and then the pale, squalid, and nameless forms of vice were heard at the doorways of a few houses, endeavouring to lure the passers-by into their noisome abodes. A great portion of the unwholesome life of that district had sought relief from the pangs of misery and the remorse of crime in sleep. Alas, the slumbers of the poor and of the guilty are haunted by the lean, lank, and gaunt visages of penury and all the fearful escort of turpitude. Through the broken shutters of several windows came the sounds of horrible revelry, ribald and revolting, and from others issued cries, shrieks, oaths, and the sound of heavy blows, a sad evidence of the brutality of drunken quarrels. Numerous Irish families are crowded together in the small back rooms of the houses on Saffron Hill, and the husbands and fathers gorge themselves at the expense of broken-hearted wives and famishing children with the horrible compound of spirit and vitriol sold at the low gin shops in the neighbourhood, and the screams of the unfortunate boys who writhe beneath the lash of their furious employers on their return, some after an unsuccessful day with their organs, monkeys, white mice, or chalk images, mingle with the other appalling or disgusting sounds which make night in that district truly hideous. Even at the late hour at which the 2 burglars were wending their way over Saffron Hill, boys of ages ranging from 7 to 15 were lurking in the courts and alleys, watching for any decently dressed persons who might happen to pass that way. Those boys had for the most part been seduced from the control of their parents by the receivers of stolen goods in Field Lane, or else they had been sent into the streets to thieve by those vile parents themselves. Thus, as the hulks, the convict ships, the penitentiaries, and the gallows relieve society of one generation of villains, another is springing up to occupy the vacancy. And this will always be the case so long as laws tend only to punish and aim not to reform. Dick Flera and Bill Bolter proceeded, without exchanging many words together, through the dense fog until they reached a low public house, which they entered. Nothing could be more filthy nor revolting than the interior of this boozing ken. Sweeps, costermongers, Jews, Irish bricklayers, and women of the town were crowding around the bar, drinking various malt and spirituous liquors fearfully adulterated. The beer, having been originally deluged with water to increase the quantity, had been strengthened by drugs of most deleterious qualities, such as tobacco juice and Cocculus indicus. The former is a poison as subtle as that of a viper. The latter is a berry of such venomous properties that if thrown into a pond, it will speedily send the fish up to the surface to gasp and die. The gin was mixed with vitriol, as hinted above, and the whisky, called Paddy's eye water, with spirits of turpentine. The pots and glasses in which the various beverages were served up were all stood upon double trays, with a cavity between, and numerous holes in the upper surface.
The overflowings and drainings were thus caught and saved, and the landlord dispensed the precious compound, which bore the name of All Sorts, at a halfpenny a glass. The two burglars nodded familiarly to the landlord and his wife as they passed the bar and entered a little low, smoky room, denominated the parlour. A tremendous fire burnt in the grate, at which a short, thin, dark man with a most forbidding countenance was sitting, agreeably occupied in toasting a sausage. The right hand of this man had lost the two middle fingers, the stumps of which were still covered with plaster, as if the injury had been recent. He was dressed in a complete suit of corduroy. The sleeves of his jacket, the lower part of his waistcoat, and the front of his trousers were covered with grease. On the table near him stood a huge piece of bread and a pot of beer. This individual was Tom the Cracksman, the most adroit and noted burglar in the metropolis. He kept a complete list of all the gentlemen's houses in the environments of London, with the number of servants and male inhabitants in each. He never attempted any dwelling within a circuit of 3 miles of the General Post Office. His avocation was invariably exercised in the suburbs of London, where the interference of the police was less probable. At the moment when we introduce him to our readers, he was somewhat down on his luck, as he himself expressed it. The accident which had happened to his hand, through playing with gunpowder, having completely disabled him for the preceding 2 months, and the landlord of the boozing ken having made it an invariable rule never to give credit. Thus, though the Cracksman had spent hundreds of pounds in that house, he could not obtain so much as a glass of All Sorts without the money. The Cracksman was alone in the parlour when Dick Flairer and Bill Bolter entered. Having toasted his sausage, the renowned burglar placed it upon tin bread and began eating his supper by means of a formidable clasp-knife, without deigning to cast a glance around. At length Bill Bolter burst out into a loud laugh and exclaimed,
Why, Tom, you're getting proud all on a sudden. You won't speak to your friends.
Hello, Bill, is that you?
ejaculated the burglar.
When did they turn you out of jug?
This morning at 12, with never a brown in my pocket. Luckily, the old woman had turned the children to some use during the time I was at the stepper, or else I don't know what would have become of us.
And I'm as completely stitched up as a man could be if he's just come out of the workers, said Tom. I just now spent my last tanner, 6pence, for this here grub, and it's a damned hard thing for a man like me to be brought down to cag-mag.
Bad meat, he added, glancing sulkily at the sausage, which he was eating half raw.
We all sees ups and downs, observed Dick Flairer. My opinion is that we are too free when we have the blunt, and there's them as is too close when we haven't it,
returned the Cracksman bitterly.
There's the landlord of this crib won't give a gentleman like me tick, not for one blessed farthing. But things can't go on so. I'm blowed if I won't do a crack that should be worthwhile. Then I'll open a ken in opposition to this. You'll see whether I'd refuse a pal tick in the hour of need.
Well, you don't suppose that we are here just to amuse ourselves, said Dick.
We come to see you. Is anything to be done?
demanded the Cracksman.
First answer me this,
cried Dick.
Has that crib at Upper Clapton been cracked yet? What? Where there's a young swell? I don't know nothing more about it than what you told me, interrupted Dick. Me and you was to have done it, and then you went a-larking with the Davies dust. I know the crib you mean, said the Cracksman hastily. That job is yet to be done. Are you the chaps to have an hand in it?
That's the very business that we have come for, answered Bill.
Well, resumed the Cracksman, it seems we are all stumped up and can't hold out no longer. We won't put this thing off. It should be done tomorrow night. 11's the hour. I will go Dalston way. You two can arrange about the roads you'll take, so long as you don't go together. And we'll all three meet at the gate of Ben Price's field at 11 o'clock.
So far, so good, said Dick Flairer.
I've got a darky,
dark lantern,
but we want the kifers,
implements used by burglars, and tools.
And a sack,
added Bill.
We must get all these things of Moses' art, the fence,
receiver of stolen goods.
and give him a share of the swag," exclaimed the cracksman. "Don't bother yourselves about that. I'll make it all right." "Well, now that's settled," said Dick. "I've got a bob in my pocket, and we'll have a rinse of the bingo."
The burglar went out to the bar and returned with some brandy, which he and his companions drank pure.
"So, Cranky Jim's in quad,"
observed the cracksman after a pause.
"Yeah, and the Resurrection Man too, but he has chirped and will be let out after sessions."
"You have heard of this freak over in the borough, I suppose?"
said the cracksman.
"No, I haven't,"
answered Bill.
"What was it?"
A capital joke. The story's rather long, but it will bear telling. There's a young feller of the name of Sam Chisney, and his father died about 2 years ago, leaving £2,000 in the funds. The widow was to enjoy the interest during her life, and then it was to come, principal and interest, both to Sam. Well, the old woman gets into debt and is arrested. She goes over to the bench, takes the rules, and hires a nice lodging on the ground floor of Belvedere Place. The young feller wants his money very bad, and doesn't seem at all disposed to wait for the old lady's death, particular as she might live another 10 years. Well, he comes across the Resurrection Man, and tells him just how he's situated. The Resurrection Man thinks over the matter, and being a bit of a scholar, understands the business. Off they goes and consults a lawyer named Mac Chisel, who lives up in the New Road, somewhere near the Servants' Arms there.
"I know that crib well,"
observed Bill.
It's a well tidy and respectable one."
So Mac Chisel and Sam Chisney and the Resurrection Man lay their heads together and settle the whole business. The young chap then goes over to the old woman and tells her what is to be done. She consents, and all's right. Well, that very day the old lady is taken so bad, so very bad, she thinks she's a-going to die. She won't have no doctor, but she sends for a nurse, as she knows, an old creature upwards of 70 and nearly in her dotage. Then Sam comes, and he's so sorry to see his poor dear mother so ill, and she begins to talk very pious, and to bless him, and tell him as how she feels that she can't live 24 hours. Sam cries dreadfully, and swears he won't leave his poor dear mother. No, not for all the world. He sits up with her all night, and is so exceeding kind, and he goes out and gets a bottle of medicine, which arter all weren't nothing but gin and peppermint. The old nurse is quite pleased to think that the old woman has got such an attentive son, and he sends out to get a little rum, and the old nurse goes to bed blind drunk. "What the devil was all that for?" demanded Dick. "You'll see in a moment," resumed the cracksman. "Next night, at about 10 o'clock, the young fellow says to the nurse, 'Nurse, my poor dear mother is wasting away. She can't last out the night. I do feel so miserable, and I fancy a drop of the rum that they sell at a particular public close up by Westminster Bridge.' 'Well, dear,' says the nurse, 'I'll go and get a bottle there, for I feel that we should both want somewhat to cheer us through this blessed night.' So the old nurse toddles off to get the rum at the place Sam told her. He had sent her away to a good long distance on purpose. The moment she was gone, Mrs. Chisney gets up, dresses herself as quick as she can, and is all ready just as a hackney coach drives up to the door. Sam runs down. All was as right as the mail. There was the Resurrection Man in the coach, with the dead body of an old woman that had only been buried the day before, and that he had had up again during the night. So Sam and the Resurrection Man, they gets to stiffen upstairs, and Mrs. Chisney, she jumps into the coach and drives away to a comfortable lodging which Mac Chisel had got for her up in Somerstown. "Now I begin to twig," explained Dick Flera. "Presently the old nurse comes back, and Sam meets her on the stairs, whimpering as hard as he could, and says, 'Oh, nurse, your poor dear missus is gone. Your poor dear missus is gone.' So she was. No mistake about that. Well, the nurse begins to cry, but Sam gets her upstairs and plies her so heartily with the rum that she got blind drunk once more. without ever thinking of laying the body out, so she didn't find out it was quite cold. Next day she washed it and laid it out properly. And as she was nearly blind, she didn't notice that the features wasn't altogether the same. The body, too, was a remarkable freshen, and so everything went on as well as could be wished. Sam then stepped over to the marshal of the bench and give him notice of his mother's death, and as she had died in the rules, there must be an inquest. So a jury of prisoners was called, and the old nurse was examined. And she said how exceeding attentive the young man had been, and all that. And then Sam himself was called. Of course, he told a good tale. And then the coroner says, "Well, gentlemen, I suppose you like to look at the body." So over they all goes to Belvedere Place, and the foreman of the jury just pokes his nose in at the door of the room where the corpse was lying, and no one else even went more than half up the staircase. After this, the jury's quite satisfied, and returned a verdict of died from natural causes, accelerated by confinement in the rules of the King's Bench prison. And to this, as they were prisoners themselves, they added some very severe remarks upon the deceased's unfeeling and remorseless creditors. Then comes the funeral, which was very respectable, and Sam Chisney was chief mourner, and he cried a good deal. All the people who saw it said they never saw a young man so dreadful cut up. In this way they killed the old woman, the son proved her deaf, got the money and sold it out, every farthing, and he and his mother is keeping a public house together somewhere up Spitalfields way. The Resurrection Man and Man Chisel each got 100 for their share in the business, and the thing passed off as comfortable as possible.
"Well, I'm blowed if that isn't the best lark I've ever heard," ejaculated Dick, when the cracksman had brought his tale to an end.
"So it is,"
added Bill. The parlour of the Boozing Ken now received some additional guests, all belonging to the profession of roguery, though not all following precisely the same line. Thus there were cracksmen, magsmen, swell mobbites, area sneaks, public patterners, swell mobbites who affect to be dissenting ministers and preach in the open air in order to collect crowds upon whose pockets their confederates work, buzzglokes, common thieves, dummy hunters, thieves who steal pocket handkerchiefs, compter prigs, swell mobbites who steal from the compters in shops while their confederates make some trifling purchase. These thieves often contrive to empty the till. Smashers, persons who pass false money, flimsy kiddies, persons who pass forged banknotes at races and fairs, macers, common cheats, coiners, begging letter impostors, etc., etc. The orgies of that motley crew soon became uproarious and revolting. Those who had money lavished it with the most reckless profusion, and those who had none were far from being in want of liquor. The cracksman was evidently a great man amongst this horrible fraternity. His stories and songs invariably commanded attention. It is not our purpose to detain the reader much longer in the parlour of the Boozing Ken. We have doubtless narrated enough in this and the preceding chapter to give him a faint idea of some of the horrors of London. We cannot, however, allow the morning scene to pass unnoticed. End of chapter 18. Recording by Dave Wills.
Chapter 19 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 19. Morning. The orgy lasted throughout the night in the Boozing Ken. There were plenty of kind guests who, being flush of money, treated those that had none, and thus Tom the Cracksman, Dick Flarer, and Bill Bolter were enabled to indulge to their heart's content in the adulterated liquors sold at the establishment. The cold, raw November morning was ushered in with a fine, mizzling rain. The gas lights were extinguished in the parlor, and the dawn of day fell upon countenances inflamed with debauchery and rendered hideous by dirt and dark bristling beards. That was a busy hour for the landlord and landlady of the boozing ken. The neighbors who used the house came in, one after another, male and female, to take their morning. This signified their first dram. Then was it that the all sorts was in great demand. Old clothesmen, sweeps, dustmen, knackers, crimps, and women of the town crowded round the bar, imbibing the strange but potent compound. Even young boys and girls of tender age seemed, as a matter of course, to require the morning stimulant ere they commenced the avocations or business of the day. Matted hair, blear eyes, grimy faces, pestiferous breaths, and hollow cheeks, combined with rags and tatters, were the characteristics of the wretches that thronged about the bar of that lowest of low drinking dens. Nothing is more revolting to the eye than the unwashed aspect of dissipation by the dingy light of the early dawn. The women had evidently jumped from their beds and huddled on their miserable attire without the slightest regard to decency, in order to lose no time in obtaining their morning dram. The men appeared as if they had slept in their clothes all night, and the pieces of straw in the coarse matted hair of many of them plainly denoted of what materials their beds were made. They all entered shivering, cold, depressed, and sullen. The dram instantly produced an extraordinary change in each. Artificial gaiety, a gaiety which developed itself in ribald jokes, profane oaths, and obscene talk, was diffused around. Those who could afford it indulged in a second and a third glass, and some tossed for pots of beer. The men lighted their pipes, and the place was impregnated with the narcotic fumes of the strongest and worst tobacco, that bastard opium of the poor. Presently the policeman upon that beat lounged in, and was complimented by the landlady with a glass of her best cordial gin. He seemed well acquainted with many of the individuals there, and laughed heartily at the jokes uttered in his presence. When he was gone, the inmates of the boozing ken all declared with one accord that he was the most niblick, gentlemanly, agreeable, bluebottle in the entire force. In the parlor there were several men occupied in warming beer, toasting herrings, and frying sausages. The tables were smeared over with a rag as black as a hat by a dirty, slipshod drab of a girl, and with the same cloth she dusted the frame of wirework which protected the dingy face of the huge Dutch clock. Totally regardless of her presence, the men continued their obscene and filthy discourse, and she proceeded with her work as coolly as if nothing offensive met her ears. There are, thank God, thousands of British women who constitute the glory of their sex, chaste, virtuous, delicate-minded, and pure in thought and action, beings who are but one remove from angels now, but who will be angels hereafter when they succeed to their inheritance of immortality. It must be to such as these that the eyes of the poet are turned when he eulogizes, in glowing and impassioned language, the entire sex comprehended under the bewitching name of woman. For oh, how would his mind be shocked were he to wander for a few hours amidst those haunts of vice and sinks of depravity which we have just described. His spirit, towering on eagle wing up into the sunny skies of poesy, would flutter back again to the earth at the aspect of those foul and loathsome wretches who in the female shape are found in the dwelling places of poverty and crime. But to continue. Bill Bolter took leave of his companions at about 8 o'clock in the morning, after a night of boisterous revelry, and rapidly retraced his steps homewards. Field Lane was now swarming with life. The miserable little shops were all open, and their proprietors were busy in displaying their commodities to the best advantage. Here Jewesses were occupied in suspending innumerable silk handkerchiefs to wires and poles over their doors. There the translators of old shoes were employed in spreading their stock upon the shelves that filled the place where the windows ought to have been. In one or two low dark shops women were engaged in arranging herrings, stockfish, and dried haddocks. In another, coals, vegetables, and oysters were exposed for sale, and not a few were hung with "old clothes as good as new." To this we may add that in the center of the great metropolis of the mightiest empire in the world, in a city possessing a police which annually costs the nation thousands of pounds, and in a country whose laws are vaunted as being adapted to reach and baffle all degrees of crime, numbers of receivers of stolen goods were boldly, safely, and tranquilly exposing for sale the articles which their agents had picked up during the preceding night. There was, however, nothing in the aspect of Field Lane at all new to the eyes of Bill Bolter. Indeed, he merely went down that Jews' bazaar in his way homewards, because he was anxious to purchase certain luxuries in the shape of red herrings for his breakfast, he having borrowed a trifle of a friend at the boozing ken to supply his immediate necessities. When he arrived at his lodgings in Lower Union Court, he was assailed with a storm of reproaches, menaces, and curses on the part of his wife for having stayed all night at the boozing ken. At first that cruel and remorseless man trembled, actually turned pale and trembled in the presence of the virago who thus attacked him. But at length his passion was aroused by her taunts and threats, and, after bandying some horrible abuse and foul epithets with the infuriate woman, he was provoked to blows. With one stroke of his enormous fist he felled her to the ground, and then brutally kicked her as she lay almost senseless at his feet. He then coolly sat down by the fire to cook his own breakfast, without paying the least attention to the two poor children, who were crying bitterly in that corner of the room where they had slept. In a few minutes the woman rose painfully from the floor. Her features were distorted, and her lips were livid with rage. She dared not, however, attempt to irritate her furious husband any farther. Still, her passion required a vent. She looked round, and seemed to reflect for a moment. Then, in the next instant, all her concentrated rage burst upon the heads of her unhappy offspring. With a horrible curse at their squalling, the woman leapt, like a tiger-cat, upon the poor little boy and girl. Harry, as usual, covered his sister with his own thin and emaciated form as well as he could, and a torrent of blows rained down upon his naked flesh. The punishment which that maddened wretch thus inflicted upon him was horrible in the extreme. 1,000 times before that day had Polly Bolter treated her children with demoniac cruelty, and her husband had not attempted to interfere. On the present occasion, however, he took it into his head to meddle in the matter, for the simple reason that, having quarrelled with his wife, he hated her at the moment, and greedily availed himself of any opportunity to thwart or oppose her. Starting from his chair, he exclaimed, "Come now, I say leave those children alone. They haven't done nothing to you." "You mind your own business," returned the woman, desisting for an instant from her attack upon the boy, and casting a look of mingled defiance and contempt at her husband. The woman's countenance, naturally ugly and revolting, was now absolutely frightful. "I say leave them children alone," cried Bill. "If you touch 'em again, I'll drop down on you." "Oh, you coward, to hit a woman! I wish I was a man. I'd pay you off for this, and if I was, you wouldn't dare strike me." "Mind what you say, Paul. I'm in no humor to be teased this morning. Keep your Molly's hands off the kids, or I'm blessed if I don't do for you. Coward! This is the way I dare you," and she dealt a tremendous blow upon her boy's shoulder. The poor lad screamed piteously. The hand of his mother had fallen with the weight of a sledge-hammer upon his naked flesh. But that ferocious blow was echoed by another, at scarcely a moment's interval. The latter was dealt by the fist of Bill Bolter, and fell upon the back part of the ruthless mother's head with stunning force. The woman fell forward and struck her face violently against the corner of the deal table. Her left eye came in contact with the angle of the board, and was literally crushed in its socket, in awful retribution upon her who only a few hours before was planning how to plunge her innocent and helpless daughter into the eternal night of blindness. She fell upon the floor, and a low moan escaped her lips. She endeavored to carry her right hand to her now sightless eye, but her strength failed her, and her arm fell lifeless by her side. She was dying. The man was now alarmed, and hastened to raise her up. The children were struck dumb with unknown fears, and clasped each other in their little arms. The woman recovered sufficient consciousness during the 2 or 3 seconds which preceded the exhalation of her last breath, to glance with her remaining eye up into her husband's face. She could not, however, utter an articulate sound, not even another moan. But no pen could depict, and no words describe, the deadly, the malignant, the fiendish hatred which animated her countenance as she thus met her husband's gaze. The tigress, enveloped in the folds of the boa constrictor, never darted such a glance of impotent but profound and concentrated rage upon the serpent that held it powerless in its fatal clasp. She expired with her features still distorted by that horrible expression of vindictive spite. A few moments elapsed before the man was aware that his wife was dead, that he had murdered her. He supported her mechanically, as it were, for he was dismayed and appalled by the savage aspect which her countenance had assumed, that countenance which was rendered the more hideous by the bleeding eyeball crushed in its socket. At length he perceived that she was no more, and, with a terrible oath, he let her head drop upon the floor. For a minute he stood and contemplated the corpse. A whirlwind was in his brain. The voices of his children aroused him from his reverie. "Father, what's the matter with Mother?" asked the boy in a timid and subdued tone. "Mother's hurt herself," said Fanny. "Poor Mother!" "Look at Mother's eye, Father," added the boy. "Do look at it. I'm sure something dreadful is the matter." "Damnation!" ejaculated the murderer, and after another minute's hesitation he hurried to the door. "Oh, Father, Father, don't leave us! Don't go away from us!" cried the little boy, bursting into an agony of tears. "Pray don't go away, Father. I think Mother's dead," added he, with a glance of horror and apprehension towards the corpse. "So don't leave us, Father, and I and Fanny will go out and beg and do anything you like, only pray don't leave us. Don't leave us." With profound anguish in his heart, the little fellow clung to his father's knees, and proffered his prayer in a manner the most ingenuous, the most touching. The man paused, as if he knew not what to do. His hesitation lasted but a moment. Disengaging himself from the arms of his child, he said in as kind a tone as he could assume, and that tone was kinder than any he had ever used before, "Don't be foolish, boy. I shall be back directly. I'm only going to fetch a doctor. I shan't be a minute." "Oh, pray don't be long, Father," returned the boy, clasping his little hands imploringly together. In another moment the 2 children were alone with the corpse of their mother, while the murderer was rapidly descending the stairs to escape from the contemplation of that scene of horror. End of chapter 19. Recording by Katie 2407, Tokyo, Japan, March 2013.
Chapter 20 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Annapurna. Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 20. Again the scene changes. Our readers must accompany us once more to the villa in the neighbourhood of Upper Clapton. It was the evening of the day on which was perpetrated the dreadful deed related in the preceding chapter. The curtains were drawn over the dining-room windows, a cheerful fire burned in the grate, and a lamp, placed in the middle of the table, diffused a pleasant and mellowed light around. An air of comfort, almost amounting to luxury, pervaded that apartment, and its general temperature was the better appreciated as the wind whistled without and the rain pattered against the windows. At the table, on which stood a dessert of delicious fruits, conserves, cakes, and wines, sat Walter Sidney and George Montague. They had now been acquainted nearly 3 months, and during that period they had met often. Montague had, however, seldom called at the villa, save when expressly invited by his friend Stevens. Still, upon those occasions he and Walter were frequently alone for some time together. Thus, while Stevens was examining into the economy of the stables, or superintending improvements in the garden, Montague and that mysterious lady in man's attire were thrown upon their own resources to entertain each other. The reader cannot be surprised if an attachment sprung up between them. So far as that lovely woman was concerned, we can vouch that her predilection towards George Montague was the sincere and pure sentiment of a generous and affectionate heart. How worthy of such a passion his own feelings on the subject might have been, must appear hereafter. The masculine attire and habits which the lady had assumed had not destroyed the fine and endearing characteristics of her woman's heart. She was at first struck by Montague's handsome person, then his varied conversation delighted her, and as he soon exerted all his powers to render himself agreeable to the heroine of the villa, it was not long before he completely won her heart. The peculiarity of her position had taught her, and necessarily so, to exercise an almost complete command over the expression of her feelings. Thus, though an explanation had taken place between herself and Montague, and a mutual avowal of affection made, Stevens remained without a suspicion upon the subject. On the evening when we again introduce our readers to the villa, Montague was there by the express desire of Mr. Stevens, but this latter individual had been detained by particular business elsewhere. Walter, for so we must continue to call that mysterious being, and Montague had therefore dined tête-à-tête, and they were now enjoying together the 2 or 3 pleasant hours which succeed the most important meal of the day. The plans of the lovers will be comprehended by means of the ensuing conversation, better than if dryly detailed in our own narrative style. "Another fortnight, 2 short weeks only," said the lady, "and the end of this deception will have arrived." "Yes, another fortnight," echoed Montague, "and everything will then be favourable to our wishes. The 26th of November. "My poor brother, were he alive, would be of age on the 25th, observed the lady mournfully. "Of course, precisely," ejaculated Montague. "On the 26th, as I was saying, Stephen's plans will be realized, and you will be worth £10,000. "Oh, it is not so much for the money that I shall welcome that day, but chiefly because it will be the last on which I shall be doomed to wear this detestable disguise. And shall not I be supremely happy to leave this land with you, to call you my own dear beloved wife, and to bear you away to the sunny climes of the south of Europe, where we may live in peace, happiness, and tranquillity to the end of our days." What a delicious picture!" ejaculated the lady, her bosom heaving with pleasurable emotions beneath the tight frock which confined it. "But oh, if the plans of Mr. Stevens should fail, and that they might fail, I am well assured, For he has often said to me, "Pray be circumspect, Walter. You know not how much depends upon your discretion." "Those plans will not, cannot fail," cried Montague emphatically. "He has told me all, and everything is so well arranged, so admirably provided for." "He has told you everything," said the lady reproachfully, "and he has told me nothing." "And I dare not enlighten you." "Oh, I would not hear the secret from your lips. I have a confidence the most blind, the most devoted in Mr. Stevens, and I feel convinced that he must have sound reasons for keeping me thus in the dark with reference to the principal motives of the deception which I am sustaining. I know, moreover, at least, he has declared most solemnly to me, and I believe his word, that no portion of his plan militates against honour and integrity. He is compelled to meet intrigue with intrigue, but all his proceedings are justifiable. There can be no loss of character, no danger from the laws of the country. In all this I am satisfied, because a man who has done so much for me and my poor deceased mother would not lead me astray, nor involve me either in disgrace or peril." "You are right," said Montague. "Stevens is incapable of deceiving you." "And more than all that I have just said," continued Walter, "I am aware that there is an immense fortune at stake, and that should the plans of Mr. Stevens fully succeed, I shall receive £10,000 as a means of comfortable subsistence for the remainder of my life." "And that sum, joined to what I possess, and to what I shall have," added Montague, "will enable us to live in luxury in a foreign land. Oh, how happy shall I be when the time arrives for me to clasp you in my arms, to behold you attired in the garb which suits your sex, and in which I never yet have seen you dressed, and to call you by the sacred and endearing name of wife. How beautiful must you appear in those garments which—" "Hush, George, no compliments," cried the lady with a smile and a blush. "Wait until you see me dressed as you desire, and perhaps then you may whisper to me the soft and delicious language of love." The timepiece upon the mantel struck 11, and Montague rose to depart. It was an awful night. The violence of the wind had increased during the last hour, and the rain poured in torrents against the windows. "George, it is impossible that you can venture out in such weather as this," said the lady, in a frank and ingenuous manner. "One would not allow a dog to pass the door on such a night. Fortunately, there is a spare room in my humble abode, and that chamber is at your service." Walter rang the bell and gave Louisa the necessary instructions. In another half hour Montague was conducted to the apartment provided for him, and Walter retired to the luxurious and elegant boudoir which we have before described. The satin curtains were drawn over the casement, against which the rain beat with increasing fury. A cheerful fire actually roared in the grate, and the thick carpet upon the floor, the inviting lounging chair close by the hearth, and the downy couch with its snow-white sheets and warm clothing completed the air of comfort which prevailed in that delicious retreat. The vases of sweet flowers were no longer there, it was true, but a fragrant odour of bergamot and lavender filled the boudoir. Nothing could be more charming than this warm, perfumed, and voluptuous chamber, worthy of the lovely and mysterious being who seemed the presiding divinity of that Elysian bower. Walter threw herself into the easy-chair and dismissed her attendant, saying, "You may retire, Louisa. I will undress myself without your aid tonight, for as yet I do not feel inclined to sleep. I shall sit here, before this cheerful fire, and indulge in the luxury of hopes and future prospects ere I retire to rest." Louisa withdrew, and Walter then plunged into a delicious reverie. The approaching emancipation from the thraldom of an assumed sex, her affection for George Montague, and the anticipated possession of an ample fortune to guard against the future, were golden visions not the less dazzling for being waking ones. Half an hour had passed away in this manner, when a strange noise startled Walter in the midst of her meditations. She thought that she heard a shutter that closed violently, and a pane of glass smashed to pieces almost at the same moment. Alarm was for an instant depicted upon her countenance. She then smiled, and, ashamed of the evanescent fear to which she had yielded, said to herself, "It must be one of the shutters of the dining room or parlour downstairs that is blown open." Taking the lamp in her hand, she issued from the boudoir and hastily descended the stairs leading to the ground floor. In her way thither she could hear, even amongst the howling of the wind, the loud barking of the dogs in the rear of the villa. The hall, as she crossed it, struck piercing cold, after the genial warmth of the boudoir which she had just left. She cautiously entered the parlour on the left hand of the front door. All was safe. Having satisfied herself that the shutters in that apartment were securely closed and fastened, she proceeded to the dining room. She opened the door and was about to cross the threshold when, at that moment, the lamp was dashed from her hand by someone inside the room, and she herself was instantly seized by two powerful arms and dragged into the apartment. A piercing cry issued from her lips, and then a coarse and hard hand was pressed violently on her mouth. Further utterance was thus stopped. "Here, Bill, Dick," said a gruff voice. "Give me a knife. I must settle this fellow's hash, or I'm blessed if he won't alarm the house." "No more blood, no more blood," returned another voice hastily and with an accent of horror. "I've had enough of that this morning. Gag him and tie him up in a heap." "Damn him, do for him," cried a third voice. "Don't be such a cursed coward, Bill." "Hold your jaw, will you, and give me a knife, Dick," said the first speaker, who was no other than Tom the cracksman. "The fellow struggles furious, but I've got hold on him by the throat." Scarcely had these words issued from the lips of the burglar when the door was thrown open and Montague entered the room. He held a lamp in one hand and a pistol in the other, and it was easy to perceive that he had been alarmed in the midst of his repose, for he had nothing on save his trousers and his shirt. On the sudden appearance of an individual thus armed, Tom the cracksman exclaimed, "At him! Down with him! We must make a fight of it." The light of the lamp, which Montague held in his hand, streamed full upon the countenance and person of Walter Sidney, who was struggling violently in the suffocating grasp of the cracksman. "Hell and furies!" ejaculated Dick Flarer, dropping his dark lantern and a bunch of skeleton keys upon the floor, while his face was suddenly distorted with an expression of indescribable horror. Then, in obedience to the natural impulse of his alarm, he rushed towards the window, the shutters and casement of which had been forced open, leapt through it, and disappeared amidst the darkness of the night. Astonished by this strange event, Bill Bolter instantly turned his eyes from Montague, whom he was at that moment about to attack, towards the cracksman and Walter Sidney. The colour fled from the murderer's cheeks as if a sudden spell had fallen upon him. His teeth chattered, his knees trembled, and he leant against the table for support. There was the identical being whom 4 years and 5 months before they had hurled down the trapdoor of the old house in Chick Lane, and who, that had ever met that fate as yet, had survived to tell the tale. For an instant the entire frame of the murderer was convulsed with alarm. The apparition before him, the vision of his assassinated wife, and the reminiscences of other deeds of the darkest dye, came upon him with the force of a whirlwind. For an instant, we say, was he convulsed with alarm. In another moment he yielded to his fears, and profiting by his companion's example, disappeared like an arrow through the window. Amongst persons engaged in criminal pursuits, a panic terror is very catching. The cracksman, formidable and daring as he was, suddenly experienced an unknown and vague fear when he perceived the horror and unassumed alarm which had taken possession of his comrades. He loosened his grasp upon his intended victim. Walter made a last desperate effort, and released herself from the burglar's power. "Approach me and I'll blow your brains out," cried Montague, pointing his pistol at the cracksman. Scarcely were these words uttered when the burglar darted forward, dashed the lamps from the hands of Montague, and effected his escape by the window. Montague rushed to the casement and snapped the pistol after him. The weapon only flashed in the pan. Montague closed the window and fastened the shutters. He then called Walter by name, and, receiving no answer, groped his way in the dark towards the door. His feet encountered an obstacle upon the carpet. He stooped down and felt with his hands. Walter Sidney had fainted. Scarcely 2 minutes had elapsed since Montague had entered the room, for the confusion and flight of the burglars had not occupied near so much time to enact as to describe. The entire scene had moreover passed without any noise calculated to disturb the household. There were consequently no servants at hand to afford Walter the succour which she required. For a moment Montague hesitated what course to pursue, but after one instant's reflection he took her in his arms and carried her up into her own enchanting and delicious boudoir. End of chapter 21. The Mysteries of London. Chapter 21 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Annapurna. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 21. George Montague placed his precious burden upon the bed, and for a moment contemplated her pale but beautiful countenance with mingled feelings of admiration, interest, and desire. The lips were apart, and 2 rows of pearl glittered beneath. The luxuriant light chestnut hair rolled over his arm, on which he still supported that head of perfect loveliness. His hand thus played with those silken, shining tresses. Still she remained motionless, lifeless. Gently withdrawing his arm, Montague hastened to sprinkle her countenance with water. The colour returned faintly, very faintly, to her cheeks, and her lips moved gently, but she opened not her eyes. For a moment he thought of summoning Louisa to her assistance. Then, obedient to a second impulse, he hastily loosened the hooks of her semi-military frock-coat. Scarcely had his hand thus invaded the treasures of her bosom when she moved, and unclosed the lids of her large, melting hazel eyes. "Where am I?" she exclaimed, instinctively closing her coat over her breast. "Fear not, dearest," whispered Montague. "It is I who love you." The scene with the burglars instantly flashed to the mind of the lady, and she cried in a tone tendered tremulous by fear, "And those horrible men, are they all 3 gone?" "They are gone, and you are safe." "Oh, you will pardon me this weakness," continued Walter, hastily moving from the bed to a chair. "But 2 of those villains, I recognized them but too well, were the men who threw me down the trapdoor in the old house near Smithfield." "Hence their alarm, their panic, when they saw you," exclaimed Montague. "They fancied that they beheld a spirit instead of a reality. This accounts for their sudden and precipitate flight, till this moment unaccountable to me." "And you, George?" said the lady, glancing tenderly towards the young man. "You are my saviour from a horrible death. Another moment and it would have been too late. They were going to murder me. Oh, how can I sufficiently express my gratitude?" She tendered him her hand, which he pressed rapturously to his lips, and she did not withdraw it. "I heard a noise of a shutter closing violently and a pane of glass breaking," said Montague. "I started from my bed and listened. In a few moments afterwards I heard footsteps on the stairs." "Those were mine as I descended," interrupted Walter. for I was alarmed by the same disturbance. And then, while I was hastily slipping on my clothes, added Montague, I heard a scream. Not another moment did I wait, but you came in time, I repeat, to save my life. Never, never shall I sufficiently repay you. Again did Montague press the fair hand of that enchanting woman to his lips, and then, as he leant over her, their eyes met, and they exchanged glances of love, hers pure and chaste, his ardent and brimful of desire. He was maddened. He was emboldened by those innocent tokens of affection upon her part, and, throwing his arms around her, he imprinted hot and burning kisses upon her lips. With difficulty did she disengage herself from his embrace, and she cast upon him a look of reproach mingled with melancholy. "Pardon me, dearest one," he exclaimed, seizing her hand once more and pressing it to his lips. "Is it a crime to love you so tenderly, so well?" "No, George, no, you are my saviour. You soon will be my husband. You need not ask for my forgiveness. But now leave me. Retire to your own room as noiselessly as you can, and tomorrow, she added with a blush, it is not necessary that Louisa should know that you are here." "I understand you, dearest," returned Montague. "Your wishes shall ever be my commands. Good night, beloved one." "Good night, dear George," said the lady, and in another moment she was again alone in the boudoir. Montague returned to his apartment, full of the bliss which he had derived from the caresses enjoyed in a chamber that seemed sacred to mystery and love. He paced his own room with hasty and agitated steps. His brain was on fire. His own loose ideas of morality induced him to put but little faith in the reality of female virtue. He moreover persuaded himself that the principles of rectitude, supposing that they had ever existed, in the bosom of the enchanting creature he had just left, had been undermined or destroyed by the cheat which she was practising with regard to her sex, and, lastly, he fancied that her affections were too firmly riveted on him to refuse him anything. Miserable wretch! He was blinded by his own mad desires. He knew not that woman's virtue is as real, as pure, and as precious as the diamond. He remembered not that the object of his licentious passion was innocent of aught criminal in the disguise which she had assumed. He reflected not that the caresses which she had ere now permitted him to snatch were those which the most spotless virgin may honourably award to her lover. He paced his room in a frenzied manner, allowing his imagination to picture scenes and enjoyments of the most voluptuous kind. By degrees his passion became ungovernable. He was no longer the cool, calculating man he hitherto had been. A new chord appeared to have been touched in his heart. At that moment he would have signed a bond, yielding up all hopes of eternal salvation to the evil one, for a single hour of love in the arms of that woman whom he had left in the boudoir. His passion had become a delirium. He would have plunged into the crater of Vesuvius, or thrown himself from the ridge of the Alpine mountain into the torrent beneath, had she gone before him. An hour thus passed away, and he attempted not to subdue his feelings. He rather encouraged their wild and wayward course by recalling to his imagination the charms of her whose beauty had thus strangely affected him. The endearing words which she had uttered, the thrilling effect of the delicious kiss he had received from her moist vermilion lips, and the voluptuous contours of that snowy bosom which had been for a moment revealed to his eyes. An hour passed. He opened the door of his chamber and listened. A dead silence prevailed throughout the house. He stole softly along the passage and through the anteroom which led to the boudoir. When he reached the door of that chamber, he paused for a moment. What was he about to do? He waited not to answer the question nor to reason within himself. He only chose to remember that a thin partition was all that separated him from one of the most beauteous creatures upon whom the sun ever shone in this world. His fingers grasped the handle of the door. He turned it gently. The door was not locked. He entered the boudoir as noiselessly as a spectre. The lamp was extinguished, but the fire still burnt in the grate, and its flickering light played tremulously on the various objects around, bathing in a rich glare the downy bed whereon reposed the heroine of the villa. The atmosphere was warm and perfumed. The head of the sleeper was supported upon one naked arm, which was round, polished, and of exquisite whiteness. The other lay outside the clothes, upon the coverlid. Her long hair flowed in undulations upon the snowy pillows. The fire shone with Rembrandt effect upon her countenance, one side of which was completely irradiated, while the other caught not its mellow light. Thus the perfect regularity of the profile was fully revealed to him, who now dared to intrude upon those sacred slumbers. "She shall be mine, she shall be mine," murmured Montague, and he advanced toward the bed. At that moment, whether aroused by a dream or startled by the almost noiseless tread of feet upon the carpet, we cannot say, the lady awoke. She opened her large hazel eyes, and they fell upon a figure to whom her imagination, thus suddenly surprised, and the flickering light of the fire gave a giant's stature. Her fears in one respect were, however, immediately relieved, for the voice of Montague fell upon her ears almost as soon as her eyes caught sight of him. "Pardon, pardon, dearest one," he said in a hurried and subdued tone. "Ah, is it so?" quickly ejaculated the lady, who in a moment comprehended how her privacy had been outraged, and passing her arm beneath the pillow, she drew forth a long, sharp, shining dagger. Montague started back in dismay. "Villain that you are, approach this bed, and, without a moment's hesitation, I will plunge this dagger into your heart." "Oh, forgive me, ejaculated the young man, cruelly embarrassed. "Dazzled by your beauty, driven mad by your caresses, intoxicated, blinded with passion, I could not command myself. I had no power over my actions." "Attempt no apology," said the lady with a calm and tranquil bitterness of accent that showed how profoundly she felt the outrage, the atrocity, that he whom she loved so tenderly had dared to meditate against her. "Attempt no apology, but leave this room without an instant's delay and without another word. Within my reach is a bell rope. One touch of my finger, and I can call my servants to my assistance. Save me that exposure, save yourself that disgrace. Tomorrow I will tell you my opinion of your conduct." There was something so determined, so cool, so resolute in the manner and the matter of this address that Montague felt abashed, humbled, beaten down to the very dust. Even his grovelling soul at that moment comprehended the Roman mind of the woman whom he would have disgraced. A coward when burglars menaced her life, she was suddenly endowed with lion daring in defense of her virtue. The crestfallen young man again attempted to palliate his intrusion. With superb scorn she waved her hand imperiously, as a signal to leave the room. Tears of vexation, shame, and rage started into his eyes as he obeyed that silent mandate which he now dared no longer to dispute. The moment the wretch had left the boudoir, the lady sprang from the bed and double-locked the door. She then returned to her couch, buried her head in the pillow, and burst into an agony of tears. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Perner. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds, Chapter 22. When Louisa entered the boudoir in the morning which succeeded this eventful night, nothing in Walter's countenance denoted the painful emotions that filled her bosom. She narrated the particulars of the burglarious entry of the dwelling, and Montague's opportune arrival upon the scene of action, with a calmness which surprised her faithful attendant. The truth was that the attempt of the robbers upon the house, and even the danger in which her own life had been placed, had dwindled, in her own estimation, into events of secondary importance when compared with that one atrocity which had suddenly wrecked all her hopes of love and happiness for ever. The usual mysterious toilet was speedily performed, and, with a firm step and a countenance expressive of a stern decision, she descended to the breakfast parlour. Montague was already there, pale, haggard, abashed, and trembling. He knew that the chance of possessing a lovely woman and £10,000 was then at stake, and, in addition to the perilous predicament of his nearest and dearest hopes, his position was embarrassing and unpleasant in the extreme. Had he succeeded in his base attempt, he would have been a victor flushed with conquest, and prepared to dictate terms to a woman entirely at his mercy. But he had been foiled, and he himself was the dejected and baffled being who would be compelled to crave for pardon. As Louisa entered the room close upon the heels of Walter, the latter greeted George Montague with a most affable morning's welcome, and conversed with him in a manner which seemed to say that she had totally forgotten the occurrence of the night. But the moment that Louisa had completed the arrangements of the breakfast table and had left the room, Walter's tone and manner underwent an entire and sudden change. "You must not think, sir," she said, while a proud smile of scorn and bitterness curled her lips, "that I have this morning tasted of the waters of oblivion. To save you, rather than myself, the shame of being exposed in the presence of my servant, I assumed that friendly and familiar air which appears to have deceived you." "What? Then you have not forgiven me?" exclaimed Montague, profoundly surprised. "Forgive you!" repeated the lady almost indignantly. "Do you suppose that I think so little of myself, or would give you such scope to think so little of me, as to pass by, in silence, a crime which was atrocious in 100 ways? I loved you sincerely, tenderly. Oh, God only knows how I loved you, and you would have taken advantage of my sincere and heartfelt affection. The dream in which I had indulged is now dispelled. The vision is over, the illusion is dissipated. Never would I accompany to the altar a man whom I could not esteem, and I can no longer esteem you. Then again, I offered you the hospitality of my abode, and that sacred right you would have infamously violated. I cannot, therefore, even retain you as a friend. In another sense, too, your conduct was odious. You saved my life, and for that I shall ever remember you with gratitude. But you nevertheless sought to avail yourself of that service as a means of robbing me of my honor. Ah, all this was abominable, detestable on your part, and what is the result? My love can never avail you now. I will crush it, extinguish it in my bosom first. My friendship cannot be awarded. My gratitude alone remains. That shall accompany you, for we must now separate, and forever." "Separate and forever?" ejaculated Montague, who had listened with deep interest and various conflicting emotions to this strange address. "No, you cannot mean it. You will not be thus relentless?" "Mr. Montague," returned the lady with great apparent coolness, though in reality she was inflicting excruciating tortures upon her own heart, "no power on earth can alter my resolves. We shall part, here, now, and forever. and may happiness and prosperity attend you." "But Mr. Stevens!" cried Montague. "What can you say to him? What will he think?" "He shall never know the truth from me," answered Walter solemnly. "This is absurd!" ejaculated Montague, in despair at the imminent ruin of all his hopes. "Will not my humblest apology, my sincerest excuses, my future conduct, will nothing atone for one false step committed under the influence of generous wines, and of a passion which obtained a complete mastery over me? Will nothing move your forgiveness?" "Nothing," answered Walter, with unvaried coolness and determination. "Were I a young girl of 16 or 17, it might be different. Then I might be deceived by your sophistry. Now it is impossible. I am 25 years old, and circumstances," she added, glancing over her male attire, "have also attended to augment my experience in the sinuosities of human designs and phases of the human heart." "Yes, you are 25, it is true," cried Montague. "Oh, then let your mind be cautious how it adopts the severe notions of riper years." "I thank you for the compliment which you pay me," said Walter satirically, "and I can assure you that it does not prove a welcome preface to the argument which you would found upon it. Old or young, experienced or ignorant in the ways of the world, a woman were a fool to marry where her husband— I may be wrong, but this is my conviction, and upon it I will act." "This is but an excuse to break with me," said Montague. "You no longer love me." "No, not as I did 12 hours ago." "You never loved me. It is impossible to divest oneself of that passion so suddenly as this." "Love, in my mind, is a species of worship or adoration, and can be damaged by the evil suspicions that may suddenly be thrown upon its object." "No, that is not love!" exclaimed Montague passionately. "True love will make a woman follow her lover or her husband through all the most hideous paths of crime, even to the scaffold." "The woman who truly loves will follow her husband as a duty, but not her lover to countenance him in his crimes. We are not, however, going to argue this point. For my part, I am not acting according to the prescribed notions of romances or of false sentimentality, but strictly in accordance with my own ideas of what is suitable to my happiness and proper to my condition. I repeat, I am not the heroine of a novel in her teens. I am a woman of certain age, and can reflect calmly in order to act decidedly." Montague made no reply, but walked towards the window. Strange and conflicting sentiments were agitating in his brain. 'Twas thus he reasoned within himself. "If I use threats and menaces, I shall merely open her eyes to the real objects which Stephen has in view, and she will shrink from the fearful dangers she is about to encounter. Whether she changes her mind or not with regard to me, and whether I proceed further in the business or not, the secret is in my hands, and Stevens will pay me handsomely to keep it. Perhaps I had even better stop short where I am. I am still in a position to demand hush money, and avoid the extreme peril which must accrue to all who appear prominently in the affair on the 26th of the month." The selfish mind of George Montague thus revolved the various phases of his present position, and in a few moments he was determined how to act. Turning towards Walter Sidney, he exclaimed, "You are decided not to forgive me?" "I have made known to you my resolution that we should now part for ever." "How can we part for ever when your friend and benefactor, Mr. Stevens, requires my services?" "Mr. Stevens informed me that a third person was necessary to the complete success of his designs, and that he had fixed upon you. Consequently, another friend may fill the place which he intended you to occupy. You seem to have well weighed the results of your resolution to see me no more, said Montague bitterly. There is time for thought throughout the livelong night, when sleep is banished from the pillow, returned the lady proudly. I can scarcely comprehend your conduct, said Montague after another pause. You do not choose that your servant should know what occurred last night. Is it your intention to acquaint Mr. Stevens with the real truth? That depends entirely upon yourself. To speak candidly, I do not wish to come to any explanation with Mr. Stevens upon the subject. He will blame me for having concealed from him the attachment which has subsisted between us, and he will imagine that some levity on my part must have encouraged to violate the sanctity of my chamber. If you, sir, are a man of honour, added the lady emphatically, and if you have a spark of feeling and generosity left, you will take measures with Mr. Stevens to spare me that last mortification. I will do as you require, returned Montague, well pleased with this arrangement. This very day will I communicate to Mr. Stevens my desire to withdraw from any further interference in his affairs, and I will allege the pressing nature of my own concerns as an excuse. Act as you will, said the lady, but let there remain behind no motive which can lead you to repeat your visits to this house. You comprehend me? Perfectly, replied Montague, but once more let me implore you. Enough, enough, exclaimed Walter. You know not the firmness of the female mind. Perhaps I have this morning taught you a lesson in that respect. We must now part, Mr. Montague, and believe me, that although no power on earth can alter the resolution to which I came during the long and painful vigil of the past night, I still wish you well, and remember, my gratitude accompanies you. Walter hesitated for a moment, as if another observation were trembling upon her tongue. Then, stifling her emotions with a powerful effort, she waved her hand to the delinquent and abruptly left the room. Is this a loftiness of mind of which not even the greatest of men often afford example? Or is it the miserable caprice of a vacillating woman? Said Montague to himself, as he prepared to take his departure from the villa, in which he had spent some happy hours. I must candidly admit that this time I am at fault. All appears to be lost in this quarter, and that, too, through my own confounded folly. But Stevens's secret still remains to me, and that secret shall be as good as an annuity for years to come. Let me see. I must have money now to ensure my silence upon breaking off all further connection with the business. Then I must keep an eye upon him, and should he succeed on the 26th of this month, and he must succeed if this punctilious lady does not see through his designs in the meantime, then can I step forward and demand another sum under a threat of exposing the entire scheme. And then, too, he added, while his countenance wore an expression of mingled revenge and triumph, then, too, can I appear before this vain, this scrupulous, this haughty woman, and with one word send her on her knees before me. Then she will stoop her proud brow, and her prayers and intercessions upon that occasion shall be expressed as humbly as her reproaches and her taunts were tyrannically levelled at me today. Yes, I will keep my eye upon Walter Sidney and her benefactor Stevens. He said with an ironical chuckle, they may obtain their princely fortune, but a due share shall find its way into my pocket. These or similar reflections continued to occupy the mind of George Montague after he had left the villa, and while he was on his way to the nearest point where he could obtain a conveyance to take him into the city. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 23. The Old House in Smithfield Again. The visitor to the Polytechnic Institution or the Adelaide Gallery has doubtless seen the exhibition of the microscope. A drop of the purest water, magnified by that instrument some thousands of times, appears filled with horrible reptiles and monsters of revolting forms. Such is London. Fair and attractive as the mighty metropolis may appear to the superficial observer, it swarms with disgusting, loathsome, and venomous objects wearing human shapes. Oh, London is a city of strange contrasts. The hustle of business and the smile of pleasure, the peaceful citizen and the gay soldier, the splendid shop and the itinerant pastry stall, the gorgeous equipage and the humble market cart, the palaces at nobles and the hovels of the poor, the psalm from the chapel and the shout of laughter from the tavern, the dandies lounging in the West End streets and the paupers cleansing away the mud, the funeral procession and the bridal cavalcade, the wealthy and high-born lady whose reputation is above all cavil, and the lost girl whose shame is below all notice, the adventurer who defends his honour with a duel, and the poor tradesman whom unavoidable bankruptcy has branded as a rogue, the elegantly clad banker whose insolvency must soon transpire, and the ragged old miser whose wealth is not suspected, the monuments of glory and the hospitals of the poor, the temples where men adore a god with affectation, and the shrines at which they lose their gold to a deity whom they adore without affectation. In a word, grandeur and squalor, wealth and misery, virtue and vice, honesty which has never been tried, and crime which yielded to the force of irresistible circumstances, all the features, all the characteristics, all the morals of a great city must occupy the attention of him who surveys London with microscopic eye. And what a splendid subject for the contemplators of the moralist is a mighty city which, at every succeeding hour, presents a new phase of interest to the view. In the morning, when only the industrious and the thrifty are abroad, and while the wealthy sod the great are sleeping off the night's pleasure and dissipation; at noon, when the streets are swarming with life, as if some secret source without the walls poured at that hour myriads of animated streams into the countless avenues and thoroughfares; in the evening, when the men of pleasure again venture forth, and music and dancing and revelry prevail around; and at night, when every lazar-house vomits forth its filth, every den lets loose its horrors, and every foul cart and alley echoes to the footsteps of crime. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 hours after the burglarious attempt upon the villa, that a man, drenched by the rain which continued to pour in torrents, with his hat drawn over his eyes, and his hands thrust in his pockets to protect them against the cold, crept cautiously down West Street, from Smithfield, dodged past the policeman, and entered the old house which we have described at the opening of our narrative. Having closed and carefully bolted the front door, he hastily ascended to the room of the first floor, where Walter Sidney had seen him and his companion conceal their plunder 4 years and 4 months previously. This man, so wet, so cold, and so miserable, was Bill Bolter, the murderer. Having groped about for a few moments, he found a match, struck it, and obtained a light. One of the secret recesses furnished a candle, and the flickering glare fell upon the haggard, unshaven, and dirty countenance of the ruffian. Scarcely had he lighted the candle when a peculiar whistle was heard in the street just under the window. The features of Bolter became suddenly animated with joy, and, as he hastily descended the stairs, he muttered to himself, "Well, at all events, here's one of 'em." The individual to whom he opened the door was Dick Flera, in no better plight mentally and bodily than himself. "Is there any bingo, Bill?" demanded Dick, the moment he set foot in the upstairs room. "Not a drain," answered Bolter, after a close inspection of the cupboard in the wall between the windows. "And not a morsel of grub, neither." "Blow the grub," said Dick. "I ain't in no humour for eating, but I could drink a gallon. I've been thinking as I come along, and after the first shock was over, what cursed fools you and me was to be humbugged in this here affair. Either that young feller was the brother of the one which we threw down the trap—" "No, I could swear that he is the same," interrupted Bill. "Well, then he must have made his escape, and that's all," added Dick Flera. "That must be it," observed Bolter, after a long pause. "But it was so sudden upon us, and then without no time to think, and all that. You may say what you like, Bill, but I shall never forgive myself. I was the first to bolt, and I was a coward. How shall I ever be able to look the cracksman in the face again, or go to the parlour of the boozing ken? It's no use complaining like this, Dick. You was used to be the bold un, and now it seems as if it was me that must say cheer up. The fact is, summat must be done without delay. I told you and Tom what had happened at my crib, and so I lay up for some time, I must. Come now, Dick, you won't desert a pal in trouble. There's my hand, Bill. Only say what you want done, and I'm your man. In the first place, do you think it's safe for me to stay here? Won't that young feller give the alarm, and say as how his house was attempted by the same cracksman that wanted to make a stiff un of him between 4 and 5 years ago at this old crib? And then won't the blue bottles come and search the place from chimney pot down to foundation stone?" "Let 'em search it," ejaculated Flera. "They'll only do it once, and who cares for that? You can lie as snug downstairs for a week or so as if you was 1,000 miles off. Besides, who would think for an instant that you had hide yourself in the very spot that the young feller could point out as one of our haunts? Mark me, Bill, if you goes up to Rat's Castle in St. Giles's, you would find too many tongues among them cursed Irishes to ask who is he and what is he. And if you goes over to the Mint, you'll be sure to be twigged by a lot of 'em low buzzglokes and broken down magsmen as swarms there, and they'll nose upon you for a penny. Whitechapel back slums isn't safe, for the broom gals, the blacks, and the ballad singers which occupies all that district is always a quarrelling, and the blue bottles is constantly poking their nose in every crib in consequence. Here you are snug, and I can bring you your grub and tell you the news of an evening arter dark. But to be penned up in that infernal hole for a fortnight or 3 weeks till the storm's blowed over is horrible to think on," said Bill. "And scragging hanging more horrible still," said Dick significantly. Bill Bolter shuddered, and a convulsive motion agitated his neck, as if he already felt the cord around it. His countenance became ashy pale, and as he glanced fearfully around, he exclaimed, "Yes, you're right, Dick. I'll take myself to the hiding crib, and you can give me the office. Inform, give warning, at any moment if things go wrong. Tomorrow you must try and find out whether there's much of a row about the affair in the court." The ruffian expressed the least anxiety relative to the fate of his children. "Tomorrow!" exclaimed Dick. "Today, you mean, for it can't be far off from 3 o'clock. And now talking about grub is all very easy, but getting it is quite another thing. Neither you nor me hasn't got a skurrick, and where to get a penny loaf on tick I don't know." "By hell, I shall starve, Dick!" cried the murderer, casting a glance of alarm and horror upon his companion. "Whatever I get shall be for you first, Bill, and to get anythink at all I must be wide awake. The grass mustn't grow under my feet." At that moment a whistle, similar to the sound by which Dick Flairer had notified his approach to Bill Bolter, emanated from the street and fell upon the ears of those worthies. Dick hastened to respond to this summons, and in short time introduced the cracksman. The moment this individual entered the room, he demanded if there were anything to eat or drink upon the premises. He of course received a melancholy negative, but instead of being disheartened, his countenance appeared to wear a smile of pleasure. "Now you see I never desert a friend in distress," he exclaimed. With these words he produced from his pocket a quantity of cold victuals and a large flask of brandy. Without waiting to ask questions or give explanations, the three thieves fell tooth and nail upon the provender. "I knowed you'd come to this here crib, because Bill don't dare go to the boozing ken till the affair of the court's blowed over," said the cracksman, when his meal was terminated, "and so I thought I'd join you, arter I left the place out by Clapton." "And how the devil did you get away?" demanded Dick. "Just the same as you did. It would have served you right if I'd never spoke to you agin, and blowed you at the ken into the bargain. But I thought to myself, thinks I, it must be summat very strange that made the Flairer and the Bolter cut their lucky and leave their pal in the lurch. So let's hear what they has to say for themselves fust. Then, as I come along, I found a purse in a gentleman's pocket just opposite Bethnal Green, Newchurch, and that put me into good humour. So I looked in at the ken, got the grub and the bingo, and came on here." "You're a reg'lar trump, Tom," ejaculated Dick Flairer, "and I'll stick to you like bricks from this moment till I die. The fact is, me and Bill has told you about that young feller which we throwed down the trap some 4 or 5 year back. Yes, I remember. Well, we seed him tonight." "Tonight? What, at the crib up there?" "The swell that you got a grip on in the dark was the very self same one." "Then he must have got clear off, that's all," cried the cracksman. "It was no ghost, but raal plump flesh and hot blood, I'll swear." "So we both think now, to be sure," said Dick. "But you don't bear any ill will, Tom?" "Not a atom. Here's 15 counters, sovereigns, which was in the purse of the swell which I met at Bethnal Green, and half that's yourn. But about Bill there, what's he a going to do?" Dick pointed with his finger downwards. Tom comprehended the signal and nodded approvingly. The brandy produced a cheering effect upon the three ruffians, and pipes and tobacco augmented their joviality. Their discourse gradually became coarsely humorous, and their mirth boisterous. At length Bill Bolter, who required every possible means of artificial stimulant and excitement to sustain his spirits in the fearful predicament in which he was placed, called upon the cracksman for a song. Tom was famous amongst his companions for his vocal qualifications, and he was not a little proud of the reputation he had acquired in the parlours of the various boozing kens and patter cribs, flash houses, of which he was in the habit of frequenting. He was not, therefore, backward in complying with his friend's request, and in a somewhat subdued tone, for fear of making too much noise, complaint not often heard in Chick Lane, he sang the following lines: THE THIEVES' ALPHABET. A was an Ariya, sneaky, leery, and sly. B was a buzzgloak, with fingers so fly. C was a cracksman that forked all the plate. D was a dubsman who kept the jug gate. For we are rollicking chaps, all smoking, singing, boozing. We care not for the traps, but pass the night carousing. E was an efter, a thief who frequents theatres, that went to the play. F was a fogle, he napped on his way. G was a gag, which he told to the beak. H was a humbox, pulpit, where parish prigs speak. Chorus. I was an Ikey, a Jew fence, a receiver of stolen goods, with swag all encumbered. J was a jug, in whose cell he was lumbered. K was a kybosh, 1 shilling, 6 pennies, that paid for his treat. L was a leaf, the drop, that fell under his feet. Chorus. M was a magsman, frequenting Pall Mall. N was a nose, that turned chirp on his pal. O was an onion, a watch seal, possessed by a swell. P was a panny, done nib-like and well. Chorus. Q was a queer screen that served as a blind, served to deceive the unwary. R was a reader, pocket-book, with flimsies well lined. S was a smasher, so nutty and spry. T was a ticker, watch, just faked from a cly. Chorus. U was an uptucker, Jack Ketch, fly with the cord. V was a varnisher, utterer of false sovereigns, dressed like a lord. Y was a yockster, a convict returned from transportation before his time, that eat caper sauce, hanged. Z was a ziff, juvenile thief who was flashed on the horse, privately whipped in prison. For we are rollicking chaps, all smoking, singing, boozing. We care not for the traps, but pass the night carousing. This song is entirely original. In this manner did the three thieves pass the first hours of morning at the old house in Chick Lane. At length the heavy and sonorous voice of St. Paul's proclaimed 6 o'clock. It still wanted an hour to sunrise, but they now thought it prudent to separate. Tom the cracksman and Dick Flairer arranged together a little piece of business for the ensuing night, which they hoped would prove more fortunate than their attempt on the villa at Upper Clapton. But Dick faithfully promised Bill Bolter to return to him in the evening before he set out on the new expedition. Matters being thus agreed upon, the moment for the murderer's concealment arrived. We have before stated that the entire grate in the room which the villains frequented could be removed, and that when taken out of its setting it revealed an aperture of considerable dimensions. At the bottom of this square recess was a trapdoor, communicating with a narrow and spiral staircase that led into a vault adjoining and upon the same level with the very cellar from which Walter Sidney had so miraculously escaped. The possibility of such an architectural arrangement being fully carried out, with a view to provide a perfect means of concealment, will be apparent to our readers when we state that the side of the house farthest from the Fleet Ditch was constructed with a double brick wall, and that the spiral staircase consequently stood between those two partitions. The mode in which the huge chimneys were built also tended to ensure the complete safety of that strange hiding place, and to avert any suspicion that might for a moment be entertained of the existence of such a retreat in that old house. Even in case the secret of the movable grate should be discovered, the eye of the most acute thief-taker would scarcely detect the trap-door at the bottom of the recess, so admirably was it made to correspond with the brickwork that formed its frame. The vault with which the spiral staircase corresponded was about 14 feet long by 2½ wide. An iron grating of 8 inches square, overlooking the Fleet Ditch, was all the means provided to supply that living tomb with fresh, we cannot say pure, air. If the atmosphere of the hiding-place were thus neither wholesome nor pleasant, it did not at least menace existence, and a residence in that vault for even weeks and weeks together was deemed preferable to the less cribbed, cabined, and confined sojourn of Newgate. But connected with the security of this vault was one fearful condition. The individual who sought its dark solitude could not emancipate himself at will. He was entirely at the mercy of those confederates who were entrusted with his secret. Should anything happen to these men, should they be suddenly overtaken by the hand of death, then starvation must be the portion of the inmate of that horrible vault, and should they fall into the hands of justice, then the only service they could render their companion in a living tomb would be to reveal the secret of his hiding-place. Up to the time of which we are writing, since the formation of that strange lurking hole in the days of the famous Jonathan Wild, 3 or 4 persons had alone availed themselves of the vault as a means of personal concealment. In the first place, the secret existed with very few, and secondly, it was only in cases where life and death were concerned that a refuge was sought in so fearful an abode. When the grate was removed and the trap-door was opened, the entire frame of Bill Bolter became suddenly convulsed with horror. He dreaded to be left to the mercy of his own reflections. "It's infernally damp," said Bill, his teeth chattering as much with fear as with cold. Fearful, however, of exciting the disgust and contempt of his companions at what might be termed his pusillanimous conduct, he mustered up all of his courage, shook hands with the cracksman and flarer, and then insinuated his person through the aperture. "You may as well take the pipes and baccy along with you, old feller," returned Dick. "And here's a thimbleful of brandy left in the flask," added the cracksman. "This evening I'll bring you a jolly week of the bingo," said Flarer. Provided with the little comforts just specified, the murderer descended the spiral staircase into the vault. The trap door closed above his head, and the grate was replaced with more than usual care and attention. The cracksman and Dick Flarer then took their departure from the old house, in the foundation of which a fellow creature was thus strangely entombed alive. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 24. Circumstantial Evidence. Let us now return to Mr. Whittingham, whom we left in serious and unfeigned tribulation at the moment when his young master was taken into custody upon the charge of passing a forged note. The Bow Street runner, whom the officer had left behind to search the house, first possessed himself of the 2 letters which were lying upon the table in Markham's library, and which were addressed respectively to Mrs. Arlington and Mr. Munro. The functionary then commenced a strict investigation of the entire premises, and at the end appeared marvellously surprised that he had not found a complete apparatus for printing forged notes, together with a quantity of the false articles themselves. This search, nevertheless, occupied 3 hours, and when it was over he took his departure, quite sulky because he had nothing to offer as evidence save the 2 sealed letters, which might be valuable in that point of view, or might not. The moment this unwelcome guest had quitted the house, the butler, notwithstanding the lateness of the hour, for it was now dusk, ordered the market cart to be got ready, and with the least possible delay he proceeded into town. Upon his arrival in Bow Street he found that the police office was closed, but upon inquiry he learnt that the investigation of Richard Markham's case had been postponed until the following morning at 11 o'clock, the prisoner having declared that he could produce a witness who would satisfactorily show his, the prisoner's, entire innocence in the transaction. In the meantime he had been removed to Clerkenwell Prison. Without asking another question, Whittingham mounted his cart once more, and drove away at a rattling pace to Clerkenwell Prison. There he began to thunder like a madman at the knocker of the governor's private residence, and could hardly believe his senses when a servant girl informed him that it was past the hours to see the prisoners. Whittingham would have remonstrated, but the girl slammed the door in his face. He accordingly had no alternative save to drive direct home again. The very next morning at 9 o'clock Mr. Whittingham entered the Servants' Arms Tavern, and with but little of his usual circumlocution and verbosity inquired the address of Mr. McChisel, the lawyer, who had been one of the party at that house the evening but one before. "Here is his card," said the landlord. "He uses my house reg'lar, and he is a out-and-out practitioner." Whittingham did not wait to hear any further eulogium upon the attorney. It had struck him that the young master might require a professional adviser, and having the supreme felicity of being totally unacquainted with the entire fraternity, he had felt himself somewhat puzzled how to supply the desideratum. In this dilemma he had suddenly bethought himself of McChisel, and without waiting to ponder upon the propriety of the step he was taking, he rushed off in the manner described to procure that individual's address. "Well, what do you want?" cried the lawyer, who was astonished at the unceremonious manner in which Whittingham suddenly rushed into his office. "What do you want?" "Law," was the laconic answer. "Well, you can have plenty of that here," said Mr. McChisel. "But I think you are the gentleman with whom I had the pleasure of passing a pleasant evening at the Servants' Arms a day or two ago?" "The identical same," returned Whittingham, flinging his hat upon the floor and himself into a chair. "Take time to breathe, sir," said the lawyer. "If you've come for advice, you couldn't have selected a better shop, but I must tell you beforehand that mine is quite a ready money business." "Very good, sir. I'll tell you my story first and foremost, and you can then explain the most legible means of proceeding. I want law and justice. Law you can have in welcome, but whether you will obtain justice is another consideration." "I'm bewildered in a labyrinth of mazes, sir," said the butler. "I always opinionated that law and justice were the same thing." "Quite the reverse, I can assure you. Law is a human invention. Justice is a divine inspiration. What is law to day is not law to morrow, and yet everything is still denominated justice. A creditor salts for justice when he appeals to a tribunal against his debtor, and how is that justice awarded? Why, if a man can't pay £5, the law immediately makes his debt £10, and if he can't live out of doors, the law immediately shuts him up in prison by way of helping him out of his difficulties. That is law, sir, but it is not justice." "Right, sir, very right. Law, you see, sir," continued McChisel, who was particularly fond of hearing himself talk, "law is omnipotent, and beats justice to such an extreme that justice would be justified in bringing an action of assault and battery against the law. Law even makes religion, sir, and gives the attributes of the Deity, for no one dares assert that God possesses a quality or a characteristic unless in conformity with the law. And as these laws are always changing, so, of course, does the nature of the Deity, as established by the law, vary too, so that men may be said to go to heaven or to another place by the turnpike roads laid down by the law." "I like your reasonable powers amazingly," said the butler, somewhat impatiently, "and I will now proceed to unfold the momentary object of my visit." "Give yourself breathing time, my dear sir. As I was observing, law is more powerful than even justice and religion, and I could now show that it exercises the same predominating influence over morality also. For instance, law and not conscience defines virtues and vices. If I murder you, I commit a crime, but the executioner who puts me to death for the action does not commit a crime. Neither does the soldier who kills his fellow creature in battle. Thus murder is only a crime when it is not legalized by human statutes, or, in plain terms, when it is not according to law." "I comprehend, sir," said Whittingham, and, seeing that Mr. McChisel now paused at length, he narrated the particulars of his master's arrest upon an accusation of passing a forged note of £500. "This is an ugly case, Mr. Whittingham. You must go down to him at Bow Street. His case comes on at 11 o'clock." "Well, there is plenty of time. It is only 9:30 o'clock. I think we had better instruct counsel." "Construct counsel!" ejaculated Whittingham. "I want you to get him liberated at once." "Ah, I dare say you do," said the lawyer, coolly. "That is often more easily said than done. From what you have told me, I should not wonder if your master was committed for trial." "But he is innocent, sir, he is innocent as the young lamb in the meadows which is unborn," cried Whittingham. "Master Richard would no more pass a fictitious note than I should endeavour to pass a racehorse if I was mounted on a donkey." Mr. McChisel smiled, and summoned his clerk by the euphonious name of Simcox. Mr. Simcox was somewhat slow in making his appearance, and when he did, a very comical one it was, for his hair was red, his eyes were green, his countenance was studded with freckles, and his eyelashes were white. "Simcox," said Mr. McChisel, "I am going out for a few hours. If the gentleman calls about the £1,000 bill, tell him that I can get it discounted for him for £50 in money and 800 in wine, which allows 150 for discount and my commission. If the lady calls whose husband has run away from her, tell her that I've sent to Paris to make inquiries after him, and that if she'll leave another £50 I'll send to Vienna. By the by, that bothering fellow Smith is certain to call. Tell him I'm gone into the country, and shall be away for a fortnight. If Jenkins calls, tell him I shall be home at 5, and he must wait, as I want to see him." "Very well, sir," said Simcox. "And if the gentleman calls about the loan?" "Why, that I shall see party about it this evening. The first party declines, but I have another party in view." Somehow or other, men of business have always got a particular party in view to accomplish a particular purpose, and they are always being disappointed by their parties, whom, by the by, they never condescend to name. To be deceived by a party, or having a party to meet, or being engaged so long with a particular party, are excuses which will last as long as business itself shall exist, and will continue to be received as apologies as long as any apologies are received at all. They will wear out every other lie. Whittingham was too much occupied by the affairs of his master to pay any attention to the orders which the solicitor gave his clerk, and he was considerably relieved when he found himself, by the aid of his professional adviser, rolling along the streets in a cabriolet. At length the lawyer and the faithful domestic were set down at the police station in Bow Street, and in a few moments they were admitted, in tin presence of a policeman, to an interview with Markham in one of the cells attached to the establishment. Richard's countenance was pale and careworn, his hair was dishevelled, and his attire seemed put on slovenly. But these circumstances scarcely attracted the eyes of Whittingham. A more appalling and monstrous spectacle engrossed all the attention of that faithful old dependent, and this was the manacle which confined his revered master's hands together. Whittingham wept. "Oh, Master Richard," he exclaimed, in a voice broken by sobs, "what an unforeseen and perfidious adventure is this! You surely never could— No, I know you didn't." "Do not grieve yourself, my faithful friend," said Richard, deeply affected. "My innocence will soon be proved. I have sent for Mr. Chichester, who will be here presently, and he can show to one moment how I became possessed of the 2 notes." "2 notes!" cried Whittingham. "Yes, I had another of £50 value in my purse, which I also received from Chichester, and which has turned out to be a spurious one. Doubtless he has been deceived himself." "Oh, that ere Winchester, or Kidderminster, or whatever his name be," interrupted the butler, a strange misgiving oppressing his mind. "I'm afeard he won't do the thing that's right. But here is a profound adviser, Mr. Richard, that I have brought with me, and he'll see law done, he says, and I believe him too." Markham and McChisel then entered into conversation together, but scarcely had the unfortunate young man commenced his account of the peculiar circumstances in which he was involved, when the gaoler entered to conduct him into the presence of the magistrate. Markham was placed in the felon's dock, and Mr. McChisel intimated to the sitting magistrate in a simpering tone that he appeared for the prisoner. Now we must inform our readers that McChisel was one of those low pettifoggers who, without being absolutely the black sheep of the profession, act upon the principle that all are fish that come to the net, and practise indiscriminately in the civil and criminal courts, conduct a man's insolvency, or defend him before the magistrate, discount bills and issue no end of right, act for loan societies and tally shops, in a word, undertake anything that happens to fall in their way, so long as it brings grist to the mill. Mr. McChisel was not, therefore, what is termed a respectable solicitor, and the magistrate's countenance assumed an appearance of austerity, for he had previously been possessed in Markham's favour, when that individual announced that he appeared for the prisoner. Thus poor Whittingham, in his anxiety to do his beloved master a great deal of good, actually prejudiced his case materially at the outset. Though unhappy and careworn, Richard was not downcast. Conscious innocence supported him. Accordingly, when he beheld Mr. Chichester enter the witness box, he bowed to him in a friendly and even grateful manner. But, to his ineffable surprise, that very fashionable gentleman affected not to notice the salutation. It is not necessary to enter into details. The nature of the evidence against Markham was that he had called at his guardian's banker's the day but one previously to receive a sum of money. that he requested the cashier to change a £500 Bank of England note; that, although an unusual proceeding, the demand was complied with; that the prisoner wrote his name on the back of the note, and that in the course of the ensuing morning it was discovered that the said note was a forgery. The prisoner was arrested, and upon his person was found a second note of £50 value, which was also a forgery. 2 letters were also produced, one to Mrs. Arlington and another to Mr. Monroe, which not only proved that the prisoner had intended to leave the country with strange abruptness, but the contents of which actually appeared to point at the crime now alleged against him as the motive of his flight. Markham was certainly astounded when he heard the stress laid upon those letters by the solicitor for the prosecution, and the manner in which their real meaning was made to tell against him. The magistrate called upon him for his defence, and Markham, forgetting that Chisel was there to represent him, addressed himself in an earnest tone to Mr. Chichester, exclaiming, "You can now set me right in the eyes of the magistrate, and in the opinion of even the prosecuting counsel, who seem so anxious to distort every circumstance to my disadvantage." "I really am not aware," said Mr. Chichester, caressing his chin in a very nonchalant manner, "that I can throw any light upon the subject." "All I require is the truth," ejaculated Richard, surprised at the tone and manner of his late friend. "Did you not give me that note for £500 to change for you? And did I not receive the second note from you in exchange for 50 sovereigns?" Mr. Chichester replied in an indignant negative. The magistrate shook his head. The prosecuting solicitor took snuff significantly. McChisel made a memorandum, and Whittingham murmured, "Ah, that mitigated villain Axminster!" "What do I hear?" exclaimed Richard. "Mr. Chichester, your memory must fail you sadly. I suppose you recollect the occasion upon which Mr. Talbot gave you the £500 note?" "Mr. Talbot never gave me any note at all," answered Chichester, in a measured and determined manner. "It is false, false as hell!" cried Markham, more enraged than alarmed; and he forthwith detailed to the magistrate the manner in which he had been induced to change the one note, and had become possessed of the other. "This is a very lame story indeed," said the magistrate, "and you must try and see if you can get a jury to believe it. You stand committed." Before Richard could make any reply he was lugged out of the dock by the gaoler. The next case was called on, and he was hurried back to his cell, whither McChisel and the butler were permitted to follow him. Chapter 25
of the Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie-Cat. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 25. The Enchantress. "Oh, how can I prove my innocence now?" exclaimed Richard, wringing his hands, and walking hastily up and down the cell. "How shall I convince the world that a fearful combination of circumstances has so entangled me in this net that never was a man so wronged before? How can I communicate my dread position to Monroe? How ever again look society in the face? How live after this exposure, this disgrace? Master Richard, Master Richard," cried the poor old butler, "don't take on so, don't now. Your innocence must conspire on the day of the trial, and the jury will do you justice. Now don't take on so, Master Richard, pray don't." As the faithful domestic uttered these words, the tears chased each other so rapidly down his cheeks that he seemed to need consolation quite as much as his master. "Oh, that villain Chichester, the wretch, the cheat!" continued Richard, "and no doubt his vulgar companion Talbot is as bad, and the baronet, perhaps he also—" Markham stopped short and seated himself upon the bench. He suddenly became very faint, and turned ashy pale. Whittingham hastened to loosen his shirt collar, and the policeman present humanely procured a glass of water. In a few minutes he recovered, and he then endeavoured to contemplate with calmness the full extent of the perils which environed him. His opinion of Chichester and Talbot was already formed, but the baronet, could he have been a party to their scheme of villainy? After a moment's reflection he answered the question to himself in an affirmative. He had then fallen into a nest of adventurers and swindlers. But Diana, oh no, she could not have been cognizant of the treacherous designs practised against him. She was doubtless made use of as an instrument to further the plans of the conspirators. Such were his convictions. Should he then give her due warning in time, and afford her an opportunity of abandoning, ere it might be too late, an individual who would doubtless involve her in the long run in infamy and peril? To pen a hasty note to Mrs. Arlington was now a duty which he conceived entailed upon him, and which he immediately performed. He then wrote a letter to Mr. Munro, detailing the particulars of his unfortunate position, and beseeching him not to be prejudiced against him by the report which he might read in the newspapers the following day. "Whittingham, my old friend," said Markham, when he had disposed of these matters, "we must now separate for the present. This letter for Mr. Munro you will forward by post. The other, to Miss Arlington, you will take yourself to Bond Street, and deliver into her own hand." Then, addressing himself to McChisel, he observed, "I thank you, sir, for your attendance here to-day. Whittingham will give you the address of my guardian, Mr. Munro, and that gentleman will consult with you upon the proper course to be pursued. He will also answer any pecuniary demands you may have occasion to make upon him." Richard had preserved an unnatural degree of calmness as he uttered these words, and Whittingham was himself astonished at the coolness with which his young master delivered his instructions. The old butler wept bitterly when he took leave of Master Richard, and it cost the young man himself no inconsiderable effort to restrain his own tears. "What is really your inferential opinion on this matter?" demanded the butler of the lawyer, as they issued from the door of the police office together. "Why, that it was a capital scheme to raise the wind, and a very great pity that it did not succeed to a far greater extent," cried the professional adviser. "Well, if you put that opinion down in your bill, and charge 6 and 8 pence for it," said Whittingham, with a very serious countenance, "I shall certainly dispute the item, and computate it when I audit the accounts." "I am really at a loss to comprehend you," said the lawyer. "Of course there are no secrets between you and me. Indeed, you had much better tell me the whole truth." "Truth!" ejaculated Whittingham. "Of course I shall tell you the truth." "Allow me to ask a question or two, then," resumed the lawyer. "I suppose that you were in the plant, and divided the swag?" Mr. Whittingham stared at the professional man with the most unfeigned astonishment, which, indeed, was so great that it checked all reply. "Well," proceeded the shrewd Mr. McChisel, "it wasn't a bad dodge either, and I suppose that this Munro is a party to the whole concern?" "Is it possible, Mr. McChisel," exclaimed the butler, "that but the business is awkward, very awkward," added the solicitor, shaking his head. "It was, however, fortunate that nothing transpired to implicate you also. When one pal is at large, he can do much for another who is in lavender. It would have been worse if you had been lumbered too, far worse." "Plant, pal, lumbered, lavender," repeated Whittingham, with considerable emphasis on each word as he slowly uttered it. "I suppose you really think my master is guilty of the crime computed to him?" "Of course I do," replied McChisel. "I can see as far into a brick wall as anyone." "Well, it's no use argufying the point," said the butler, after a moment's pause. "Here is Mr. Munro's address. Perhaps when you have seen him you will arrive at new conclusions." Mr. Whittingham then took leave of the solicitor and proceeded to Bond Street. Within a few yards of the house in which Mrs. Arlington resided, the butler ran against an individual who, with his hat perched jauntily on his right ear, was lounging along. "Hulloa, you fellow!" ejaculated Mr. Thomas Suggett, for it was he. "What do you mean by coming bolt again a gentleman in that kind of way?" "Oh, my dear sir," cried Whittingham, "is that you? I am really perforated with delight to see you." Mr. Suggett gave a good long stare at Whittingham, and then exclaimed, "Oh, it's you, is it? Well, I must say that your legs are in a very unfinished condition." "How, sir? How?" demanded the irritated butler. "Why, they want a pair of fetters, to be sure," said Suggett, and breaking into a horse laugh he passed rapidly on. Whittingham felt humiliated, and the knock that he gave at the door of Diana's lodgings was sneaking and subdued. In a few minutes, however, he was ushered into a back room on the first floor, where Mrs. Arlington received him. "Here is a letter, ma'am, which I was to deliver only into your own identical hand." "Is it from your master?" demanded the enchantress. "It is, ma'am." "Where is Mr. Markham?" asked Diana, receiving the letter with a trembling hand. "He is now in Bow Street police office, ma'am. In the course of the day he will be in Newgate," and the old butler wiped away a tear. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Diana. "Then it is really too true!" She immediately tore open the letter and ran her eye over the contents, which were as follow: "The villainy of one of the individuals with whom you are currently associating, and in whom it has been my misfortune to place unlimited confidence, will perhaps involve you in an embarrassment similar to the one in which I am now placed. I do not for one moment imagine that you are in by way conversant with those vile schemes. I can read your heart. I know that you would scorn such a confederary. Your frankness, your candour, are in your favour. Your countenance, which is engraven upon my memory, and which I behold at this moment as if it were really before me, forbids all suspicions injurious to your honour. Take a timely warning, then. Take warning from one who wishes you well, and dissolve the connection ere it be too late. R.M." "When shall you see your master again?" inquired Diana of the butler, after the perusal of this letter. "To-morrow, ma'am, with a blessing of God." "My compliments to him. My very best remembrances," said Mrs. Arlington, "and I feel deeply grateful for this communication." Whittingham bowed and rose to depart. "And," added Diana, after a moment's pause, "if there be anything in which my humble services can be made available, pray do not hesitate to come to me. Indeed, I hope you will call often, and let me know how this unfortunate business proceeds." "Then you don't believe that Master Richard is capable of this obliquity, madam?" cried the butler. "Oh no, impossible!" said Diana emphatically. "Thank'ee, ma'am, thank'ee!" exclaimed Whittingham. "You have done my poor old heart good. God bless you, ma'am. God bless you." And with these words the faithful dependent took his departure, not a little delighted to think that there was at least one person in the world who believed in the innocence of Master Richard. In fact, the kindness of Diana's manner, and the sincerity with which she had expressed herself on that point, effectually wiped away from the mind of the butler the reminiscences of McChisel's derogatory suspicions and Suggett's impertinence. After a few minutes' profound reflection, Diana returned to the drawing-room, where Sir Rupert Harborough, Mr. Chichester, and Talbot were seated. Her fine countenance wore an expression of melancholy seriousness, and there was a nervous movement of the under lip that denoted the existence of powerful emotions in her bosom. "Well, Di," exclaimed the baronet, "you seem annoyed." "You will be surprised, gentlemen, when I inform you who has been here," she said, resuming her seat upon the sofa. "Indeed!" cried Chichester, turning pale. "Who could it be?" "Not an officer, I hope!" exclaimed the baronet. "The chimney sweeps, perhaps," suggested Mr. Talbot. "A person from Markham," said Diana seriously. "By his appearance I should conceive him to be the faithful old servant of his family, of whom I have heard him speak." "Whittingham, I'll be bound!" ejaculated Chichester. "And what did he want?" "He brought me a letter from his master," returned Diana. "You may read it, if you please." And she tossed it contemptuously toward Chichester. "Read out!" cried Talbot. Mr. Chichester read the letter aloud, as he was requested. "And what makes the young spart write to you in that impudent and familiar style?" demanded the baronet angrily. "You cannot but admit that his letter is couched in a most friendly manner," said the lady, somewhat bitterly. "Friendly be hanged!" cried the baronet. "I dare say you feel a most profound and sisterly sympathy for the young gaol bird. After all, your profuse expenditure and extravagance helped to involve me in no end of pecuniary trouble, and I was compelled to have recourse to any means to obtain money. Somebody must suffer. Better Markham than any one of us." "You do well, sir, to reproach me for being the cause of your embarrassments," answered Diana, her countenance becoming almost purple with indignation. "Have I not basely lent these rooms to your purposes, and acted as an attraction to the young men whom you have inveigled here to plunder at cards? I have never forgiven myself for the weakness which prompted me thus far to enter into your schemes. But when you informed me of your plans relative to the forged notes, I protested vehemently against so atrocious a measure. Indeed, had it not been for your solemn assurance that you had abandoned the idea, at all events so far as it concerned Markham, I would have placed him upon his guard, in spite of your threats, your menaces, your remonstrances. Diana had warmed as she proceeded, and by the time she reached the end of her reply to the baronet's villainous speech, she had worked herself up almost into a fury of rage and indignation. Her bosom heaved convulsively, her eyes dilated, and her lips expressed ineffable scorn. "Perdition!" exclaimed the baronet. "The world is coming to a pretty pass when one's own mistress undertakes to give lessons in morality." "A desperate necessity, sir," retorted Diana, "made me your mistress. But I would sooner seek an asylum at the workhouse this moment than become a partner in villainy of this stamp." "And, as far as I care," said the baronet, "you may go to the workhouse as soon as you choose." With these words he rose and put on his hat. Diana was about to answer this last brutal speech, but she determined not to provoke a discussion which only exposed her to the insolence of the man who was coward enough to reproach her with a frailty which had ministered to his pleasures. She bit her lips to restrain the burst of emotions which struggled for vent, and at that moment her bearing was as haughty and her aspect as proud as the superb dignity of incensed Juno. "Come, Chichester," said the baronet, after a pause of a few minutes, "I shall be off. Talbot, this is no longer a place for any one of us. Madam," he added, turning with mock ceremony to Diana, "I wish you a very good afternoon. This is the last time you will ever see me in these apartments." "I wish it to be so," said Diana, still stifling her rage with difficulty. "And I need scarcely observe," exclaimed the baronet, "that after all that has passed between us—" "Oh, I comprehend you, sir," interrupted the enchantress, scornfully. "You need not fear me. Your secrets are safe in my possession." The baronet bowed and strode out of the room, followed by Chichester and Talbot. The enchantress was then alone. She threw herself at full length upon the sofa, and remained for a long time buried in profound thought. A tear started into her large blue eye, but she hastily wiped it away with her snowy handkerchief. From time to time her lips were compressed with scorn, and then a prolonged sigh would escape her breast. Had she given a free vent to her tears, she would have experienced immediate relief. She endeavoured to stifle her passion, and it nearly suffocated her. But how beautiful was she during that painful and fierce struggle with her feelings! Her countenance was flushed, and her eyes, usually so mild and melting, seemed to burn like two stars. "No," she exclaimed, after a long silence, "I must not revenge myself that way. Up to the present moment I have eaten his bread and have been to him as a wife, and I should be guilty of a vile deed of treachery were I to denounce him and his companions. Besides, who would believe my testimony, unsupported by facts, against the indignant denial of a man of rank, family, and title? I must stifle my resentment for the present. The hour of retribution will no doubt arrive sooner or later, and Harborough shall yet repent the cruel, the cowardly insults he has heaped on my head this day." She paused, and again appeared to reflect profoundly. Suddenly a gleam of satisfaction passed over her countenance, and she started up into a sitting posture upon the sofa. The ample skirts of her dress were partly raised by her attitude, and revealed an exquisitely turned leg to the middle of the swell of the calf. The delicate foot, imprisoned in the flesh-coloured stocking of finest silk, tapped upon the carpet, in an agitated manner, with the tip of the glossy leather shoe. That gleam of satisfaction which had suddenly appeared upon her countenance gradually expanded into a glow of delight, brilliant and beautiful. "Perhaps he thinks that I shall endeavour to win him back again to my arms," she said, musing aloud. "Perhaps he imagines that his countenance and support are imperatively necessary to me. Oh, no, Sir Rupert Harborough," she exclaimed with a smile of triumph, "you may vainly await self-humiliation from me. Tomorrow, yes, so soon as tomorrow, shall you see that I can command a position more splendid than the one in which you placed me. Obeying the impulse of her feelings, she hastened to unlock an elegant rosewood writing desk, edged with silver, and from a secret drawer she took several letters, or rather notes, written upon paper of different colours. Upon the various envelopes were seals impressed with armorial bearings, some of which were surrounded by coronets. She glanced over each in a cursory manner, which showed she was already tolerably familiar with their contents. The greater portion she tossed contemptuously into the fire. A few she placed one upon the other, quite in a business-like way, upon the table. When she had gone through the entire file, she again directed her attention to those which she had reserved, and as she perused them one after the other, she mused in the following manner: Count de L'Estrange is brilliant in his offers, and immensely rich, no doubt, but he is detestably conceited, and would think more of himself than of his mistress. His appeal must be rejected, and she threw the French nobleman's perfumed epistle into the fire. This, she continued, taking up another, is from Lord Templeton. 5,000 a year is certainly handsome, but then he himself is so old and ugly. Away with this suitor at once. The English peer's billet doux followed that of the French count. Here is a beautiful specimen of calligraphy, resumed Diana, taking up the third letter, but all the sentiments are copied, word for word, out of the love scenes in Anne Radcliffe's romances. Never was such gross plagiarism. He merits the punishment I thus inflict upon him, and her plump white hand crushed the epistle ere she threw it into the fire. But what have we here? Oh, the German baron's killing address, interspersed with remarks upon the philosophy of love. Ah, my lord, love was not made for philosophers, and philosophers are incapable of love, so we will have none of you. Another offering to the fire. Here is the burning address of the Greek attaché with a hard name. It is prettily written, but who could possibly enter upon terms with an individual of the name of the Sorochrysani To the flames went the Greek lover's note also. Ah, this seems as if it were to be the successful candidate, said Diana, carefully perusing the last remaining letter. It is written upon a plain sheet of white paper, and without scent. But then the style, how manly! Yes, decidedly, the Earl of Warrington has gained the prize. He is rich, unmarried, handsome, and still in the prime of life. There is no room for hesitation. The enchantress immediately penned the following note: I should have replied without delay to your lordship's letter of yesterday week, but have been suffering severely from cold and bad spirits. The former has been expelled by my physician. The latter can only be forced to decamp by the presence of your lordship. Diane Arlington. Having dispatched this note to the Earl of Warrington, the enchantress retired to her bedroom to prepare her toilette for the arrival of the nobleman around whom she had thus suddenly decided upon throwing her magic spells. At 8 o'clock that evening, a brilliant equipage stopped at the door of the house in which Mrs. Arlington resided. The Earl of Warrington alighted, and was forthwith conducted into the presence of the enchantress. And never was she more bewitching, never had she appeared more transcendently lovely. A dress of the richest black velvet, very low in the corsage, set off her voluptuous charms and displayed the pure and brilliant whiteness of the skin to the highest advantage. Her ears were adorned with pendants of diamonds, and a tiara glittering with the same precious stones encircled her brow. There was a soft and languishing melancholy in her deep blue eyes, and in the expression of her countenance, which formed an agreeable contrast to the dazzling loveliness of her person and the splendour of her attire. She was enchanting indeed. Need we say that the nobleman, who had already been introduced to her and admired her, was enraptured with the prize that thus surrendered itself to him? Diana became the mistress of the Earl of Warrington, and the very next day removed to a splendid suite of apartments in Albemarle Street, while his lordship's upholsterers furnished a house for her reception. End of Chapter 25. The Enchantress. Recording by Ellie-Cat.
Chapter 26 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 26. Newgate. Newgate! What an ominous sound has that word! And yet the horror exists not in the name itself, for it is a very simple compound, and would not grate upon the ear nor produce a shudder throughout the frame, were it applied to any other kind of building. It is, then, its associations and the ideas which it conjures up that render the word Newgate fearful and full of dark menace. At the mere mention of this name, the mind instantaneously becomes filled with visions of vice in all its most hideous forms, and crime in all its most appalling shapes. Wards and courtyards filled with a population peculiar to themselves, dark gloomy passages where the gas burns all day long, and beneath the pavement of which are interred the remains of murderers and other miscreants who have expiated their crimes upon the scaffold. Shelves filled with the casts of the countenances of those wretches taken the moment after they were cut down from the gibbet. Condemned cells, the chapel in which funeral sermons are preached upon men yet alive to hear them, but who are doomed to die on the morrow. The clanking of chains, the banging of huge doors, oaths, prayers, curses, and ejaculations of despair. Oh, if it were true that the spirits of the departed are allowed to revisit the earth for certain purposes and on particular occasions, if the belief as superstition were well founded, and night could be peopled with the ghosts and spectres of those who sleep in troubled graves, what a place of ineffable horrors, what a scene of terrible sights, would Newgate be at midnight! The huge flagstones of the pavement would rise, to permit the phantoms of the murderers to issue from their graves. Demons would erect a gibbet at the debtor's door, and amidst the sinister glare of torches, an executioner from hell would hang those miscreants over again. This would be part of their posthumous punishment, and would occur in the long, long nights of winter. There would be no moon, but all the windows of Newgate looking upon the courtyards, and there are none commanding the streets, would be brilliantly lighted with red flames coming from an unknown source. And throughout the long passages of the prison would resound the orgies of hell, and skeletons wrapped in winding sheets would shake their fetters, and Greenacre and Good, Courvoisier and Pegworth, Blakesley and Marchant, with all their predecessors in the walks of murder, would come in fearful procession from the gibbet, returning by the very corridors which they traversed on their way to death on the respective mornings of their execution. Banquets would be served up to them in the condemned cells. Demons would minister to them, and their food should be the flesh, and their drink the gore, of the victims whom they had assassinated upon earth. All would be horrible, horrible! But, heaven be thanked, such scenes are impossible, and never can it be given to the shades of the departed to revisit the haunts which they loved or hated, adored or desecrated, upon earth. Newgate! Fearful name! And Richard Markham was now in Newgate. He found, when the massive gates of that terrible prison closed behind him, that the consciousness of innocence will not afford entire consolation in the dilemma in which unjust suspicions may involve the victim of circumstantial evidence. He scarcely knew in what manner to grapple with the difficulties that beset him. He dared not contemplate the probability of a condemnation of some infamous punishment, and he could scarcely hope for an acquittal in the face of the testimony that conspired against him. He recalled to mind all the events of his infancy and his boyish years, and contrasted his present position with that which he once enjoyed in the society of his father and Eugene. His brother? Ay, what had become of his brother? That brother who had left the paternal roof to seek his own fortunes, and who had made so strange an appointment for a distant date, upon a hilltop where the 2 trees were planted? 4 years and 4 months had passed away since the day on which that appointment was made, and in 7 years and 8 months it was to be kept. They were then to compare notes of their adventures and success in life, and decide who was the more prosperous of the 2, Eugene, who was dependent upon his own resources and had to climb the ladder of fortune step by step, or Richard, who, placed by his father's love half way up that ladder, had only to avail himself, it would have seemed, of his advantageous position to reach the top at his leisure. But alas, probably Eugene was a miserable wanderer upon the face of the earth. Perhaps he was mouldering beneath the sod that no parental nor fraternal tears had watered. Or haply he was languishing in some loathsome dungeon, the doors of which served as barriers between him and all communion with his fellow men. It was strange, passing strange, that Eugene had never written since his departure, and that from the fatal evening of his separation on the hilltop all traces of him should have been so suddenly lost. Peradventure he had been frustrated in his sanguine expectations at his very outset in life. Perchance he had terminated in disgust an existence which was blighted by disappointment. Such were the topics of Markham's thoughts as he walked up and down the large paved courtyard belonging to that department of the prison to which he had been consigned, and of a surety they were of no pleasurable description. Uncertainty with regard to his own fate, anxiety in respect to his brother, and the dread that his prospects in this life were irretrievably blighted, added to a feverish impatience of a confinement totally unmerited. All these oppressed his mind. That night he had nothing but a basin of gruel and a piece of bread for his supper. He slept in the same ward with a dozen other prisoners, also awaiting their trials. His couch was hard, cold, and wretched, and he was compelled to listen to the ribald talk and vaunts of villainy of several of his companions. Their conversation was only varied by such remarks as these. "Well," said one, "I hope I shan't get before the common sergeant. He's certain to give me a toko for yam." "I shall be sure to go up the first day of sessions, and most likely before the recorder, as mine is rather a serious matter," observed a second. "He won't give me more than 7 years of it, I know." "For my part," said a third, "I'd much sooner wait till the Wednesday when the judges come down. They never give it so severe as them city beaks." "I tell you what," exclaimed a fourth, "I shouldn't like to have my meat hashed at evening sittings before the commissioner in the new court. He's always so devilish sulky, because he has been disturbed at his wine." "Well, you talk of the regular judges that come down on a Wednesday," cried a fifth. "I can only tell you that Baron Griffin and Justice Spikeman are on the rota for next sessions, and I'm blowed if I wouldn't sooner go before the common sergeant 1,000 times than have old Griffin meddle in my case. Why, if you only look at him, he'll transport you for 20 years." At this idea all the prisoners who had taken part in this conversation burst out into a large guffaw, but not a whit the more hearty for being so boisterous. "Is it possible," asked Markham, who had listened with some interest to the above discourse, "is it possible that there can be any advantage to a prisoner to be tried by a particular judge?" "Why, of course there is," answered one of the prisoners. "If a swell like you gets before Justice Spikeman, he'll let you off with a half or a quarter of what the recorder or common sergeant would give you. But Baron Griffin would give you just double, because you happen to be well dressed." "Indeed!" ejaculated Markham, whose ideas of the marvellous equality and admirable even-handedness of English justice were a little shocked by these revelations. "Oh yes," continued the informant, "all the world knows these things. If I go before Spikeman I shall plead guilty and whimper a bit, and he'll be very lenient indeed. But if I'm heard by Griffin, I'll let the case take its chance, because he wouldn't be softened by any show of penitence. So you see in these matters one must shape one's conduct according to the judge that one goes before." "I understand," said Markham. "Even justice is influenced by all kinds of circumstances." The conversation then turned upon the respective merits of the various counsel practising at the Central Criminal Court. "I have secured Whiffins," said one. "He is a capital fellow, for if he can't make anything out of your case he instantly begins to bully the judge." "Ah, but that produces a bad effect," observed a second, "and old Griffin would soon put him down. I've got Charnley. He's such a capital fellow to make the witnesses contradict themselves." "Well, I prefer Barkson," exclaimed a third. "His voice alone frightens a prosecutor into fits." "Smouch and Slyke are the worst," said a fourth. "The judges always read a paper, or fall asleep when they address them." "Yes, because they are such low fellows, and will take a brief from any one," exclaimed a fifth, "whereas it is totally contrary to etiquette for a barrister to read instructions from any one but an attorney." "The fact is that such men as Smouch and Slyke do a case more harm than good with the judges," observed a sixth. "They haven't the ear of the court, and that's the real truth of it." These remarks diminished still more the immense respect which Markham had hitherto entertained for English justice, and he now saw that the barrister who detailed plain and simple facts did not stand half such a good chance of saving his client as the favoured one who possessed the ear of the court. By a very natural transition, the discourse turned upon petty juries. "I think it will go hard with me," said one, "because I am tried in the city. I wish I had been committed for the Middlesex Sessions in Clerkenwell." "Why so?" demanded another prisoner. "Because, you see, I'm accused of robbing my master, and as all the jurymen are substantial shopkeepers, they're sure to convict a man in my position, even if the evidence isn't complete." "I'm here for swindling tradesmen at the west end of the town," said another. "Well," exclaimed the first speaker, "the jury will let you off, if there's the slightest pretence, because they're all city tradesmen, and hate the west end ones." "And I'm here for what's called a murderous assault upon a police constable," said a third prisoner. "Was he a metropolitan or a city policeman?" "A metropolitan." "Oh, well, you're safe enough. The jury are sure to believe that he assaulted you first." "Thank God for that blessing." "I'll tell you what goes a good way with Old Bailey juries a good appearance. If a poor devil clothed in rags and very ugly appears at the bar, the foreman of the jury just says, 'Well, gentlemen, I think we may say guilty. For my part, I never saw such a hangdog countenance in my life.' But if a well dressed and good looking fellow is placed in the dock, the foreman is most likely to say, 'Well, gentlemen, for my part, I never can nor never will believe that the prisoner could be guilty of such meanness, so I suppose we may say, Not guilty, gentlemen.'" "Can this be true?" ejaculated Markham. "Certainly it is," was the reply. "I will tell you more, too. If a prisoner's counsel don't tip the jury plenty of soft sawder, and tell them that they are enlightened Englishmen, and that they are the main prop, not only of justice, but also of the crown itself, they will be certain to find a verdict of guilty." "What infamy!" cried Markham, perfectly astounded at these revelations. "Ah, and what's worse still," added his informant, "is that Old Bailey juries always, as a matter of course, convict those poor devils who have no counsel." "And this is the vaunted palladium of justice and liberty?" said Richard. In this way did the prisoners in Markham's ward contrive to pass away an hour or two, for they were allowed no candle and no fire, and had consequently been forced to retire to their wretched couches immediately after dusk. The night was thus painfully long and wearisome. Markham found upon his inquiry that there were two methods of living in Newgate. One was to subsist upon the gaol allowance, the other to provide for oneself. Those who received the allowance were not permitted to have beer, nor were their friends suffered to add the slightest comfort to their sorry meals, and those who paid for their own food were restricted as to quantity and quality. Such is the treatment prisoners experience before they are tried, and yet there is an old saying that everyone must be deemed innocent until he be proved guilty. The old saying is a detestable mockery. Of course Markham determined upon paying for his own food, and when Whittingham called in the morning he was sent to make the necessary arrangements with the coffee house keeper in the Old Bailey, who enjoyed the monopoly of supplying that compartment of the prison. The most painful ordeal which Richard had to undergo during his captivity in Newgate was his first interview with Mr. Monroe. This gentleman was profoundly affected at the situation of his youthful ward, though not for one moment did he doubt his innocence. And here let us mention another revolting humiliation and unnecessary cruelty to which the untried prisoner is compelled to submit. In each yard is a small enclosure or cage of thick iron bars, covered with wirework, and beyond this fence, at a distance of about 2 feet, is another row of bars, similarly interwoven with wire. The visitor is compelled to stand in this cage to converse with his relative or friend, who is separated from him by the 2 gratings. All private discourse is consequently impossible. What can recompense the prisoner who is acquitted for all the mortifications, insults, indignities, and privations he has undergone in Newgate previous to that trial which triumphantly proclaims his innocence? Relative to the interview between Markham and Monroe, all that it is necessary to state is that the young man's guardian promised to adopt all possible means to prove his innocence, and spare no expense in securing the most intelligent and influential legal assistance. Mr. Monroe, moreover, intimated his intention of removing the case from the hands of Mackchisel to those of a well-known and highly respectable solicitor. Richard declared that he left himself entirely in his guardian's hands, and expressed his deep gratitude for the interest thus demonstrated by that gentleman in his behalf. Thus terminated the first interview in Newgate between Markham and his late father's confidential friend. He felt somewhat relieved by this visit, and entertained strong hopes of being able to prove his innocence upon the day of trial. But it then wanted a whole month to the next sessions, 30 horrible days which he would be compelled to pass in Newgate. Chapter 27